Chapter 1. The Long-Range Shot Card. Chen, you're already 17. You should understand some rules, remarked Wang Bo, the head of the U-17 national team, with a calm demeanor. What rules? Chen raised an eyebrow, countering with a question. Wang Bo smiled. Since you are unaware, let it be. This is your first call-up to the U-17 national team. Just train with the squad for now. You won't have the opportunity to play in this competition. What? Are you saying that no matter how well I train, I won't get to play? Chen pressed for clarification. Wang Bo smirked. You will play when you understand the rules. Is that your opinion or the head coach's? Chen inquired solemnly. This is certainly our stance. Tell me, did you not spend a considerable amount to join Manchester United? Why are you so stingy now that you are with the national team? Wang Bo observed Chen with a cold grin. That contract was earned through my talent. I did not pay for it. Chen retorted through clenched teeth. Oh, earned through talent? Wang Bo laughed. Surely you do not believe that your skills alone secured you a contract at youth academy, like Manchester United? They are merely exploiting the Chinese market behind you, just like they did with Dong Fangzhou. Chen gritted his teeth. Let me ask you one more time. Is it true that without money, I cannot play? That is indeed the case. Wang Bo lifted a teacup from the table. Please leave, I want to see you off. With clenched teeth, Chen turned and declared, Fine, I will return to Manchester right now. If you dare leave now, I will expel you immediately, and you will never be called up again. Wang Bo bellowed with authority. Remember, this is the national team. My rules are absolute. Expel me if you wish. I have no desire to stay with such a national team. Chen left the U-17 training base without looking back. In truth, Chen was not of this world, but rather a traveler from another realm. In his previous life, he had been a football player, but a significant injury at the age of 20 forced him to retire from the field, leading him to a mundane existence as a physical education teacher at a primary school that he thought his life would drift aimlessly until, to his astonishment, he woke up in a different reality. Not only that, but he also acquired the football god system. Upon his arrival, the system prompted him to choose between becoming a basketball god or a football god. Without hesitation, Chen chose football. Firstly, football is the most beloved sport globally, with the World Cup held every 4 years, being a grand spectacle that garners worldwide attention. Secondly, basketball already has a god in Michael Jordan. While football has a universally acknowledged king, it lacks a recognized god. Once he bound himself to the football god system, Chen awakened to find himself a moderately well-known player in China, having signed an apprentice contract with Manchester United's youth team. However, during his season with the youth team, he only played 5 matches, 3 of which were as a substitute, and his statistics were dismal: 0 goals and 0 assists. This left the fans, who had once held high hopes for him, utterly disillusioned, confirming the prevailing belief that Manchester United signed him merely for his connection to the Chinese market. Upon awakening, he found himself at the national team training base, just in time for the head coach to summon him for a discussion, only to receive such a disappointing response. No money, no playing time. That he was saddened but quickly dismissed the thought. If there were no national team matches, he would treat the Champions League like the World Cup. In some respects, the intensity of the Champions League rivals that of the World Cup. Due to the host's refusal to comply with the unreasonable demands of the national team head, you are awarded an additional strength skill card. Long-range shot guaranteed. A guaranteed long-range shot? Chen was taken aback. This was the first reward he received from the system. Please explain. Upon acquiring the long-range shot guaranteed card, every 5 long-range outside the penalty area shots you take will result in a goal. This effect can only trigger once per match. Chen inhaled sharply. This meant that as long as he persistently attempted long-range shots, hitting the target 5 times would ensure a goal. This skill was astonishing. However, Chen did not allow himself to rejoice too soon. After all, anyone who had watched football knew that if your team was weak, there might not even be 5 opportunities to shoot in a match. Will my personal attributes not improve with this skill card? Upon his arrival in this world, Chen had examined his personal attributes, which were rather dismal. His overall rating was only 58. His offensive capability was 63. He had decent ball control and dribbling skills, rated at 73 and 75 respectively, but his shooting was only 57. Moreover, his heading ability was a mere 45. The only aspects where he excelled were speed and explosiveness, scoring a commendable 76 and 78. This was the reason he had managed to barely stay with Manchester United. Yi Chen's kicking power stood at only 58. That, given these numbers, even if he attempted long shots, they would likely lack the necessary power. Ding. A friendly reminder. Upon acquiring the strength skill, the system will enhance the relevant attributes to meet the minimum requirements. Yi Chen promptly opened his personal attribute panel and was left dumbfounded. His shooting had increased from 57 to 75, an impressive boost of 18 attribute points. His kicking power had surged from 58 to 80. This enhancement was even more remarkable, a whopping 22-point increase. This meant that the strength skill had granted him a total of 40 attribute points. Incredible. Could this be the reason the system did not provide him with a beginner's gift package? Typically, in novels, systems would bestow additional rewards as a starter kit. Regardless, Yi Chen sighed deeply and booked a flight back to Manchester, treating this experience as if he had never set foot here. As he sat in the taxi, Yi Chen began to contemplate his situation. His apprentice contract with Manchester United's youth team had only 1 year remaining, set to expire on June 30th, 2012. If Yi Chen did not perform exceptionally, he would have no chance of remaining. Of course, the current Manchester United U18 team no longer featured Pogba, who had been promoted to the reserve team, the U21 squad. Among his teammates, the most notable in the future would likely be Januzaj, followed by Michael Keane. However, Januzaj later transferred to La Liga's Real Sociedad for $8.5 million, while Michael Keane moved to Burnley and subsequently to Everton for a staggering $30 million. Manchester United's youth academy was indeed commendable, not to mention the globally renowned class of '92, which included talents like Welbeck, Pogba, and Lingard, followed by emerging stars like Rashford and Greenwood. These players were all products of Manchester United's youth system. In contrast, Yi Chen could only be regarded as a latecomer, having joined the team at the age of 15. Making a name for himself in such a prestigious club would not be an easy feat first. He needed to prove himself before Solskjær. Solskjær, the future manager of Manchester United, was currently the head coach of the U18 team. Of course, football abroad was more straightforward. As long as you showcased exceptional performance, you could earn playing time, even a starting position. Ding. Initial task assigned. The host must earn Solskjær's trust in a training match to secure the opportunity to represent the U18 team in the new season. Successful completion of the task will reward a bronze treasure chest, while failure will randomly deduct 5 attribute points. This task is quite the challenge. Chapter 2. You may insult me, but not the people of Huaxia. Yi Chen could pretend as though he had never returned, swiftly boarding a plane back to Manchester. However, the national football team had no intention of letting him off easily. An announcement appeared on their official website regarding a disciplinary decision concerning player Yi Chen. The message was straightforward. Yi Chen had disobeyed the arrangements of the team leader and coach, failed to participate in team training, and had verbally abused team leader Wang Bo. Consequently, he was expelled from the team and would not be summoned to participate in any U17 national team events, effective immediately. Team leader Wang Bo also shared his thoughts on his personal Weibo, expressing his disappointment in Yi Chen. It was unacceptable for a player who did not train with the team to demand a starting position. Did he truly believe that his status as a Manchester United youth player entitled him to such liberties? The U17 national team would not welcome such a nonconformist player. The publication of these statements ignited a firestorm online, with countless individuals taking to the internet to criticize Yi Chen. Given that Yi Chen had previously opened a Weibo account, his daily training updates were now inundated with vitriol. Those who had once encouraged him quickly turned against him, for he had failed to meet expectations, unable to even secure a place in the U18 matches. Ultimately, in competitive sports, inadequacy is an inherent sin. Fortunately, Yi Chen was abroad and did not engage with domestic social media. Otherwise, a fragile psyche could easily shatter under such pressure. After a brief nap on the plane, Yi Chen arrived in Manchester. Without adjusting to the local time, he headed straight to the training ground. In fact, he was still on England's time zone, having returned home without ever acclimatizing. Upon his arrival at the training field, many were taken aback. "Isn't that Yi? Our Huaxia prodigy must have been kicked off the team," remarked Sam Bernet, the team's starting forward, who had previously mocked Yi Chen when he was called up to the national team. He had claimed that Yi Chen's selection was merely due to the lack of talent in Huaxia. How could someone who couldn't even make it onto the Manchester United U18 team represent the country? "Do I really need to explain myself to you?" Yi Chen coldly retorted. "I guessed it right, didn't I? I told you, you're Your skills are lacking. Bernet sneered, feeling justified in his contempt, as even he, a starting forward for the U18 team, had not been called up while Chen, a mere substitute, was set to play in international matches. Chen remained unfazed. Was it worth getting angry at someone destined to struggle even in the Premier League? Don't mind him. He's just a bully who picks on the weak. He wouldn't dare act this way when the captain is around. Januzaj approached Chen, speaking softly. It's fine. Having assimilated the memories of this world. Chen recognized that Januzaj was a good ally, as was the current U18 captain, Michael Keane. Unfortunately, Keane had recently sustained a collarbone fracture and would be sidelined for 2 months. All right, everyone, gather round. At that moment, Solskjær appeared at the sidelines, holding a notebook. Today, we will have an intra-squad training match. Players I call out should go to Coach Chris to collect their jerseys. Goalkeeper Jonathan, defenders Grimshaw, Luke, McGinty, and Givens. Midfielders Jack Barmby, Joe Rothwell, Tom, and Liam. Lastly, the forward duo will be Pearson and Bernet. Once Solskjær finished announcing the names of the A-team players, Chen was naturally not among them. The remaining players automatically formed the B team. Adnan, want to get some assists? Chen playfully draped an arm around Januzaj, grinning. He figured Januzaj was the only one on the B team who would pass to him, hence his slightly ingratiating demeanor. Don't think you can trick me this time. You won't get away with it. Januzaj replied, his expression wary, clearly having been duped by Chen before. Hey, this time I'm serious. Just give me the ball, and you'll see how easy it is to rack up assists. Chen said, winking. You said that last time, and you didn't score a single goal. Hey, I learned some secret techniques while in Huaxiao this time. Trust me. Chen declared confidently, clenching his fist. Really? It's not some Huaxiao martial arts, is it? Januzaj inquired skeptically, though he soon relented, saying, all right, fine. I'll pass to you. The intra-squad training match was divided into 2 halves, each lasting 30 minutes, rather than the standard 45. As Solskjær observed the players on the field, his mind was preoccupied with formulating the starting lineup for the upcoming match against their fierce rivals, Liverpool U18. Particularly concerning was the inclusion of their superstar, Sterling. Although young, his speed and strength were formidable, earning him the title of England's Messi. After just 7 matches, Sterling had already netted 8 goals, leading the scoring charts, along with 4 assists, placing him at the top of that category as well. In England, the football system is exceptionally well-structured, with clear delineations at every level. Besides the renowned Premier League, there are the Championship, League One, League Two, and various other leagues, as well as reserve teams and youth squads. At the start of each season, the FA inquires whether teams wish to participate in these leagues. Furthermore, aside from league matches, there are cup competitions of varying levels, such as the upcoming U18 Youth FA Cup, a branch of the FA Cup. Naturally, youth teams do not have the same grueling schedules as adult teams, which may face double or even triple fixtures in a week. Youth teams typically play a maximum of 4 matches per month and a minimum of 2, existing primarily to foster the development of young players and promote the healthy growth of the league. As both teams took to the field, the A team donned red vests, symbolizing their status as starters, while the B team wore blue vests to indicate their status as substitutes. Bernet, glancing at Chen, smirked and taunted, Hey, Huaxia kid, take a good look at the prowess of the main strikers. With your pathetic skills, you have the audacity to play forward? You might as well go sell DVDs. That way, you won't starve. Years ago, many East Asians in the eastern suburbs of London relied on DVD sales for a living, earning disdain from others who used DVD as a derogatory term for them. A disdainful smile crept across Chen's lips, but he remained silent. After all, there was no need to waste energy on someone who likely wouldn't even make it in the Premier League. I heard that you Huaxia folks are really good at enduring insults, that you don't dare to retort when bullied. But I suppose it makes sense. Trash like you has no right to speak. Bernet, noticing Chen's silence, took the opportunity to mock him further. Say that again. Chen's expression hardened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. You can insult me, but do not insult the people of Huaxia. Listen carefully, you Huaxia people are all garbage. Bernet arrogantly proclaimed. Chen clenched his fists. Stay calm. He is trying to provoke you. Januzaj hurried over, speaking in hushed tones. What's the matter? Are you angry? If you can beat me, I'll call you Dad. Bernet continued his taunts. All right. What? And don't call me Dad either. If you lose, you must say 3 times, Huaxia people are all my dads. Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. And if you lose? Bernet, confident in his victory, knew that there must be a consequence for the wager. You decide. Chen replied evenly. If you lose, everyone shouts 3 times, Huaxia people are garbage. Bernie said mockingly. That won't do. Chen shook his head. If I lose, it only reflects on me. It has nothing to do with others. If you lose, then shout 3 times. All Irishmen are my fathers. All right. Chen nodded. Although this contest seemed somewhat juvenile to him, it was essential to demonstrate that the people of Huaxiao are not to be trifled with. Of course, in the past, he would have hesitated to compete, considering the evident disparity in strength. However, times have changed. After parting for just 3 days, one must regard each other with fresh eyes. Bellini chuckled, turning to Pearson beside him. Pearson, you heard it. He challenged me, not the other way around. Pearson cast a disdainful glance at Chen and remarked, this is not a bet, but rather a self-inflicted humiliation. It wasn't sympathy for Chen, but a genuine contempt for him. Chen ignored Pearson entirely and addressed Bellini. Let's wager on who scores more goals. Is that acceptable? That is what you proposed. Bellini boasted with a smug expression. Ding. A random task was issued. Score more goals than Bellini in this match. Successful completion of the task rewards 1 bronze treasure chest, while failure incurs a deduction of 5 shooting attribute points. Chen raised an eyebrow. Initially, he merely sought to assert himself, but now it had escalated to a matter concerning his attribute points. Beep. Team coach Chris acted as a temporary referee, blowing the whistle to commence the match. Among the team members, such wagers were commonplace, and they would not interfere. Moreover, he believed that individuals of Asian descent were ill-suited for the sport of football. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Solskjær had opened his notebook, recording the players' performances. He had not informed the players beforehand that only those who excelled in training matches would have the opportunity to represent Manchester United against Liverpool. It is noteworthy that the U18 Youth FA Cup would be held at Old Trafford, the home of Manchester United. The match officially commenced, with Team A, as the primary squad, taking the initiative on the field. However, since all players were from the youth team, the differences in skill were not particularly pronounced. And Team B's defense was also quite organized. Soon, the clock read 5 minutes and 32 seconds into the first half. Bellini's powerful shot struck Jack Ludge's foot, causing the ball to bounce into the vacant area on the right. Quick to react, Januzaj appeared on the right flank, seizing the ball. Upon gaining possession, Januzaj decisively advanced. But a team's left winger, Grimshaw, swiftly closed in to obstruct his path. I'm here. At that moment, Chen retreated, raising his hand for the ball. Hearing Chen's call, Januzaj delivered a cross pass, landing the ball at Chen's feet. Since Chen had dropped back to receive the ball, the 2 center-backs failed to follow him closely, leaving him in an open position. After assessing the goalkeeper's positioning, Chen did not hesitate and struck the ball. Bang! The outside of his right foot made solid contact with the bottom of the ball, propelling it toward the goal like a cannonball. On the sidelines, Solskjær was still noting Bellini's hasty shot when he looked up to witness this moment. A flicker of surprise crossed Solskjær's eyes. When did Chen develop the ability to execute such a stunning long-range shot? Chapter 3. Can he not score without S-class skills? As Solskjær, the youth coach, observed Chen, he was well aware of the latter's technical attributes. His speed and explosiveness were commendable, and his skills were decent. However, his shooting often lacked power. Yet, this long-range shot, both its force and accuracy were impeccable. Most importantly, the timing of his strike was perfect. With the 2 center-backs failing to apply tight marking and the goalkeeper slightly advanced, the momentary transition from defense to attack allowed a lapse in concentration from the young players, resulting in this opportunity. However, one must seize such chances, for they can slip away in an instant. It seemed that the brief return had indeed enhanced his game. Solskjær raised an eyebrow. What had transpired during his time in Huaxia? At the moment Chen struck the ball, Januzaj instinctively covered his head. Such a wasteful shot could squander the hard-earned opportunity for the team. Damn it, if I trust you again, I. Yet, at this moment, all eyes were fixated on the ball. Jonathan, positioned near the goal, realized it was finally his time to shine and was determined to prove himself before the coach. He quickly dove, his hands outstretched like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. But as the ball approached, it took a slight dip. What was happening? Panic surged within Jonathan as the ball slipped through his armpit. Swish! The ball struck the inner net of the goal, producing a crisp sound. Chen, who had scored, was momentarily stunned. To be honest, he merely intended to test the sensation of his power at level 80. He never anticipated that this shot would result in a goal. The distance was at least 25 meters from the net. When he struck, he utilized the upper part of his foot, making contact precisely at the center of the ball, with a subtle upward flick at the moment of impact, imparting a downward trajectory to the ball. Of course, had Jonathan aimed to push the ball out for a goal kick, the chances of a successful clearance would have been high. However, he sought to showcase his goalkeeping skills by attempting to catch the ball, which ultimately caught him off guard. But before Chen could fully register the moment, Januzaj leaped onto him, exclaiming, "I love you so much. I told you to believe in yourself." It finally dawned on Chen. He had scored. This marked his first goal since joining Manchester United's U18 team. If his memory served him right, his last goal had been over 300 days ago in a U16 match. This goal was simply magnificent. The teammates from the B team quickly gathered around Chen, engulfing him in joyous embraces. Scoring always brings happiness. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Bernet squinted, fists clenched. Huaxia is rubbish. Do you think that scoring one goal means victory? I'm going to get serious. In the distance, Jonathan slammed his fist onto the ground, eyes ablaze. This kid was incredibly cunning. Go ahead and celebrate. For this would be your only opportunity to rejoice in this match. Unbeknownst to them, a number in Chen's consciousness had also changed. The previous, long shot 1-5, reverted to long shot 0-5, but the entire icon had turned gray. In simple terms, his long-range shot card had expired for this match. But did it mean he could not score without the S-Class skill? Certainly not. The greatest advantage conferred by this S-Class skill card was the enhancement of his abilities and confidence. With confidence comes the potential for greater performance. Though most of the B team comprised substitute players, being noticed by a prestigious club like Manchester United suggested they possessed exceptional qualities. Take Januzaj for instance. Despite being a B team player now, he was the only one among these used to have played for Manchester United's first team and scored a goal. Although his development did not unfold as expected later on, he was indeed a significant discovery during Moyes' era. He even earned a call-up to the national team, competing alongside world-class stars like De Bruyne, Hazard, and Lukaku. As the match resumed, the A-team players were jolted awake by the goal, intensifying their focus. Chen, too, was proactive, retreating to defend. Although his physique may not have been particularly robust, standing over 180 centimeters made him one of the taller players in the youth team. His defensive efforts were not without merit. Yet, on the sidelines, Solskjær furrowed his brow. What was he doing? He hadn't assigned him any defensive duties. If Chen participated in defense, what would happen to counterattacks? Solskjær observed that Januzaj's positioning differed from his previous play, now closer to the center. Could this be Chen's strategy? Solskjær had noticed Chen conversing with Januzaj earlier, but the distance had rendered his words inaudible. Nonetheless, he had deliberately refrained from issuing tactical instructions for this match to observe the players' on-field improvisation. After all, Liverpool was a formidable opponent, and Sterling had the capability to breach defenses and disrupt his plans. At this juncture, the players' independent judgment was crucial. Suddenly, Solskjær conceived a method to overcome the adversary. The evolution of modern football has accelerated the tempo, and Barcelona's philosophy of total football has become mainstream. Chen's retreat effectively alleviated defensive pressure, but the question remained, how would Manchester United counterattack? Soon, Januzaj provided the answer. At 14 minutes and 24 seconds, after the B team had scored against the A team, they intensified their offensive efforts, but prolonged attacks only served to heighten their frustration. Pearson cut in decisively and fired a shot, which the B team's goalkeeper deflected out of the penalty area with both hands. Before the ball even descended, Chen surged forward, executing a powerful clearance to the right. Everyone assumed it was merely a clearance kick, paying little heed, and the A-team defenders began to pursue the dropping ball. But one figure had already anticipated the play, Januzaj. While Januzaj typically played as a left winger for the first team, he had primarily occupied the right flank in the youth team. Chen's clearance was not random. He had intentionally aimed for Januzaj. However, the time was too short. Had Chen hesitated in his clearance, he might have been easily dispossessed in a dangerous area, potentially leading to disaster. On the sidelines, Solskjær's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Yet, on the field, Chen had already begun his rapid sprint. His speed advantage was now on full display. Januzaj skillfully controlled the ball, glancing at the advancing Grimshaw, and effortlessly nudged the ball forward, performing a graceful 1-2. At this moment, the two center-backs regained their focus and hurried back. However, Chen had already dashed left, while Januzaj capitalized on his speed advantage. reaching the ball that had been played forward. Yet, instead of going to the byline, he executed a swift lateral pass while in full stride. The ball traveled along a clever trajectory, landing precisely between the center back and the goalkeeper. The velocity was high. Any attempt at clearance could easily result in an own goal. Thus, both Luke and McGinty hesitated to commit. Jonathan, positioned in front of the goal, could only watch as the ball glided past him. Just as the ball passed through the two center backs and reached the far post, a blue figure emerged in everyone's sight. Chen threw himself forward, his toes reaching out to the ball. Thud! The tip of Chen's foot made contact, producing a dull thud. Chapter 4. The hubris that led to humiliation. Apart from the S-level skill card awarded by the system, Chen's most formidable asset is his football intelligence. This insight was gleaned from watching thousands of football matches. As he passed the ball to Januzaj, he discerned the optimal moment to score. If he had made a forward run between the two central defenders, he would have easily been thwarted by the imposing Luke and McGinty, rendering any shooting opportunity impossible. Thus, he opted to sprint towards the far post instead. Naturally, both Luke and McGinty were preoccupied with Januzaj, completely oblivious to Chen's rapid advance. Not only Chen, but the attention of everyone on the pitch was focused on Januzaj, neglecting Chen's clever positioning. Only Solskjaer's gaze lingered more on Chen, for he too was a forward, and Chen's movement was remarkably astute. However, he quickly realized that the ball was too far ahead. Chen's speed would not suffice. Yet, at the critical moment, his toe grazed the football, altering its trajectory and sending it into the net, leaving Jonathan in front of the goal completely unresponsive. But could he be blamed? As Jonathan scrambled to his feet, he bellowed at the two central defenders, demanding, "How could you allow that?" Luke, chastised, had no retort. While McGinty countered, the winger got past us. What could we do? The vanquished often seek excuses for their failures. Jonathan glared at Chen with gritted teeth. But by that point, Chen had already risen and was racing towards Januzaj. Their collaboration was nothing short of superb. Jonathan felt a flicker of relief that his earlier tirade was not directed at Chen. Otherwise, it would have been utterly humiliating. It was not just Chen and Januzaj celebrating. The B-team players surged forward as well. They were, after all, the substitutes, leading the A-team by 2 goals in an internal match, a feat previously unheard of. Chen embraced Januzaj, exclaiming, "What a beautiful pass, Adnan." Januzaj laughed heartily. "Your goal was magnificent, Yi. We are the best partners." "Incredible, Yi. You've scored twice. That run was brilliant. Score another one, Yi. I have my eye on that, Bellini." As the players of the B team clamored around, Bellini, who had returned to midfield, wore a sullen expression. Today, Chen was exceptionally formidable. But so what? When I give my all, I am undoubtedly superior to him. Let us not forget, I am the starting forward for Manchester United U18. At that moment, Solskjaer was jotting down notes, writing, "Chen possesses remarkable positioning and long-range shooting skills," with a little star drawn beside it. It was evident that Chen had captured Solskjaer's attention. As Chen and the B-team players returned to the center circle, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Bellini's darkened visage. "Hey, it seems you need to step up your game." Bellini squinted, thinking, "The one who laughs last is the true victor." "Well said, I shall remember that." The match resumed, and Chen refrained from advancing, instead sticking closely to Bellini. Regardless of whether he scored or touched the ball, he adhered to him like a shadow. "Are you insane? I don't even have the ball. Why are you marking me?" Bellini glared at Chen, his voice filled with fury. "How I play is my concern. Have I committed a foul?" In truth, Bellini was the A-team's offensive linchpin. They preferred long balls aimed at him, given his towering stature and impressive heading ability. Yet, with Chen persistently shadowing Bellini, the ball could not reach him, effectively stalling the A-team's offensive efforts. By the end of the first half, the A-team had failed to score, while the B-team maintained their 2-goal advantage. During the 10-minute halftime, the A-team huddled in a circle, engaged in rapid discussions. Meanwhile, the B-team exuded an atmosphere of jubilation. Every player wore a smile, relishing the unprecedented lead against the A-team. It felt surreal to them. "Hey, everyone, let us quiet down for a moment. I have something to say." Chen clapped his hands to garner attention. "Earlier, Bellini told me, the one who laughs last is the true winner. Do you think that statement holds merit?" Laughter erupted among the players. In the distance, Bellini narrowed his eyes, the flames of anger igniting within him. Chen gestured for silence once more, speaking earnestly. "Although we lead by 2 goals, the A-team's strength is undoubtedly superior to ours. So the second half will truly test us. What should we do? Januzaj inquired curiously. Have you all watched the matches between Real Madrid and Barcelona? Chen posed to the group. The players nodded eagerly. Aware that Real Madrid boasted a roster of superstars under the world-class coach, Mourinho, Chen continued, Real Madrid's players are indeed world-class. Yet they still exerted themselves defensively against Barcelona. Let us treat the A-team as if they were Barcelona and hold our ground for the final 30 minutes. But merely defending won't suffice, will it? Taylor Blackett frowned. Chen smiled. Have you forgotten how we scored our second goal? A solid defense combined with counterattacks. This is Mourinho's strategy and our B-team's tactic. Januzaj's speed is among the top in the youth team, making him a lethal asset on the counter. My own speed is comparable, making us a formidable duo during counterattacks. However, our mindset must focus on steadfast defense and time management. If we can endure for 30 minutes, we shall be the ones laughing in the end. The second half commenced swiftly. As anticipated, the A-team made adjustments. Abandoning ground penetration for a more traditional aerial assault, an archetypal English football tactic commonly employed by championship teams. At 183 centimeters, Bellini's height was unimpressive at the senior level. Yet in the youth team, he was a dominant aerial presence. His partnership with Pearson exemplified the ideal combination of height and speed. Bellini exploited his heading prowess. And merely 7 minutes into the second half, he breached the B-team's defenses with a powerful header. Chen, standing beside him, was knocked to the ground by the impact. Following the goal, Bellini refrained from celebrating, instead casting a condescending glance at Chen, declaring, "Go back to your China. After all, trash belongs in the trash heap." In response to Bellini, Chen simply smiled. "I've scored twice, and you've only scored once. Who truly belongs in the trash is quite clear, isn't it?" Bellini found himself momentarily speechless, reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 5, A Fortuitous Hat Trick? Chen disregarded Bayerni, rising instead to rally his teammates with fervor. "Come on, everyone. We are the ones in the lead. Yes, we are the ones in the lead. Indeed, they have merely equalized with one goal. Let us lift our spirits." His words served as a powerful tonic, invigorating the team. Although Team A had scored a single goal, Team B had netted two. Chen understood Bayerni's intentions. He aimed to provoke him, seeking to incite anger and thereby disrupt his composure. An irrational opponent is akin to a rampaging bull. Yet, Bayerni had underestimated Chen. The two goals scored in the first half stemmed from a combination of counterattacks and fortunate long-range shots. Now, to breach Team A's defenses again, there were but two strategies: capitalize on set pieces or wait until they tire. The players of Team A, in their relentless pursuit to breach Team B's goal, were continuously sprinting and delivering crosses, which was a tremendous drain on their stamina. It was reminiscent of Chelsea's encounter with Barcelona in 2012, where ultimately, Barcelona could no longer defend, allowing left-back Torres to steal a goal in the dying moments, a moment that became one of football's iconic images. The disparity in skill between teams A and B was evident. A reckless offensive approach would only serve to destabilize their formation. Thus, Chen summoned Januzaj, saying Adnan, "We must focus on running down the clock, guiding the ball towards the sidelines until they commit a foul." "Is delaying time effective this early?" Januzaj questioned. "Trust me, this is our only path to victory against Team A," Chen asserted resolutely. "All right," Januzaj nodded, having gained confidence in Chen, who had already scored twice. This scene caught the eye of Solskjær on the sidelines, who could not help but wear an expression of admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, the rapid development of Huaxiao stems from their astute minds. This lad is a natural leader." While physical prowess is necessary for football, intellect reigns supreme. To put it succinctly, physicality sets the floor, but the mind establishes the ceiling. As the game resumed, Banks passed the ball to Chen, who opted against advancing and instead retreated towards his own half. Observing this, Bayerni immediately charged forward, but Chen deftly passed the ball to left-back Taylor. Taylor then executed a horizontal pass, sending the ball from the left flank to the right, where it swiftly returned to Chen's feet. Unbeknownst to him, Chen was evolving into the cerebral core of Team B. At that moment, Bayerni lunged again, yet Chen anticipated his move, launching a long pass to the right side, where Januzaj awaited. Despite being only 16, Januzaj's technical skills and dribbling were outstanding for his age, though his frail physique prevented him from being a regular starter. Chen sought to utilize Januzaj's dribbling and ball protection to waste precious time. If they could shift the action to Team A's half, the prospect of victory would emerge. Januzic expertly controlled the ball with his chest, swiftly bringing it down with his toes, but Grimshaw closed in immediately. Having committed an error in the first half that led to a goal, Grimshaw was particularly vigilant now. As the opposing player approached, Januzic executed a bicycle kick to evade him, yet Grimshaw remained unfazed, cutting off Januzic's route to the byline. "Give me the ball," Chen called as he sprinted to provide support. Januzic delivered a diagonal pass to Chen, who promptly surged forward. Always seized the opportunity to advance. Chen had advised Januzic. At the instant Januzic darted forward, Chen passed the ball with precision. A beautiful one too. Solskjær on the sidelines couldn't suppress his admiration, noting that the match had taken an intriguing turn. The ball was delivered with foresight to Januzic. He deftly evaded Grimshaw, gaining possession without hesitation, and halted at the corner area. The coaches on the field were momentarily stunned. Team A's players were equally bewildered. What was happening? Shouldn't he be cutting in for a shot? Or at least delivering a cross? Within Team A's penalty area were members of Team B, including Chen's partner, the 171 centimeters tall Banks. Yet, he appeared dwarfed between the 186 centimeters Luke and the 188 centimeters McGinney. Januzic's reluctance to cut in for a shot stemmed from a lack of confidence in his finishing ability. He was a quintessential winger, possessing speed, crossing, and decent technique. But his goal-scoring prowess was average. Of course, he was unaware of his shooting statistics, but they could not compare to Chen's impressive score of 75. As the onlookers pondered this turn of events, Grimshaw, having been beaten, sought to reclaim the ball with a foot tackle, but Januzic shielded it, ultimately forcing it out of play, granting Team B a precious corner kick. Chen knew another scoring opportunity had arisen. To triumph over a stronger team, a weaker team must seize every set-piece opportunity. He hastily gestured for his teammates to press forward, leaving two fullbacks and a defensive midfielder behind to guard against counterattacks. He dashed to the corner area, quietly instructing Januzic, before racing into the opponent's penalty area. Team A had already established a defensive shape, with forward Bayerny marking Declan Daly, both of similar height. Beep. The referee signaled that the corner kick could commence. Januzic glanced at the positioning within the box and struck the ball. Bang! The football traced a perfect arc, soaring towards the near post. In the crowd, most players clustered in the center, but the moment Januzic kicked, Chen bolted towards the near post. This was a prearranged play. However, as Chen reached the near post, opposing midfielder Tom had already positioned himself. Clearing the ball in advance, Team B was awarded yet another corner kick, while Chen found himself unceremoniously knocked to the ground. To be candid, with his physical attributes, he would struggle even in the Premier League, let alone La Liga. Yet, Chen did not linger on the ground for long. He swiftly rose, retrieving the ball from the corner and relaying it to Januzic, while communicating a new tactic. This time, Chen refrained from contesting for the header at the near post and instead positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area, biding his time for an opportunity. Although he lacked the skills associated with an S-grade skill card, his long-range shooting had become his most potent weapon. Primarily, his slight build rendered him vulnerable in aerial duels within the box. Thus, he aimed to attempt a shot. Bang! The football once again traced a graceful arc remarkably. Januzic's delivery was exceptionally accurate. It was no wonder he frequently took corners after being promoted to the first team. Positioned outside, Chen anticipated the ball's descent, and without waiting for it to land, he struck the bottom of the ball with precision. Yet, as he saw the ball soar, Roswell sprinted forward, leaping to intercept. However, Chen's motion was swifter. The ball flew directly toward the upper right corner of the goal. Before the goal, Jonathan dared not hesitate, attempting to clear the ball from the net, yet it slipped past his fingertips. Swish! The ball grazed the net, producing a crisp sound that echoed across the field. This strike resonated like a perfect swish in basketball, melodious and enchanting. The players witnessing this spectacle gasped in astonishment. They could scarcely believe such a stunning volley had originated from Chen of Huaxia. After all, they had spent considerable time together and were well aware of Chen's capabilities. Hence, despite his 2 goals, many attributed it to luck, dismissing it as a fluke. But now, had fortune truly smiled upon him today? One cannot help but acknowledge the daunting nature of stereotypes. The willingness of Team B's players to listen to Chen merely reflects their unified aspirations. However, Chen's accomplishment of a hat trick has slightly shifted these preconceived notions. It seems that Yi has returned from Huaxia possessing an infinitesimal enhancement in strength, much like a creature in an animated series that suddenly evolves into a formidable demon. What a splendid goal. Just as everyone was absorbed in the game, a blonde girl appeared at the sidelines. With her golden locks and captivating blue eyes, she possessed an enchanting figure, her gaze as lively as the mythical elves of European lore. Dressed in a red Manchester United jersey and white shorts bearing the number 7, her attire harmoniously complemented her snow-white legs. Upon hearing the girl's voice, Solskjær was jolted into realization, his face breaking into a kind smile. "Lena, what brings you here?" This Huaxia seems to have improved significantly since before. That volley was simply magnificent. Perhaps it was merely luck, Solskjær chuckled, acknowledging that in his year and more here, he had never witnessed such a stunning long-range shot. "I see." Lena expressed a moment of understanding. "Wait, isn't the red team supposed to be the starting players? How are they trailing 3-1? Surely, I must be mistaken? Today's match is indeed exceptional. The very player who just scored, Yi, has achieved a hat trick. This is utterly astonishing." Solskjær marveled, nonetheless. He had made a decision. Chen would be included in the squad to face Liverpool. In moments of dire need, he would require Chen's fortune. Chapter 6. What a thrill. Stereotypes are indeed formidable. Had Chen been a newcomer attempting a trial, his remarkable performance would have inspired awe, branding him a prodigious striker. However, having lingered here for over a year, now entering his second, he is perceived as merely a player of average speed and mediocre skills, with abysmal shooting. Such a sudden display of excellence would only be attributed to luck. As Solskjær remarked, the previous incarnation of Chen resembled more a training partner than a contender. The club's rationale for signing him was straightforward. In fact, the manager discreetly approached Solskjær to elucidate that the intent behind Chen's acquisition was to penetrate the Chinese market. Thus, regardless of his performance, it was of little consequence. Initially, Dong Fongshua's failure had rendered Manchester United disinterested in Chinese players. Yet, several Asian tours by Real Madrid, Juventus, and other clubs had instilled a sense of urgency. How could they sustain their competitive edge in Asia, especially in a populous nation like China? The simplest solution was to recruit players from that nation, yet work permits posed a considerable challenge. Hence, the youth training system became appealing. After all, players need work permits to play for English clubs, while youth training remains unrestricted. Before turning 21, he could represent Manchester United even without formal registration. Undoubtedly, United's decision to retain Chen was also influenced by his exhibited talent. In terms of speed and explosiveness, he could rival even the best European youth players. This also led to another consideration. Should they eventually decide to part ways with Chen, selling him back to a domestic club in China could yield a profit. Regardless, they would not incur losses, especially since the owner hailed from the United States, and such calculations were astutely made. In recent years, the influence of Chinese Super League clubs has been expanding, particularly with Evergrande's owner, Su Jiayin, amplifying investments. Within this time frame, not only Evergrande, but other teams have also brandished their checkbooks to attract elite global talents. Notably, in 2017, Oscar transferred to Shanghai SAPG for an astounding $60 million, with an annual salary of $24 million. This transaction astonished the world, showcasing China's economic prowess. However, it was still 2011. Returning to Carrington Training Ground, after scoring, Chen raised 3 fingers towards the corner flag, engaging in a jubilant exchange with Januzaj. These 3 goals were a testament to the exquisite synergy between Chen and Januzaj. Januzaj assisted in a hat trick, while Chen netted 3 goals, achieving his very first hat trick. "You were absolutely phenomenal today. If you continue like this, a formal contract with Manchester United is surely within reach," praised Januzaj, enveloping Chen in admiration. Chen beamed. "It's all right. Even if I don't play for Manchester United, I will surely find opportunities elsewhere." In truth, Chen had already devised a plan. As a world-class club, representing Manchester United was a daunting challenge. The current first team boasted no fewer than 5 forwards. Besides Rooney, there were Owen, Berbatov, Hernandez, and Welbeck, alongside reserve players like BB. With so many players vying for just 2 positions, and considering Ferguson's habitual preference for 2 strikers, many would find themselves sidelined. It would be unreasonable to expect Chen to compete with the likes of the swift Owen for a spot. Hence, as a 17-year-old prospect, it was highly probable he would be loaned out, akin to the early trajectory of De Bruyne. This season, Manchester United would finish as runners-up in the league on goal difference, prompting Ferguson to procure Van Persie from Arsenal. In such circumstances, expecting Chen to contend for playing time against these world-class forwards was unrealistic, unless the system were to reward Chen with a template akin to Ronaldo's thus. Chen had prepared himself for departure. Moreover, a significant factor weighed on his mind. He felt his physique was insufficient to thrive in the Premier League. Let us not forget, his past professional career was abruptly ended by injury, and such worries lingered in his heart. As a time traveler, Chen believed it prudent to first hone his skills before contemplating participation in a Super League like the Premier League. Following the paths of Pogba or De Bruyne seemed far more suitable. After all, the Premier League encourages physical confrontations, while other leagues, particularly La Liga, are comparatively more lenient. Returning to the training match, as the game resumed, the B team exhibited remarkable tenacity, having never before held a 2-goal lead against the A team. Conversely, team members began to panic, with the impending match against Liverpool looming. Their performance was critical, as their place in the next match hung in the balance. Yet, as time trickled by, the A team struggled to carve out opportunities. Solskjær, however, was intently observing Chen, recognizing the intelligence behind his every movement. Particularly, his judgment of the ball's trajectory was astute. Could it be that this was not mere luck, but rather a revelation of talent? With a frown, Solskjær contemplated this newfound insight. At last, the makeshift referee, Chris, blew the final whistle. Yes, we won. We truly won. Unbelievable. We triumphed over the A team. You were incredible. The B team players erupted in exuberant celebration. Chen promptly approached Januzaj, the architect of his assists. Adnan, see? I wasn't team misleading you this time. Januzaj smiled, glancing at Solskjær on the sidelines, pondering if they would make the squad for the upcoming clash against Liverpool. Oh, Chen suddenly remembered, in 3 days. Manchester United's U18 would face Liverpool's U18 at Old Trafford. This was a major event. Manchester United is the most influential team in the Premier League, and even U18 matches attract live broadcasts. Many matches witness thousands of fans purchasing tickets to spectate. Such is the allure of the Red Devils. Yet, Chen dismissed these thoughts, choosing instead to approach Bailey. Do you concede? Your goals were mere strokes of luck. Bailey gritted his teeth, visibly incensed. Yet, he could only seethe in impotent rage. Indeed, long-range shots rely heavily on luck, chimed in Pearson, siding with Bailey. Chen chuckled. Spare me the excuses. Did you not lose? Is it not time to honor your promise? Bailey sprang to his feet, glaring at Chen. Do not push your luck. You have gone too far. Others echoed. Come on, let it go. We are teammates. Observing the peacemakers, Chen's gaze turned icy. Previously, he had clashed with Bailey. Yet back then, his peers had either mocked him or relished his downfall. Now they implored him to forgive Bailey? Silence. You were not so sympathetic when I lost. Before Chen could further articulate, Januzaj interjected with fervor. Januzaj truly knew how to stand up during conflicts. Bailey clenched his fists, struggling to maintain composure. However, Manchester United had explicit regulations. While bets and rivalries were overlooked, physical altercations were a different matter altogether. Yet Chen spoke up, deriding. Is this the demeanor of an Irishman? When armed, you wield a blade. Bailey had long relished tormenting him, and such behavior had become habitual. But who could have known that today would bring about a dramatic turn of events? The people of Huaxiao are all my fathers. What did you say? Chen gazed disdainfully at Bayerny. The people of Huaxiao are all my fathers. Repeat it, for I cannot hear. The people of Huaxiao are all my fathers. He did not wish to sully his reputation for Ireland. Therefore, he surrendered. The smile on Chen's face grew even more radiant. How obedient. This sensation is truly delightful. Chapter 7. A-Class Skill Card. Divine Dribble. Previously, Chen had been taught the importance of mercy and the wisdom of retreating to gain a broader perspective. However, in the realm of competitive sports, such sentiments are often misconstrued as weakness when one lacks strength. Moreover, in the fiercely competitive world of football, it is the strong who command respect. Only by enhancing one's abilities can one stand firm in a ruthless sport where others may devour you whole. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a random task. Rated S-Class. Reward. Upgrade obtained. Congratulations, host, you have received a silver treasure chest. Upon hearing the system notification, a smile crept onto Chen's face. The system was his foundation for becoming stronger. Naturally, in addition to the system, he would wholeheartedly devote himself to training to expedite his growth. To put it plainly, if he truly could advance swiftly, joining Manchester United's first team was not beyond the realm of possibility. Let us not forget, he was the man endowed with the long-range shot card. Open the silver treasure chest for me, Chen silently urged. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an A-class skill card, Divine Dribble. As the system's notification reverberated, Chen's mind flooded with explanations and techniques regarding the Divine Dribble. The term Divine Dribble is somewhat hyperbolic. The simplest explanation for this technique is the sudden stop and change of direction to evade an opponent. During a Champions League match, Messi famously employed this move to leave Boateng on the ground, marking it as one of his signature skills. Often hailed as a criminal dribble, the essence of this technique lies in two words: sudden stop. As the ball progresses, the ball handler executes a feint, altering the ball's trajectory, causing the defender to lose balance and allowing for a breakthrough. Chen's mind was filled with various practical scenarios and the opportune moments to utilize the sudden stop and change technique. Of course, he needed to apply this skill during upcoming training sessions or matches to attain greater proficiency. This technique demands a high level of personal ability from the ball handler, particularly in terms of coordination and agility. The faster the footwork, the better the control over one's center of gravity, resulting in more effective execution. Thus, with anticipation, Chen opened his attribute panel. Indeed, he discovered changes in 3 attributes. Firstly, his attacking ability surged to 73. Following his acquisition of the S-Class long-range shot card, his shooting power and technique had improved, consequently enhancing his attacking prowess. The A-Class Divine Dribble skill had augmented his dribbling and body balance. His dribbling ability rose from 75 to 80, while his body balance improved from 61 to 75. This led to a significant increase in his overall capability, which now stood at 67. Based on Chen's understanding of the Premier League, reaching a score above 70 would enable him to serve as a substitute for a relegation-threatened team, and if he could achieve 80, he might even secure a place in Manchester United's first team. It must be said, the system was indeed impressive. System, isn't there a bronze treasure chest as well? Please open it for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random attribute point boost. Jumping 2, defensive ability 3. Upon hearing the system's bronze reward, Chen's lips twitched. I'm a forward, and you grant me 3 in defensive ability? Is this not a waste? However, upon further reflection, he acknowledged that modern football demands forwards to possess defensive capabilities as well. With this realization, he found it somewhat useful. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder who would be the first victim of his divine dribble. The anticipation was palpable. Everyone, gather around. Just as Chen was communicating with the system, Solskjær's voice resonated, and his precious daughter sat on a bench at the back, transferring videos of the previous match on her iPad. Earlier, her father had remarked that Chen's hat-trick was merely a stroke of luck, a claim she was reluctant to accept. Thus, she sought to observe Chen's performance throughout the game. The players rose from the ground, forming 2 lines. I am quite disappointed with the intra-squad training match, Solskjær exclaimed through gritted teeth, particularly addressing Team A. How have I instructed you? The more you fall behind, the more composed you must remain. Yet what did you do? Afterward, all members of Team A will run 5 laps as punishment. Ah, come on. Boss, do you want to kill me? Seriously, just finished a match and now 5 laps? I will truly perish. Hearing the players' complaints, Solskjær, who was typically affable, wore a stern expression. 10 laps. The players fell silent. It was precisely because Solskjær was so accommodating that the players had become so reckless. But now, with his anger palpable, no one dared to speak out. Once the room quieted, Solskjær continued in a grave tone. In 2 days, we face Liverpool U18. Do you truly believe your performance can overcome Liverpool? Understand that our next match will be held at Old Trafford. I cannot afford to lose face on this stage. Tomorrow is the final training session, after which I will announce the squad for the Liverpool match. Make the most of it. Now, back to training. Although the match had concluded, the day's training was far from over. The players of Team A began their laps, while Team B focused on passing, dribbling, and shooting drills. Chen called over Januzaj. Hey, Adnan, could you help me practice my dribbling for a while? Januzaj raised an eyebrow. But I'm not very good at defending. Exactly. I want you because you're not skilled in defense. Let us start with some easy practice to build confidence before facing those who excel in defense. Naturally, Chen refrained from revealing his true intentions to Januzaj, instead humbly stating, "I'm also quite average at dribbling, so let us practice together. You focus on defense. Remember, in modern football, wingers need to track back to defend as well." All right, Januzaj was unsure of what felt off, but sensed something was amiss. Training commenced. Chen surged forward with the ball, and Januzaj rushed to meet him. However, as they approached, Chen suddenly decelerated. Januzaj instinctively slowed down to assume a defensive stance. But in that instant, Chen deftly flicked the ball to the left, accelerating past him in a flash. This subtle shift in rhythm caught Januzaj off guard, and by the time he attempted to pivot, Chen had already evaded him. Stopping in his tracks, Januzaj exclaimed in frustration, "Is this what you call not being able to dribble? This is just what I learned." Chen chuckled, maintaining control of the ball at his feet. "So, how was that? Not too shabby, right?" Upon employing the divine dribble, Chen realized he hardly needed to practice. It was a skill he could deploy instantly. Januzaj, refusing to accept defeat, insisted again. Chen raised an eyebrow and pressed forward once more. This time, however, he did not veer left, but instead darted to the right. Januzaj spun around quickly, but lost his footing, falling to the ground with a thud. From a distance, Lena had been observing, and upon witnessing Januzaj's tumble, she couldn't help but laugh. Her interest in this young Chinese player was growing. After all, not everyone could execute such fluid dribbling. Oblivious to her amusement, Januzaj's pride was ignited by his fall. Again, Chen continued to weave past Januzaj, who was beginning to pick up on small nuances, successfully stalling Chen's direction on several occasions. This practice served as a valuable learning experience for both, their skills evolving in tandem. And all of this transpired under Solskjaer's watchful eye. These two young talents are quite impressive. Chapter 8. Betting on reputation. On the following day at Manchester United's Carrington training base, Solskjaer wore a serious expression as he addressed the players before him. "I shall now announce the starting lineup and substitutes for tomorrow's Youth FA Cup match. When I call your name, step forward." Goalkeeper Liam. Upon hearing this name, Jonathan's expression shifted as memories of being pierced by Chen's strike flooded back. Left back, Taylor. Center backs, McGinty, Wilkinson. Right back, Massac. Hooray! Wilkinson clenched his fists and let out an exhilarated shout. Just yesterday, he was part of the B team, yet today he had successfully displaced Luke. Moreover, both left back and right back positions had seen changes. The four midfielders were left winger Jack Bamby, central midfielders Dolly and Jack Rudge, and right winger Januzaj. Dolly, being the strongest player in the youth team, was a natural choice for the starting position. However, the previous match's central midfielders, Roswell and Tom, had lost their spots, including the right winger Liam. Januzaj, however, wore a smile, for his hat-trick assist from the previous day had earned him this coveted starting opportunity. As he stepped out from the group, he winked playfully at Chen, as if to say, "I'm waiting for you." To be honest, Chen felt quite nervous as well. His hat-trick was the result of tireless effort, and if he failed to secure a starting position, there was little he could do. After all, one could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. The arrangement of the squad was ultimately the coach's prerogative. Solskjaer glanced at Chen and then continued with the two forwards. Left forward, Pearson. Right forward, Bailey. What? A murmur of surprise rippled through the group. Chen had performed so well, yet he was not starting? Many turned to observe his reaction, curious to see if he would express anger. Bailey even chuckled, making a snide remark as he passed by Chen, saying, "Now you see who the coach favors, little brat." Yet Chen was destined to disappoint them, for he remained remarkably composed. Truth be told, he did not even dare to hope for a starting spot. Simply making it onto the roster was sufficient. He firmly believed in the adage, a golden-scaled fish cannot remain in a stagnant pond. It transforms into a dragon upon encountering a storm. With the starting lineup confirmed, it was now time to announce the substitutes. Solskjaer maintained a calm demeanor, stating that there could only be 5 substitute spots. "The players I call must step forward." Substitute goalkeeper, Jonathan. Jonathan emerged from the crowd, visibly displeased. All Chen's fault. Luke, Kiriano, Tom. For names were called out in succession, leaving only one spot remaining. However, there were at least 25 players in the Manchester United U18 squad. Chen's breath grew heavier, primarily due to the weight of another task at hand. Could it be that his hat-trick had failed to impress Solskjaer? If that were the case, he might seriously consider leaving Manchester United. If one does not find a place here, there will be another waiting elsewhere. Just as Chen's thoughts spiraled, Solskjaer's voice rang out once more, the fifth player. Chen. He tightened his fists in exhilaration. His Manchester United journey was finally about to commence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully entering the roster. Task completion rating. A. Reward. 1 bronze treasure chest. Once the starting 11 and 5 substitutes had stepped forward, Solskjaer addressed the remaining young players. Although you have not made the roster, you are all welcome to watch the match at Old Trafford. I hope you can enhance your skills by observing the game to secure your place in the lineup soon. Many players displayed expressions of disappointment. Naturally, there would be plenty of youth matches ahead, with ample opportunities to shine. Yet, Liverpool was a fierce rival, and everyone longed to represent Manchester United. After all, not every youth match could be held at Old Trafford, and any match at Old Trafford signified two things: the passionate live audience and television broadcasts. Even Manchester United's youth team could not expect every match to be televised. All right, let us first engage in tactical training before rehearsing the strategies for the upcoming match. Preparations officially commenced, and Chen, as a substitute player, was granted the opportunity to listen to the A-team's tactical deployment. In truth, Solskjaer's approach was learned from Ferguson, a 4-4-2 formation, emphasizing wing play with cross deliveries, complemented by midfielders making long-range shots. He also outlined several targeted strategies, such as ensuring midfielder Jack Rudge closely marked Sterling throughout the match. A day quickly passed. That night, Chen dreamt of the match, envisioning himself in a Manchester United jersey at Old Trafford, scoring a stunning volley that sealed the victory. However, upon the shrill sound of the alarm, he awoke to the realization that it had all been a dream. The match was scheduled for 11 a.m. Sky Sports had enlisted commentators Carragher and Scholes for this match. Scholes, a Manchester United legend, had just recently retired, stepping into a new role, while Carragher, a Liverpool icon, was a seasoned veteran at Sky Sports. Even before the match began, the two legends were already exchanging banter. "Hey Paul, did you know? Despite Manchester United's prowess in the first team, we Liverpool are the best in the U18 league." Carragher chuckled at Scholes. Scholes nodded, well aware of their standings. "You're in first place, right? There's a kid named Sterling on your team, correct? It seems you've done your homework. But remember, even here at Old Trafford, we aim to take home a victory," Carragher declared with pride. As soon as he spoke, the crowd began to boo, for this was Old Trafford, not a place for bravado. Carragher, however, wore a broad smile. "I know many fans are displeased. How about we place a bet? What do you have in mind?" Scholes raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Let us wager on the outcome of this match. The loser must wear the opposing team's jersey during the next live broadcast. Are you game?" Carragher boasted arrogantly. Both being legends and rivals, donning the opposing team's jersey while commentating was, without a doubt, a gamble on their reputations. Yet Carragher was unafraid. After all, Liverpool was currently leading Group 8 in the U18 league, with Manchester United trailing by 4 points. Moreover, Sterling's brilliance was Carragher's trump card. "Get him, Paul. Paul, don't back down. Down with Liverpool." The fans roared with enthusiasm. Scholes gritted his teeth, willing to take the bet. "This is the theater of dreams, not your arena of arrogance. Ha ha. Today you shall witness the prowess of the new Messi of England," Carragher declared confidently. "But what if it ends in a draw? A draw certainly doesn't count." "Hey, I'm not foolish," Carragher chuckled mischievously. Despite Scholes' wisdom on the pitch, in reality, he was somewhat naive. How could he possibly outmaneuver Carragher? Yet now, he could only pray for the Manchester United lads to deliver. Chapter 9. Manchester United's unilateral termination. This marked Chen's inaugural experience in the hallowed Old Trafford dressing room. Of course, they possessed only the right to use it, lacking the privilege of hanging their jerseys there. Solskjaer was diligently outlining tactics, his demeanor serious. His solemnity stemmed not from the impending match, but from Chen himself. Just moments earlier, the team's manager had approached Solskjaer, commanding him to refrain from substituting Chen, regardless of the team's circumstances. The rationale was straightforward. Chen's refusal to train had sullied his reputation in Huaxia. Many fans had even taken to Manchester United's official Instagram, demanding a severance of ties with Chen. The team's manager, David Gill, promptly directed the public relations department to address the matter, inquiring extensively with various personnel associated with Manchester United and Huaxia, only to discover the extent of Chen's misadventures. Numerous fervent fans had filmed themselves burning jerseys and protesting against Manchester United, compelling the club to take the situation seriously. Initially, signing Chen was intended to bolster the Huaxia market, yet he proved to be more of a hindrance than a help. Thus, early that morning, David Gill sought out Solskjær and presented him with a termination letter, insisting on an immediate dissolution of Chen's contract. Solskjær pleaded for leniency, arguing that Chen had recently demonstrated commendable performance, meriting representation in the U18 matches. However, David Gill countered, inquiring how Chen compared to Pogba. The disparity was significant. Solskjær admitted candidly, then what is there to ponder? If a talent like Pogba cannot represent Manchester United, what chance does he have? Upon hearing this, Solskjær found himself at an impasse, compelled to acquiesce to Gill's demands. After all, he was merely an employee. Chen's presence had adversely impacted Manchester United's image, thus rendering his continuation with the club untenable. Nevertheless, Chen remained blissfully unaware of these developments, attentively absorbing Solskjær's tactical instructions, fearful of missing any crucial information. For this match would mark the first of his career, Solskjær led the substitutes through the tunnel to the home team's position, while the starting players awaited the referee's team at the entrance. Old Trafford was bustling with over 10,000 fans, and Liverpool supporters numbered at least 2,000 to 3,000. Even before the match commenced, Liverpool's fans began to chant, "You'll never walk alone." Manchester United fans, refusing to be outdone, responded with "Glory, glory Man United," filling the atmosphere with the intensity of a classic rivalry. In the stands, David Gill observed the field with a grim expression. Initially pleased by Chen's selection for the U17 national team, he was now dismayed by how events had unfolded. The U16 youth team coach had repeatedly advised him against renewing Chen's contract, a recommendation he had dismissed. Had he foreseen such a predicament, he would have expelled Chen from the team long ago. Fortunately, there still remained an opportunity for redress. David Gill promptly retrieved his mobile phone, dialing the public relations department head to convene a press conference, while simultaneously announcing Chen's termination on Manchester United's official website. This unilateral decision by the club would entail a 2,000 compensation to Chen, yet it unmistakably signified the team's resolve. Indeed, he was acting with swift decisiveness. Years later, during an interview, David Gill would break down in tears, lamenting, "I am the sinner of Manchester United. Had I not terminated Chen's contract back then, perhaps the club would not have languished for so long." At that time, Chen had matured into a player capable of single-handedly taking on an entire team. Yet now, he sat on the bench, grinning foolishly. "Hey, what are you smiling about?" A clear, melodic voice interrupted Chen's reverie. Turning, he beheld a visage of striking beauty, one that could easily captivate even in Europe. Lena? Chen recognized her. She was the coach's cherished daughter, and they had crossed paths on several occasions. "Hey, let me show you a video." As she spoke, she extended her phone towards him, prompting Chen to click play. The first clip showcased Chen's remarkable shot, executed just before two defenders could close in. The football exhibited a distinct dip as it neared the goal. The second clip followed Januzaj closely until he passed, revealing Chen's swift insertion at the back post. Chen's toes barely grazed the ball. The final clip featured a corner taken by Januzaj, culminating in Chen's stunning volley. To be honest, had one not known better, they might have mistaken it for a highlight reel of Cristiano Ronaldo. The accompanying soundtrack was vibrant and electrifying, evidencing meticulous editing. "How did you get this footage?" Chen asked, astonished at Lena. "Of course, I asked my dad for it. What do you think? My editing skills are quite impressive, aren't they? I shared the video with my classmates, and they are all curious about you." Chen felt a rush of embarrassment and replied, "Thank you. Would you be able to send me that video?" "Of course, but you owe me a meal." Lena beamed, sunlight illuminating her face, leaving Chen momentarily speechless. Was she not the quintessential heroine of a Western drama? She was simply too beautiful. Glancing at Solskjær, he felt relieved that he bore no resemblance to the coach. Otherwise, he doubted he would have been as fortunate. "Hey, are you daydreaming? I'm talking to you," Lena quipped, mildly irritated. Chen snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. "Absolutely. Winning this match comes with a bonus, so after the game, I will treat you. You better bring your A game. Liverpool is no pushover. Don't worry. With me on the field, there will be no surprises." Chen's face radiated confidence. After all, he was the chosen one. Lena, however, found herself momentarily entranced. She recalled her classmates' remarks about Chen. "It's rare to find such a handsome Eastern boy." Well, she found herself agreeing with that sentiment. The players had taken to the field, and commentators Carragher and Scholes were introducing the lineups, while Chen's gaze drifted towards the jubilant Liverpool players. At that moment, Sterling appeared younger and slightly shorter, though one could only wonder if he remained as cheerful as ever. Chapter 10. The announcement of the match task. Preparing to take the stage in the realm of football, a list of joy has been compiled, not based on the number of goals scored or assists made, but rather on the number of missed opportunities. Unsurprisingly, Sterling occupies the top position, regardless of whether he played for Liverpool or Manchester City. He has often squandered chances presented to him by adept passers, as if goals were tainted. The essence of joy, it appears, is elusive even for his coach. However, it must be acknowledged that aside from his finishing, Sterling possesses exceptional dribbling skills, remarkable speed, explosive power, and an outstanding ability to position himself, frequently creating threatening opportunities. Though only 16 years old, he has already dominated the U-18 league. The match commenced officially. Merely 2 minutes into the game, an overly enthusiastic Januzaj felled an opponent, earning a yellow card. This incident nearly ignited tensions between the teams, but fortunately, the referee intervened swiftly to separate the players. Despite their youth, these players have been deeply influenced by a culture of rivalry, feeling that a confrontation is inevitable whenever they meet. Yet, Solskjær was already shouting from the sidelines. Just 11 minutes and 24 seconds into the match, Sterling skillfully maneuvered past Jack Rudge and unleashed a curling shot. The ball struck the post with a resounding thud, eliciting gasps from the Manchester United supporters. With the post rattled, how far could the goal be? Carragher remarked proudly, commenting on the beauty of Sterling's change of direction. Scholes, however, remained silent, waiting for the Manchester United youngsters to demonstrate their potential before he could cheer for them. At 14 minutes and 28 seconds, Manchester United finally had a counterattack opportunity. Midfielder Dolly found forward Bernay. Recalling that yesterday Chen had scored a stunning shot from this position, Bernay decided to try his luck as well. However, Bernay's shot soared high over the bar, prompting Scholes to exclaim in disbelief, "What was that? Ole Solskjær should have him practice shooting." Carragher seized the moment to mock. "Paul, is this the level of your United youth strikers? They play like U8s. Calm down. I called Ole last night. We have a remarkable striker." Carragher countered. "Oh, really? It wouldn't be that little guy with white hair, would it?" Carragher raised an eyebrow. "Of course not. Ole mentioned he is from Huaxia." "Huaxia? Are you certain you're not confusing them with their porcelain and tea? Do they even have someone who can play football?" Carragher responded incredulously. Scholes glanced at the roster, noting that one named Chen had made the list. "Paul, stop deluding yourself. If he were truly that good, wouldn't he be starting?" Carragher retorted, leaving Scholes momentarily speechless. However, amidst their conversation, the tide of the match shifted dramatically. Liverpool's midfielder Emilison sent a long ball to the left side, finding Sterling. As the ball soared towards him, Sterling deftly controlled it with the tip of his foot, drawing excited gasps from the audience. United's U18 right-back Massachi did not take the time to admire the display. He rushed in to intercept. Yet, Sterling showed no fear. Advancing with the ball, just as they were about to collide, Sterling executed a casual change of direction, leaving Massachi floundering like a mere post. Utterly ineffective in his attempt to intercept. As he passed Massachi, center-back Wilkinson surged forward, but before he could extend his leg to block, Sterling struck the ball fiercely. It soared in a beautiful arc towards the far post's corner. Liam, positioned in goal, leapt but could not even graze the ball with his fingertips. The crisp sound echoed as Sterling joyously sprinted towards the Liverpool fan section, exulting in his goal. Who else could it be? Manchester United trailed Liverpool 0-1 at home. The atmosphere transformed into a jubilant haven for Liverpool supporters, who celebrated unabashedly. Carragher shouted, "Goal!" Sterling's splendid long-range shot left Liam utterly helpless. Scholes added, "His dribbling and shooting were seamless. Sterling's prowess indeed surpasses that of U18 players." Solskjær furrowed his brow, instructing, Adnan, closely mark Sterling. Januzaj nodded, acknowledging his directive. Interestingly, perhaps due to his special training with Chen, Januzaj's tight marking proved somewhat effective. Having received a yellow card just 2 minutes in, he opted not to tackle, but instead positioned himself to block Sterling's cutting inside. If Sterling chose the outside, Massachi would cover. Indeed, under their dual pressure, Sterling struggled to make an impact. Sensing his success in neutralizing Sterling, Januzaj beamed, occasionally glancing towards the substitutes bench. This defensive maneuvering was honed through his training with Chen. The first half swiftly concluded, with Manchester United trailing by a goal as they headed into halftime. "Coach, will I have the chance to play in the second half?" Chen approached Solskjær, brimming with anticipation. Solskjær looked at Chen, momentarily pausing before speaking. This scene felt strikingly familiar. Over 20 years ago, he had asked his own coach the same question. "Go warm up." Solskjær gestured towards the field. "All right." Without hesitation, Chen dashed onto the pitch at Old Trafford. This match was being broadcast live. As U18 matches lacked significant commercial value, the cameras continued to focus on the game. After jogging a couple of laps along the sideline, Chen practiced several shooting motions with the ball. Of course, he was not alone in his warm-up. Cristiano and Tom were also preparing alongside him. Clearly, Solskjær was dissatisfied with the team's offensive performance in the first half. Hence, the attacking players remained on the field to warm up, likely to be substituted at the beginning of the second half. Meanwhile, the Liverpool players were cheerful and animated, as if victory was already assured. Ding! The match task was announced: score a goal or provide an assist in the upcoming gameplay. Successful completion would yield a bronze treasure chest, while failure would incur a deduction of 5 random points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen realized that his opportunity to play was imminent. Unbeknownst to him, Solskjær had made this decision with considerable resolve. Chapter 11. This ball I have seen in the second half. Chen replaced Pearson. As Solskjær emerged from the locker room, he announced the substitution. Chen removed his training vest, revealing the number 16 jersey on his back. Though this was the only number left for selection, he had a fondness for it, as it coincided with his birthday. However, if he were to express a preference, it would undoubtedly be the number 7. For it was through Beckham that he first learned of Manchester United. Yet, he was not a fan of the team, but rather of the player. Consequently, when Beckham transferred to Real Madrid, he followed the club for several seasons, including stints at AC Milan, Paris Saint-Germain, and even LA Galaxy. In his past life, Chen had spent a fortune acquiring jerseys from every era of Beckham's career. Back on the pitch, when Chen made his appearance, David Gill in the stands turned pale with dismay. What on earth was Ole thinking? Did he not realize Chen's infamous reputation in Huasha? Allowing him to play would tarnish Manchester United's international standing. Such a player, devoid of any sense of national pride, was unworthy of representing the club. Nevertheless, the player was already on the field, and as the manager, there was little he could do. Fine, it was just a single match. After this game, he should leave, far away. David Gill adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with cold fury. The match commenced. Following Chen's substitution for Pearson, he formed a partnership with Bailey. However, as they passed each other, Bailey whispered, "I won't pass to you, yellow-skinned monkey." Chen furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent, focusing on his defensive duties. The second half began with Liverpool in possession. Sterling received the ball and immediately began to dribble. Despite Sterling's exceptional skills at this time, he suffered from a critical flaw: he was too individualistic. Chen had observed intently during the first half, noting Sterling's numerous opportunities, having taken at least 7 shots on goal. Yet several teammates had been in better positions to score. However, with Sterling now being the star player and boasting impressive statistics, these issues were glossed over. As Sterling attempted to navigate past defenders, Chen and midfielder Dolly coordinated to double-team him. Dolly had not participated in the internal training match the previous day, as he was a mainstay of the U18 squad, having trained with the reserves instead. With just a glance, Chen communicated his intent to Dolly. Under their combined pressure, Sterling found himself unable to advance and had no choice but to pass the ball back. Although they did not intercept it, their efforts effectively stalled Liverpool's attack, marking a commendable defensive maneuver. The first threatening attack of the second half came from Manchester United. Bailey dropped back to receive the ball, glancing at the space ahead where Chen gestured for it. Instead of passing to Chen, he opted to play it to Januzaj on the right flank. Januzaj faced Liverpool defender Simon and was unable to break through, but Chen had already made his run. A precise diagonal pass found its way to Chen's feet, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful shot. With a shooting skill rating of 75 and a kicking power of 80, he was confident in his strike. The ball soared like a lightning bolt towards the lower right corner. Liverpool's Weirlin dove to save, but failed to make contact. Just as he felt a chill of despair, a resounding thud echoed. The shot struck the goalpost. Yet, the ball did not cross the goal line, and a swift Liverpool defender cleared the danger. What a spectacular shot! Oh my heavens! The goalpost was most uncooperative. Scholes, who had been subdued for the majority of the match, was suddenly invigorated by the attempt and shouted with enthusiasm. Carragher's expression shifted slightly. As a player, he recognized the significance of that shot. First was Chen's agile positioning, nestled between two central defenders, timing his run perfectly to avoid an offside call at the moment Januzaj delivered the pass. Next was his decisive shooting. He did not wait for the goalkeeper to close in or for the central defenders to converge. Lastly, the angle and power of his shot were remarkable. Just a stroke of luck stood between him and a goal. As a commentator, Carragher understood that one could jest, but one must remain respectful. Thus, as Chen executed such a beautiful strike, he conceded, "I admit this little dark-haired lad possesses some skill, but no goal means no goal. We, Liverpool, still lead." The ball was hastily cleared by Liverpool players, granting Manchester United a corner kick opportunity. Januzaj and Chen exchanged knowing glances, their minds synchronizing. As the United players converged towards the center, Chen positioned himself just outside the penalty area. This was the combination they had practiced during training. Bang! As Januzaj took the corner, he focused on the players in the box. However, the delivery was quite different. The ball soared towards the edge of the penalty area. Chen, who had been positioned just outside the box, accelerated decisively, meeting the ball with a volley. All the Manchester United players gaped in astonishment. On the sidelines, Solskjaer's eyes widened. He had seen this goal before. Indeed, it was a near replica of the goal scored during their training session. Bang! Chen's foot connected with the bottom of the ball, sending it streaking like a meteor towards the upper left corner of the goal. Weirlin, obscured by a cluster of players, could only react too late as the ball zipped into the penalty area. Duong! Another sound of the ball striking the post. Yet, this time, fortune favored Chen as he hit the underside of the crossbar. As it descended, it crashed into the net. Liverpool players rushed to clear the ball, but the referee, having witnessed the event with clarity, blew his whistle, pointing to the center circle. The goal was valid. Chen, elated, sprinted in celebration. However, in the stands, David Gill furrowed his brow. This long-range shot appeared to hold significance. Yet, he shook his head. Regardless of talent, Chen was merely a promising young player, inconsequential when compared to Manchester United's esteemed reputation. Of course, the entrenched mindset still lingered. Past prodigies like Dong Fangzhua had struggled to make their mark at Manchester United, let alone Chen, who had spent 2 years training with the club with little to show for it. On the field, Chen and Januzaj embraced tightly. If I pass you more, we'll make it to the first team together," Januzaj shouted excitedly. "All right, let us make it to the first team," Chen shouted back, equally thrilled. Little did Chen know that just minutes before his goal, Manchester United's official website had released an announcement. A statement declared that due to Chen's refusal to train with the U17 national team in Huaxia, he had been expelled from the squad, causing severe repercussions for Manchester United's reputation. Henceforth, Manchester United terminated Chen's apprenticeship contract, effective immediately. Remarkably, Chen had yet to finish the match when he was released. This would indeed be a unique chapter in football history. Chapter 12. Has he been abandoned? Chen was, of course, unaware of these developments. After the celebrations, he returned to the center circle. However, many fans on site received news alerts. Upon reading the news and glancing at Chen, who stood behind, they were instantly dumbfounded. Could it be true that such a remarkable player had terminated his contract? What was happening? He is a player from Huaxia? When did Huaxia produce such an exceptional player? Please tell me this is not real. The fans could hardly believe their eyes. Yet, the match resumed at that moment. Liverpool, having conceded a goal, launched a counterattack. However, the Manchester United U18 and Liverpool U18 teams were ranked second and first respectively, with little difference in skill. As for Sterling, today, he seemed troubled by being double-teamed. But could this truly restrain Sterling? The answer, of course, was no. The Liverpool youth coach directed midfielder Hadji to assist, making Sterling's movements more agile. However, Manchester United also had their strategies. They resorted to tactical fouling. Right-back Masachi received a yellow card after 2 consecutive fouls. Solskjaer instructed Bailey to mark closely. This tactic was learned by Solskjaer from Chen. Januzaj, having a yellow card, could not afford to foul. While Chen had just entered the match, brimming with energy, and was to be kept up front for counterattacks. Thus, the burden fell on Bailey. At 67 minutes and 22 seconds, Bailey was outmaneuvered by Sterling, who executed a feint and sent Bailey sprawling. The referee immediately called the foul and issued Bailey a yellow card. Without hesitation, Solskjær substituted Bailey with Cristiano. Seizing the moment of the substitution, Chen glanced at his skills. Long shot 2-5. The previous volley was taken from the edge of the penalty area, thus the skill card wasn't activated. This meant that if he could find 2 more opportunities to shoot, he could trigger the S-level guaranteed goal card for long shots. However, with the ball not at his feet, he found himself unable to shoot. Time flew by. Sterling was evidently incensed. At 78 minutes and 24 seconds, Sterling charged into the penalty area. Messi, defending him, dared not commit, given his yellow card and the circumstances inside the box. But this provided Sterling with ample space to maneuver. Once inside the box, he executed a deceptive shot followed by a deft maneuver, easily slipping past Messi. Reacting swiftly, McGinty attempted a sliding tackle. Still, Sterling refrained from shooting, opting instead for another feint. Bang! After completely shaking off the defender, he unleashed a powerful shot. Faced with such a close-range strike, the goalkeeper, Liam, had no chance to react. Beep! The referee blew the whistle. The goal counted. Following the goal, Sterling ran behind the goalpost, signaling for silence. The meaning was unmistakable. Manchester United fans were far too loud. This incited further fury among the Manchester supporters, with some even hurling water bottles at Sterling. Of course, the conduct of English fans was hardly commendable. Nevertheless, Sterling was no fool. He swiftly dodged the incoming bottle. He flaunted his skills and still managed to evade. Carragher was exuberantly animated, exclaiming to Paul that he might need to don black stockings for the next live stream. "Oh, I suddenly cannot wait for tomorrow's match." Scholes appeared despondent. Conceding a goal at this juncture made equalizing exceedingly difficult. Although Chen exhibited remarkable shooting skills, he seemed rather average in other aspects. The players returned to the center for kickoff. Looking towards Cristiano, Chen directly said, "Pass me the ball if you get the chance." "All right." Cristiano nodded earnestly. Just days prior, he had witnessed Chen's hat trick and held great confidence in his shooting prowess. To equalize for the team, trusting Chen in these final moments was imperative. Cristiano passed the ball to Chen and surged forward. Chen, however, did not rush. Instead, he handed the ball to midfielder De Gea. De Gea was the brain of the midfield. The players chose to trust Chen, and Chen reciprocated that trust towards his teammates. Moreover, this was not the moment to rush or attempt solo plays. If he focused solely on dribbling, he would undoubtedly be dispossessed, surrendering possession to the opponents. De Gea also remained composed, distributing the ball to the left, seeking opportunities on that flank. Today, Januzaj was quite active on the right, while Bambi on the left had remained rather quiet. This was primarily due to the game developing predominantly on the right side, leaving the left relatively untouched. Now, with the ball at his feet, Bambi surged forward as Manchester United pressed forward. After all, losing by 1 goal was no different from losing by 2. Bambi had just initiated his run when an opponent executed a sliding tackle, sending the ball out of play. He had to concede a throw-in to defender Taylor. Yet Manchester United's formation was pushing forward. In this closing phase, Manchester United even mounted a siege. Chen seized the opportunity, taking 2 decisive shots. He knew that if he could find a good angle for another shot, he would surely score. However, both attempts were blocked by the opponents. They were well aware of his penchant for long shots and thus directly obstructed his attempts. At 89 minutes and 24 seconds, Chen received the ball just outside the penalty area, marking his 5th attempt at a long shot today. If he could shoot, he could seal the match. Just as he lifted his leg to shoot, the opposing center-back Reagan lunged forward. He positioned his foot directly in the path of Chen's shot. In that split second, Chen's powerful leg motion softened, and with a gentle flick of the outside of his foot, he directed the ball to the right. Januzaj, making a late run, took the shot without hesitation. The goalkeeper, Wayland, stood frozen, utterly powerless against such a fierce shot. After scoring, Januzaj excitedly sprinted to the corner flag, gesturing for silence towards the Liverpool fans. What was this? A tit for tat? Chen, who assisted, gleefully embraced Januzaj. Meanwhile, the Liverpool supporters erupted in ridicule, laughing, "Yellow-skinned monkey. Your contract has been terminated. Ha ha ha, go back to your Huaxia. This is no place for someone from Huaxia." Chen frowned, puzzled by their words. What was going on? A splendid collaboration. In the broadcast, Scholes exclaimed loudly, "Yes, vision is exceptional," and Januzaj's shot was simply exquisite. Liverpool has Sterling, but we have Yi and Januzaj at Manchester United. United's youngsters, you are the best. Perhaps due to the despair of knowing he had to wear stockings. Scholes roared with excitement after Januzic's goal. However, at that moment, Carragher erupted in laughter. What are you laughing at? Carragher pulled out his phone, displaying a news alert to Scholes. No. He is no longer with Manchester United. Just moments ago, the latest news revealed that the club unilaterally terminated the contract of youth player Yi from Manchester United U18. He no longer belongs to Manchester United. This revelation stunned the entire room. Many were unaware of this news, so when Carragher announced it, disbelief spread across the faces of all present. The camera panned to David Gill, who remained silent. Chen on the field was momentarily taken aback. He felt a sense of confusion and disorientation. Was he not a youth training player for Manchester United? How had he inexplicably been released? He had intended to showcase his talents at Manchester United. Yet now it seemed no one wanted him. Chapter 13. Just like Beckham in his early days, Januzic felt somewhat bewildered as he patted Chen's shoulder, asking, "Are you all right?" Chen forced a faint smile, replying, "I'm fine. Let's finish this match first." To be honest, he felt a surge of emotion threatening to spill over. But he knew he could not afford to cry. In this world, no one would believe in tears. Only by proving his strength could he survive amidst adversities. It must be said, the national team had a knack for infuriating people. Although he couldn't fathom why Manchester United had inexplicably terminated his contract, he was certain it was linked to the national team. However, this was not a loss for him, but rather for Manchester United. After all, with the system he possessed, he would undoubtedly become a legendary player in the future. This was something he had never doubted. "Hey, you look like an unwanted dog," a black player called out as Chen passed by. He was no dog, he was a monkey. So what if he scored a goal and assisted another? Manchester United no longer wanted him. "Hey, why not join Liverpool? We can get you some dog food." The taunts grew ever bolder. Chen remained silent, but his eyes blazed with fire. While Manchester United's betrayal was despicable, this group of Liverpool players was even more repugnant. Are you all right?" De Healy approached, expressing concern. Cristiano also inquired, "What is going on? You performed so well today. Why did they terminate your contract?" Chen shook his head. "Don't ask me. I have no idea." The crowd stared at Chen, who clapped his hands vigorously. "Stop dawdling. The game isn't over yet." At that moment, everyone snapped back to reality, immersing themselves in the match once more. Januzic patted Chen's back, encouraging him, "Go for it. Enough with the encouragement. Just pass me the ball." Since he couldn't stay, he resolved to complete this match with excellence, showcasing his talent to Manchester United. He intended to make everyone realize that leaving Manchester United was not his loss, but theirs. The match resumed. The ball found its way to Sterling's feet. This time, Sterling did not attempt to go solo, but actively collaborated with his teammates. Remarkably, through their patient build-up, Sterling found an opportunity to shoot. However, after playing an entire match, his stamina was depleted, and his shot lacked power. Goalkeeper Liam securely caught the ball, not wasting time, as he noticed Chen waving for the ball. It was thanks to Chen that Liam was starting this match. Had it not been for Chen's 3 goals against Jonathan, Solskjær would not have allowed Liam to start. Thus, seeing Chen's signal for a long kick, he launched the ball forward. However, it veered off course, fortunately falling within Januzic's reach. Januzic controlled the ball, but Liverpool players quickly retreated. At this moment, only 2 Liverpool U18 defenders stood between Januzic and Chen, Reagan and Sama. By this point in the match, many players were already exhausted, including Januzic. Consequently, his pace noticeably slowed as he possessed the ball. With defenders closing in, Chen glanced at Januzic and raised his hand, calling, "Adnan, pass me the ball." Without a moment's hesitation, Januzic's mind was filled with a simple equation. Passing the ball to Chen equated to an assist. As the ball reached Chen's feet, his speed also diminished, while Reagan lunged towards him, and Sama shifted his focus towards Januzic. Seeing Chen slow down, Reagan let out a sigh of relief. But in the very instant he relaxed, Chen suddenly accelerated, nudging the ball to the left, pretending to break through that way. Yet, as Reagan shifted his weight to the left, Chen deftly flicked the ball to the right. As Reagan attempted to readjust his balance, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The spectators gasped collectively. "Oh my God, what did I just witness?" exclaimed Carragher from the commentary booth. Incredulity etched on his face. That was a divine nutmeg. Chen just left Liverpool U18 captain Reagan in the dust. Yet, Chen's dazzling display was far from over. Seeing Reagan toppled, Sama felt a chill run down his spine. Ignoring Januzaj on the flank, he sprinted toward Chen. After evading Reagan, Chen nudged the ball a step forward, and in the next instant, he surged forward, preparing to unleash a powerful kick. Boom! The ball soared into the air. As Reagan approached, Chen had already gauged the goalkeeper's position, leading to a bold idea. Just like Beckham in his prime, the ball traversed the entire half. Entering the penalty area, the goalkeeper, Lin, became a mere backdrop. Realizing the ball was approaching, he instinctively retreated. But no amount of effort could match the speed of the ball. As he leaped to punch it away, the ball had already descended into the net. The fans were left in shock. The players stood frozen. The next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, shaking the very rafters of Old Trafford. Amidst the celebration, the camera caught Chen. He did not indulge in exuberant celebrations. Instead, he stood calmly, arms outstretched, gazing at David Gill's position. David Gill in the stands turned pale, and the next moment, he rose and left. But what he was thinking remained his secret. It was all the fault of the Chinese Football Association. Had they not pressured him with emails, he would never have made such a foolish decision. Was this how the Chinese Football Association regarded a player they deemed average? This was a talent comparable to Beckham. Chapter 14. Are you interested in the Bundesliga? Little Fatty is an international student enrolled at the University of Manchester. Immersed in the vibrant football culture of this city, he inevitably became an ardent supporter of Manchester United. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to attend an U18 match known as the Double Red Derby. Despite being an U18 clash, it drew a substantial gathering of like-minded fans. As a member of the Manchester United fan coaching group, Little Fatty closely followed the development of these young talents. If they could produce a couple more prodigies like Pogba, it would save the club a considerable amount in transfer fees. However, when he glanced at the roster, he was surprised to find Chen's name among the Manchester United U18 squad. Wasn't he supposed to be reporting to the national team? Stunned, Little Fatty quickly opened a domestic group chat to inquire about the situation. What followed was a torrent of vitriol. He also stumbled upon several articles echoing similar sentiments, condemning Chen for being a player who couldn't even get on the pitch for the U18 team, yet was acting like a prima donna. Some even remarked that not only was his footballing ability lacking, but his character was also questionable. Naturally, the group comprised Manchester United fans, who were well aware of Chen's circumstances in the youth team. Thus, they were among the first to express their disappointment. Yet, Little Fatty shared the latest roster from the official Manchester United website, leading to a momentary hush in the chat. Everyone was astonished. Chen had indeed made the matchday squad, especially for such a pivotal match like the Double Red Derby. The game was broadcasted by a local Manchester television station, but domestic fans had to rely on VPNs or someone else to stream it. Fortunately, a link was found. These efforts were purely for love of the game, with no profit involved. Nevertheless, many were keenly interested in this match. The first half showcased Sterling's individual brilliance, but once Chen entered the fray in the second half, the tide dramatically turned. The fans' relationship with Chen began to blossom gradually, akin to a budding romance. During a corner kick maneuver, Januzaj delivered a cross to Chen, who made a late run and executed a spectacular volley. The fluidity of his shot was electrifying, instantly igniting the fans' fervor. That single strike endeared him to countless Manchester United supporters. Furthermore, his ability to feign a shot and calmly assess the situation displayed the potential for his future development. Unlike those thoughtless forwards who would merely blast a shot regardless of the obstacles, Chen maintained composure even in the most complex scenarios. Who could resist admiring such a player? What truly captivated the audience was his mesmerizing dribble followed by an astonishing long-range shot. Tears streamed down Little Fatty's face as he, along with countless viewers of the live broadcast, pondered in disbelief. How could this player, who so freely showcased his talents, be labeled as untalented and mediocre by the Chinese Football Association? In a short time, the edited highlights of the Manchester United U18 versus Liverpool U18 match circulated online. The narrative unfolded with setbacks, comebacks, more setbacks, and ultimately a dramatic winning goal from a long-range shot by a young Chinese player. Such a storyline was profoundly stirring. Upon witnessing this video, the staff of the Football Association were left in shock. Yet, the team leader quickly expressed his views, asserting that matches are often dictated by chance, and such extraordinary long-range shots are merely a stroke of luck. The internet was abuzz with disbelief. They had seen ignorance about football, but nothing quite like this. As the match concluded at Old Trafford, the referee's whistle signaled the end. Before any other players could approach, Liverpool's Sterling rushed over. "Hey, mate, how about joining Liverpool? Partner with me." With a smile, Sterling extended an invitation to Chen. Chen hesitated before politely declining. "No, thank you. I don't have 3 years to waste." He had anticipated making his mark as a Manchester United youth player, yet he never expected such an outcome. "Then let's swap jerseys. You're truly fantastic. We'll meet on the pitch in the future," Sterling offered, removing his shirt. However, Chen shook his head. "I'm sorry, but this is my last Manchester United jersey, and I wish to keep it as a memento." "All right, but if you ever decide to join Liverpool, remember to reach out. Our doors are open," Sterling responded. Before he could say more, Adnan pushed him aside. Don't listen to him. We're not going anywhere," Januzaj said earnestly. "Stay with us. The team needs you." Killian rushed over as well. Sterling said nothing further and left. Despite Liverpool's loss, Sterling had performed admirably. Now, he needed to consider which team would provide him with the best opportunities to hone his skills before making a mark with Liverpool's first team. While U18 matches possessed a degree of competitiveness, they were undoubtedly different from professional leagues. As for Chen's future, one could only hope for a chance encounter at the pinnacle of the sport. After the match, Manchester United fans were reluctant to depart. Yet, Chen approached Solskjær. "Boss, what is going on?" Solskjær sighed. "Let us discuss this in the locker room. Your situation is somewhat complicated." Once inside, Solskjær locked the door behind them. "Kid, I find this decision quite astonishing as well, but the club's management has informed me that you are no longer a member of Manchester United." "So soon?" Chen raised an eyebrow. "Doesn't contract termination require consent from the FA?" Solskjær shook his head. "This is a unilateral termination by the club. You will receive your salary for this month, which is €90, along with a €2,000 breach of contract penalty. Do you still wish to continue playing?" "Absolutely." Chen responded without hesitation. "My hometown club, Molde in Norway, has invited me to coach, and I hope you can join my team." Beep. "Do you accept the offer from Molde Football Club?" "No." Chen internally deliberated before saying to Solskjær, "I'm sorry, boss, but I want to continue playing in one of the top 5 leagues. Perhaps I could discuss a new contract with Sir Alex?" "That is unnecessary." Chen shook his head. "A wounded heart resembles shattered glass. Since you are willing to pay a €2,000 fee to terminate my contract, why should I remain here?" Solskjær understood Chen's sentiment. "By the way, are you interested in the Bundesliga? I have a good friend who is an assistant coach at a club there. Given your circumstances, it will be quite challenging for you to obtain a work permit in England." "Of course." Chen's eyes brightened. "Having a connection makes things easier, alleviating the hassle of contacting clubs directly." Chapter 15. The excited Chen could hardly fathom that Solskjær's close friend was none other than Jurgen Klopp's assistant coach at Borussia Dortmund, Željko Buvac. Klopp and Buvac were celebrated as a golden duo, having collaborated for a remarkable 17 years before parting ways in 2018. The reasons for their separation remain a mystery, yet the resurgence of Liverpool is undoubtedly attributable to their concerted efforts. They are also the architects of the infamous gegenpressing style. Many prefer to refer to Buvac as the mastermind behind this frenetic approach, as he possessed greater experience than Klopp during that period. Having decided to depart, one should do so resolutely, without any lingering attachments. However, the U18 match lacked the pomp of a pre-game press conference. It was merely an opportunity for players to engage in friendly competition. Today, due to the significance of the Manchester United versus Liverpool rivalry, the match was held at Old Trafford, an occasion rarely seen for U18 games. This was, of course, a testament to Manchester United's influence. The match commenced at 11 a.m., and after a quick shower in the changing room, Chen returned to the Carrington training base. Yet, he did not pause for a meal, grabbing his backpack and leaving the premises. As the afternoon drizzled lightly over Old Trafford, it felt as if the heavens wept for him. Such is the nature of humanity. In times of sorrow, one tends to become overly sentimental. Just as he exited the Carrington training base, the sound of a car horn pierced the air. "Hey, over here." It was a Volkswagen Beetle, not particularly luxurious, yet undeniably charming. The voice summoning him belonged to none other than Lena, the eldest daughter of Manchester United's U18 coach, Solskjær. "What brings you here?" Chen asked, momentarily taken aback. "I've been waiting for you. Hop in." Lena gestured to the passenger seat with a smile. "I can't. I have a flight to catch at 6, he replied, declining her invitation. "My dad specifically asked me to drive you to the airport." "Well, and to give you a send-off. Lena beamed. Really? Why hesitate? Get in. As he settled into the passenger seat, Chen couldn't help but admire Lena's profile. She was strikingly beautiful. Alas, he feared he would not see her again. Am I beautiful? Lena inquired playfully. Absolutely. Chen nodded, emboldened by the confidence of a time traveler. I can only wonder which fortunate fellow will be lucky enough to call you his girlfriend. Lena chuckled softly. Do you think that lucky guy could be you? If I were to remain in Manchester, perhaps I might have a chance, but I am leaving now. It seems unlikely we shall meet again. Not necessarily. Lena smiled. But I truly believe you will find success in Germany. Indeed, I have faith in my abilities. Chen declared, clenching his fist. I shall return as a rival. Will you harbor resentment towards Manchester United? Certainly. Playing for Manchester United has always been my aspiration, yet I was discarded before I could showcase my talent. Chen lamented. Who could bear such disappointment? He had once noted that Dong Fanjua had only played 3 official matches for Manchester United. And now he found himself in an even worse predicament, having merely participated in a single U18 match before being released. Have you ever heard the saying? Lena paused the car and faced him earnestly. Leaving is for the sake of returning better. Gazing at her exquisite face, Chen's heart raced. This phrase reminded him of Paul Pogba from his past life. Despite Pogba's undeniable talent in this world, where he excelled in the youth ranks and had recently joined the reserves, Sir Alex Ferguson's philosophy was one of distrust towards young players. Even a prodigy like Pogba struggled for opportunities in the senior squad, particularly with Ferguson persuading the retired Scholes to return rather than nurturing Pogba. This was why Pogba ultimately left on a free transfer. Joining Juventus on a free transfer, Pogba proved himself and returned to Manchester United in 2016 for a staggering $89 million. This might be the essence of Lena's earlier words. Furthermore, prior to Chen's journey to this realm, Pogba had once again returned to Juventus as a free agent, earning the club a fortune. In this world, Chen had a passing acquaintance with Pogba, though their interactions were minimal, given Pogba's status as a prodigy, while Chen was merely a talentless figure. Yet, none of this mattered. With the system he had acquired, Chen was destined to become a prominent figure in the football world. But first, he needed to prove himself in a trial with Dortmund. In Germany, within the office of Borussia Dortmund's head coach, assistant coach Željko Buvac entered with his laptop, addressing Klopp. Jen, my dear friend sent me a video. You must see it. Is it dinner time already? Can't we watch it later? Klopp had just removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. I assure you, you won't regret watching it. Buvac insisted, clicking play. Klopp promptly put his glasses back on, and the screen revealed a group of youths clad in training gear engaged in practice. Which team's training session is this? Klopp inquired. Intrigued. Manchester United U18. Buvac replied. Their youth academy is quite enviable. Klopp nodded, as the footage transitioned from Chen's off-the-ball movement to various goals scored. Who was that dark-haired boy? I need his details. Patience, let us continue watching. Buvac replied calmly. Klopp swallowed hard. Isn't that Sterling? I recall him. Quick and skillful. A remarkable talent from England. Buvac acknowledged. Yet, we need to focus on this young man from China. A Chinese player? Really? Klopp expressed surprise. I have a vivid memory of Yang. He was an exemplary forward. Yes, this boy is also a forward. As if on cue, Chen received a corner from Januzaj and executed an impressive volley. This isn't mere chance. His ability to judge ball trajectories and striking technique is top tier. Klopp exclaimed, eyes wide with amazement. But there's more. Buvac smiled brightly. Indeed, the second goal arrived swiftly, with Chen feigning a shot before delivering a precise assist to Januzaj. His exceptional judgment and alertness. These are the finest qualities of an Asian player. Klopp praised, giving a thumbs up. And there's still more, just wait. Buvac grinned even more broadly. As the video captured Chen's stunning lob from midfield, Klopp leaped to his feet, excitedly exclaiming to Buvac. What is this boy's name? I need all his information, quick. I need him to help us conquer. Now, Klopp was feeling the pressure. As the reigning league champions, they had played 6 matches but found themselves languishing in 11th place, with only 2 wins, 1 draw, and 3 losses, totaling a mere 7 points. Meanwhile, their rivals Bayern were leading the table with 5 wins and 1 loss. This was not the most painful part. For Klopp, the most distressing aspect is the absence of his star player, Lucas Barrios, who is sidelined for 2 months, leaving the team's forward position in a dire state of unavailability. Observing Klopp's palpable anxiety, Buvac glanced at his watch. There was still an hour until they were expected at the airport, and he had promised a friend to greet him. Upon hearing Buvac's words, Klopp promptly donned his coat and declared, "Let us go together." Witnessing Klopp's urgency, a smile crept across Buvac's face. "Aren't you going to have dinner?" he inquired. "At this hour, what is there left to eat?" Klopp retorted, gritting his teeth. "I have never been this anxious, not even on my wedding night." Chapter 16. The New Iron Man. Training with Dortmund. Unbeknownst to Chen, significant events were unfolding in Dortmund as he settled into his seat and accessed the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for scoring 2 goals and providing 1 assist in the Manchester United U18 match. Task completion rated as SS level. Rewards doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden treasure chest. Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. SS level was beyond S level. Could it be? Please open the golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring an S-level skill card, Iron Man. So, the golden treasure chest could yield an S-level skill card. One could only wonder what the diamond treasure chest might produce. A sense of anticipation began to swell within him. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen opened his personal attributes page, and upon seeing the glaring number 88, he was utterly stunned. His stamina had skyrocketed from 68 to 88. Indeed, a remarkable leap. Was this the frightening power of an S-level card? Moreover, his injury resistance had also improved from 1 to 3. For those familiar with football games, a rating of 1 signifies the highest susceptibility to injuries, while a rating of 3 indicates exceptional resilience. Perhaps this was the true essence of being an Iron Man. Undoubtedly, this skill was a timely boon. After all, Dortmund's current strategy relied heavily on an aggressive, high-energy approach, without stamina to back it up. Such a tactic would merely be theoretical. This was precisely why Klopp favored promoting young talent, youth equated to superior physicality. As the plane touched down, Chen shouldered his luggage and exited the airport. Prior to his arrival, Solskjær had sent him a photo of assistant coach Buvac, which he had memorized. However, it seemed unnecessary as he stepped out of the terminal and immediately spotted Klopp, donning a cap. Chen might not have been well acquainted with Buvac, but Klopp was a name known to all football enthusiasts. "Are you Yi?" "Hello, I am Jürgen Klopp, the head coach of Dortmund." Klopp beamed, enthusiastically shaking Chen's hand. To be honest, Chen was slightly taken aback by Klopp's exuberance, yet he managed to smile back. "Hello, Mr. Klopp. I am Chen. You may call me Yi." Buvac interjected, "I am a good friend of Ole. He should have introduced me to you." "Of course. Hello, Mr. Buvac. You Chinese are truly polite. Come, let me take you for a bite to eat before we head back to the training base," Buvac said with a smile. "All right." At this moment, Klopp began to inquire, "Yi, how old are you this year? What is your height?" "I just turned 17, and I am currently 181 centimeters tall." "Aside from playing as a forward, what other positions are you proficient in?" It was evident that Klopp was exceedingly passionate about football. Chen knew he had to adapt to life here, which also necessitated learning a new language, German. Fortunately, he had a foundation in English. Although he had acquaintances to assist, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Remarkably, Klopp had arranged for him not to undergo a physical examination with the youth team, but rather with the senior squad. However, Chen's overall ability was just sufficient to reach a score of 70, which should allow him to establish himself in the Bundesliga without issue. Chen, the test results are in. Take a look. Buvac handed Klopp Chen's evaluation report. Klopp scrutinized the document, noting the impressive control, dribbling, and commendable speed. Yet, the most astonishing revelation was Chen's stamina rating, an excellent designation. Klopp was momentarily taken aback. How could such a remarkable performance lead to a release from Manchester United? Did their management truly understand football? Buvac chuckled lightly before offering another tablet to Klopp. "Check out the news I compiled last night. It's all about Yi." Yesterday, Chen's performance in the Manchester United U18 match created quite a stir online. Many United fans were proclaiming him to be the second coming of Beckham. However, when they learned he had been released, they erupted in fury. Manchester United's official website was overwhelmed. Simultaneously, Manchester United held a press conference to clarify the situation. It turned out that the Chinese Football Association had contacted United, demanding disciplinary action against the player. Meanwhile, public opinion in China regarding Chen had soured significantly, adversely affecting United's reputation in the country. Coupled with Chen's training reports from the previous 2 years, the decision to release him was ultimately made. No one anticipated Chen's dazzling display in the U18 match. David Gill even admitted to making a hasty decision. Nonetheless, he had no regrets. Even at this moment, he had no intention of retracting Chen's release, and privately reached out to Solskjær, hoping he would allow Chen to leave United. After all, he had already informed Solskjær not to let Chen play. Yet, the blame ultimately fell upon the Chinese Football Association, leaving furious fans without a target for their ire. Consequently, they scrutinized the performance of the Chinese men's national team in major competitions, launching scathing criticisms. How could such a talented player be released? It's no wonder the Chinese men's team struggles to achieve success. There are reasons behind their absence from the World Cup. Chinese Football Association, return us our Beckham. Finally, the online sentiment began to shift, no longer solely targeting Chen. Discussions intensified domestically with the emergence of videos. Having reviewed the reports, Klopp chuckled, "So, we owe a debt of gratitude to the Chinese Football Association. Without them, you would not have joined our team for free." Buvac also smiled. "What kind of contract do you plan to offer Yi? Let us not rush. Let us observe his performance in the training match first." Klopp maintained a composed demeanor. Dortmund's salary budget was limited, especially after securing the Bundesliga title the previous year and renewing contracts for all players. Alongside bonuses, available funds were dwindling. "All right, I will gather the players for a scrimmage." Buvac nodded, summoning the Dortmund players for training. Currently, Dortmund boasted a roster of renowned stars, including the legendary Mario Götze, who scored the winning goal in the 2014 World Cup, and Shinji Kagawa, the Bundesliga MVP who later transferred to Manchester United. There was also the world-class forward Robert Lewandowski, known for scoring 5 goals in 9 minutes. However, Lewandowski's performance last season was less than stellar, with only 8 goals and 1 assist across 33 appearances, making him merely a competent substitute. Klopp's tactical approach primarily revolved around a 4-2-3-1 formation, occasionally shifting to a 5-3-2 setup. Moreover, the undeniable core of the team was Shinji Kagawa, who joined Dortmund for 350,000 and now boasted a market value in the millions. Initially, Götze was promoted to the first team due to Kagawa's injury, and Götze's outstanding performance secured his place in the squad. Now, with Barrios sidelined for 2 months, the team urgently required a forward who could score prolifically. Of course, Klopp harbored no grand expectations, considering Chen was only 17. As long as Chen performed well and alleviated the team's pressing need, that would suffice. "All right, everyone gather." Buvac blew his whistle, signaling the training players to assemble. At that moment, Chen stood before the group, and Klopp introduced him. "Everyone, meet our new teammate from China, Yi. Yi, please introduce yourself." "Hello everyone. My name is Yi, and I play as a forward. I hope to become teammates with all of you," Chen said with a smile. Yet, he was acutely aware that no amount of flattering words could substitute for genuine skill. As long as you can score goals, you possess the power of influence. Otherwise, no matter how much you say, you remain merely a jester. Chapter 17. This kid resembles a cheater in a video game. The intra-team training match officially commenced, with both sides divided into teams of 9, each half lasting 30 minutes. Chen donned the yellow jersey, alongside Shinji Kagawa, as well as Ilkay Gündoğan, who would later find redemption at Manchester City, and Ivan Perisic, who would go on to conquer Serie A. One must admit, the attacking line of Borussia Dortmund during this period was indeed splendid. Perhaps this was the key to their ability to break Bayern Munich's dominance. The yellow team gathered in a circle, with team captain Kyle addressing the players. Kyle, a respected 32-year-old midfielder, emphasized the significance of today's match. "If he finds himself unmarked, pass him the ball immediately, understand?" he said in a deep voice. The others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Shinji Kagawa added in English, "You should inform us of your technical characteristics. It will aid us in delivering precise passes to you." Chen smiled and replied, "My technical attributes are threefold: excellent stamina, the ability to shoot from distance, and decent speed." The team nodded in understanding, while Kyle placed his hand in the center. "Guys, although this is merely a training match, what is our goal? Victory. Yes, we will give our all. Let's go, go, go." All the players stacked their hands together and roared in unison. For a moment, Chen felt a surge of adrenaline and couldn't help but reflect on the intensity of this training match. Yet, once the game began, he quickly realized why Dortmund could rise so rapidly in the Bundesliga. Each training session was approached with such seriousness. How could they not succeed? The pace of the match was brisk. Chen endeavored to acclimatize to the rhythm, while Klopp observed his performance intently from the sidelines. Many players possessed individual talent, yet not all suited various tactical approaches. Klopp needed players who could seamlessly integrate into the team. If Chen failed to exhibit certain attributes, he might be relegated to the reserve team, where he would have the opportunity to adjust to Bundesliga play. Just as he was lost in thought, Chen executed a shot. From 24 meters out on the left side of the penalty area, he received a cross from Shinji Kagawa. The angle for the shot was narrow, yet Chen seized the opportunity. With a swift strike, the ball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc towards the far post. The vice-captain, Weidenfeller, leapt to save it. Now 32, Weidenfeller was still in one of the best phases of his goalkeeping career. However, he could not afford to underestimate this shot. It came so unexpectedly. With a flick of his fingertips, Weidenfeller just grazed the ball, which ultimately grazed the post before going out of bounds. What a save! Cheered Red Team Stindl, while several Yellow Team members praised Chen. Kagawa even gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, that was a beautiful shot. Thank you. Chen replied nonchalantly, perhaps due to historical grievances. Chen's demeanor toward Kagawa was somewhat reserved, yet he couldn't be rude in response to such kindness. The match continued. Chen gradually adapted to the team's rhythm, actively participating in immediate pressing. The others began to understand why he claimed to have good stamina. Whenever the ball was played into the red team's defensive half, he would apply pressure, with his teammates joining in. This was the essence of the Mad Dog tactic. Naturally, the red team was not to be outdone, leading to a swift exchange of possession. The first goal, however, came not from the yellow team, but from Robert Lewandowski of the red team, whose low shot pierced through the fingers of substitute goalkeeper Langerak. Yet, Chen's goal was not long in coming. At 24 minutes and 28 seconds into the first half, he received a through ball from Shinji Kagawa inside the penalty area. With a calm push, he sent the ball directly into the net, past Weidenfeller's grasp. After scoring, Chen exchanged a high five with Kagawa. One must say, Kagawa's passing was exceptionally delightful, far surpassing that of Januzic. Perhaps this demonstrated the prowess of a Bundesliga MVP. The first half concluded in a 1-1 tie, followed by a 10-minute break. The players huddled together to discuss the first half's events. Kyle imparted some positional techniques to Chen, including the habits of the red team players. Meanwhile, Klopp busily jotted notes. So can he stay? Buvac inquired, voicing his primary concern. Klopp nodded, of course. I am contemplating what salary to offer him to ensure he willingly remains at Dortmund. His previous contract was an apprentice deal, Buvac reminded him. I am well aware of that, yet his capabilities warrant a weekly salary exceeding €10,000. Klopp asserted. I believe the initial offer should not be excessively high, otherwise, future contract negotiations may become complicated, Buvac whispered. However, if the offer is too low, we risk losing him, so we must convey our sincerity. Klopp replied earnestly. Although it was merely a half match, those with keen eyes discerned the nuances. First and foremost was Chen's adaptability. In a matter of minutes, he acclimated to the match's tempo and demonstrated a willingness to press, excelling in that regard, a delightful surprise for Klopp. Secondly, Chen's positioning and shooting were impressive. While Kagawa's passes were sharp, Chen's movement was equally elusive. The opposing center-back duo of Hummels and Subotic had previously secured the Bundesliga championship for Dortmund. Yet, Chen managed to exploit openings within their ranks. Most notably was Chen's final push, a true killer instinct. Lastly, his stamina stood out. Even after half an hour, this young man showed no signs of fatigue, despite the high-intensity nature of the match. To ensure authenticity, he demanded that his teammates exhibit the same attitude and rhythm as in a real game. Yet, Chen not only kept up, but thrived. He resembled a player utilizing cheats in a video game. Ultimately, the most crucial factor was his age. He was merely 17. Given time, what heights could he reach? Perhaps he was a prodigy even more remarkable than Jitsu. In earlier years, Klopp had watched films from Huaxia and learned a few techniques for engaging with them. Primarily that sincerity is paramount. Genuine intentions yield genuine responses. Hence, he resolved to offer Chen a lucrative salary. As for the exact amount, that would depend on his performance in the second half. Now, Klopp eagerly anticipated the upcoming match, curious to see what energy Chen would unleash in the second half after his initial acclimatization. Let us wait and see. Chapter 18. The 20,000 weekly salary contract. The second half of the match commenced swiftly. With the experience gained from the first half, Chen's synergy with the team had noticeably improved, and his movements became more agile. The brilliance of Shinji Kagawa lay in his keen ability to observe the direction of his teammates' runs, allowing him to make insightful predictions. However, Chen's exceptional performance soon attracted the attention of the opposing defenders, complicating his ability to receive the ball. Nonetheless, Chen was undeterred. The essence of off-the-ball movement was to seek opportunities for receiving passes and creating threats. Rather than encroaching into the penalty area, he hovered just outside, adopting a distinctly different style from Robert Lewandowski. Yet, as to who was superior, only goals could settle the debate. At 35-24 on the left flank, Perry executed a swift breakthrough past the opponent's Owamoyla and delivered a precise cutback pass to Chen's feet. With the ball at his feet, Chen surged into the penalty area, only for Subodi to dash out with determination. Faced with Subodi, Chen faked a shot, deftly pushing the ball a step inward. Yet, Subodi remained unfazed and pressed inwards. In the very next moment, Chen flicked the ball back to the onrushing Perry, who unleashed a powerful shot into the near corner. The football found the net with a resounding thud. The yellow team led 2-1 against the red team. Perry leaped onto Chen in celebration, exclaiming, "What a beautiful assist, little brother." To which Chen replied, "It was a splendid shot. The angle was incredibly tight." After a brief celebration, the match resumed. At 43-38, Chen received a pass from Shinji Kagawa and, without hesitation, took a decisive shot. However, the ball was blocked by Hummels diving in to intercept. Nevertheless, the yellow team earned a corner kick from the play, although Chen displayed a beautiful long-range effort. Thwarted at the last moment, his expression of disappointment vanished upon noticing his skill bar for long-range shots had improved to 4-5. After 4 attempts, fortune had finally favored him. Seeing Kagawa preparing for the corner, Chen gestured for the ball. Kagawa did not hesitate, as this training match was primarily to evaluate Chen's abilities. With a swift kick, Kagawa passed the ball to Chen, who turned and advanced toward the edge of the penalty area. The defenders, previously stationed inside the box, scrambled to reposition, with Owamoyla charging toward Chen. However, just as he lunged for the tackle, Chen nudged the ball a small step outside the penalty area, deftly maneuvering past the fallen Owamoyla. In the next instant, under the gaze of all, Chen swung his leg and struck. The football shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the upper left corner of the goal. Even if Weidenfeller were in peak form and fully focused, he still reacted a beat too late upon witnessing the ball's approach. Swish! The ball nestled into the corner of the net, producing a crisp sound akin to a tennis serve. The players momentarily froze before surging toward Chen in jubilance. Meanwhile, Klopp wasted no time, calling out to Lagrova seated on the bench, "You're subbing in for Yi?" "Yes, boss." Lagrova promptly stood up. Beside him, Buvac chuckled, "Old pal. Can't you wait? I'll go find the manager. You take Yi to shower." Klopp was resolute, eager to ensure Yi could participate in the 7th round of matches. "Absolutely." Buvac's smile brightened as he pulled out his phone to send a message to Solskjær. "Thank you, Leo. Wishing you great success at Mold." Solskjær had voluntarily resigned from his position as the U18 coach of Manchester United to return to his hometown and manage Mold. Beep beep. "Yi, come over." "What is up, boss?" Chen ran off the field, only to realize Klopp had vanished. "Of course, we're taking you to sign a contract. By the way, have you got a guardian? Or an agent? Do you need to call someone?" Buvac inquired with a beaming smile. Chen paused, realizing this meant he was staying. After all, this was Borussia Dortmund, a renowned club worldwide. Yay! Even with a lifetime of experiences, Chen couldn't suppress his exhilaration. "All right, hurry and shower. Don't keep J. Regen waiting." Buvac chuckled. "Thank you, Mr. Buvac." With that, Chen dashed into the locker room. 10 minutes later, inside Klopp's office. "J. Regen, are you seriously offering such a high salary to a 17-year-old? Isn't that a huge risk?" Watzke expressed incredulously to Klopp. "Trust me, this kid is worth every penny. But he's only 17. No matter how talented, he can't possibly merit such a sum." Watzke persisted, "And don't forget, he's from China, a country with a dearth of football talent. I didn't summon you here to question my decisions, but to expedite the registration and related processes." Klopp replied, his brow furrowed. Now a champion coach, he spoke with assuredness. "Still, you should reconsider. After all, only Jidzu has received such treatment among our young players. Believe me, he will surpass Jidzu. Are you out of your mind?" You're referring to Mario Jitsu, aren't you? Klopp's brows knitted tightly. Trust me. Just as you said when you invited me to join. Watzke took a deep breath. All right, let us hope he doesn't disappoint your expectations. He won tea. Remember this Chinese proverb. A hero does not ask about his origins. This line from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was etched vividly in Klopp's memory. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were conversing, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Buvak entered with Yi Chun. Watzke immediately fixed his gaze on the young man, scrutinizing him closely. Aside from his striking appearance, he seemed rather unremarkable. Come, sit here. Klopp rose from his seat, gesturing for Yi Chun to take a place. The four gathered around the office desk as Klopp continued. Do you need to contact your agent or guardian? After all, this is a significant milestone in your life. No need. I can handle it myself. Very well, then take a look at the contract. Klopp handed the document to Yi Chun. Should you have any concerns, feel free to raise them. Yi Chun glanced at the printed contract, and upon noticing the weekly salary, he was taken aback. A staggering 20,000 per week. At the current exchange rate of 1.9, that amounted to a whopping 180,000 Chinese yuan. This is quite extravagant. However, Yi Chun did not rush, but continued to read through the details. The contract stipulated a 4-year agreement, with a match fee of 3,000, a goal bonus of 5,000, an assist bonus of 2,000, and a victory bonus of 3,000. Truly, Borussia Dortmund lived up to its reputation as a major club, with just one match potentially yielding thousands of euros in income. Yet, there was one more clause, a release clause set at 50 million. They certainly have high hopes for me. Yi Chun mused. If any club truly offered such a sum, he might indeed consider a transfer. After all, even Shinji Kagawa, who clinched the Bundesliga MVP, transferred to Manchester United for only 17 million, roughly 25 million. Nevertheless, Yi Chun had a few requests regarding the contract. Chapter 19, an extended agreement spanning 3 pages. Chapter 20, the truth emerges. Punishment for the team leader. A smile graced Klopp's face as he learned that Yi Chun would be terminating his contract with Manchester United. This decision stemmed from his expulsion from the U17 Chinese national team, which had consequently tarnished the reputation of the Manchester United club. In essence, Yi Chun's standing in China was severely compromised, and signing him would not facilitate the expansion of the Chinese market. This young lady from China, am I stating facts? Klopp inquired. Li Xinran nodded affirmatively, acknowledging that Yi Chun had indeed been dismissed by the Football Association, which declared that no national team, at any level, would summon him again. Klopp expressed his gratitude for her response, inviting her to take a seat. The German reporters were momentarily taken aback by Li Xinran's words. Could it be that Klopp truly signed Yi Chun based solely on his prowess? After all, that midfield lob was undeniably impressive. Klopp continued, Today, we have specially invited journalists from China so that Yi Chun may clarify this matter before his hometown media, while also sharing this joyous news with the Dortmund fans in China. Upon hearing this, Li Xinran appeared momentarily stunned. Was there more to this story? Why else would the word clarify be used? Yi Chun inhaled deeply and began to speak. I am willing to bear legal responsibility for what I am about to say. Li Xinran quickly acknowledged the camera behind her with a nod. The camera, already positioned by her mentor, was focused on Yi Chun. I must clarify one point. Although I have spent several years abroad, my love for my homeland remains unwavering. Thus, when I was first summoned back for a match with the U17 national team, I requested leave from my club and returned to China at the earliest opportunity. Like every player eager to represent their country, I was filled with anticipation for my inaugural journey with the national team. However, the unfolding events deviated drastically from my expectations. Upon joining the U17 team, I did not even have the opportunity to meet the head coach before I was unceremoniously dismissed. Why? Wasn't the first step to adjust to the time difference and participate in training? What on earth transpired? Yi Chun finally comprehended why his mentor preferred to speak without interruption. The situation was far too chaotic. After a brief cough, he continued, After resting in my assigned room, I was summoned to the team leader's office, where he made it abundantly clear that eligibility to play did not hinge on training performance, but rather on adherence to certain rules. Rules? A large question mark seemed to hover above the head of a black reporter in the audience. The rules here pertained to finances. The leader asserted that without payment, one could forget about playing time. As Yi Chun spoke, he retrieved his phone, declaring, You may record this upcoming dialogue. As a time traveler, how could he not be cautious? After all, he had once played with 30 layers of caution in a game. As the recording began, all attention was riveted on Chen. However, the German reporters struggled to grasp the content. Only Chen felt her breath quicken, aware that she was about to uncover an exclusive story, one powerful enough to shake the football world. Once the recording concluded, Chen smiled, declaring, "To be honest, I feel no sorrow in leaving such a national team. But I never anticipated the extent of its impact on me, how it would hinder my ability to play for Manchester United. Nevertheless, this has led me to Borussia Dortmund. And henceforth, I shall fight for this team." A smile also spread across Klopp's face as he expressed his gratitude to the Chinese Football Association and Manchester United for granting him the opportunity to have his own Ronaldo. Ronaldo? A reporter eagerly inquired. "Are you suggesting that Chen will become Dortmund's Cristiano Ronaldo?" "No, not the little Ronaldo, nor the big Ronaldo, but the legendary Ronaldo," Klopp clarified, shaking his head. "The one and only Ronaldo." Upon hearing this, the eyes of all present widened in astonishment. They were eager to learn what performance had so deeply impressed Klopp, as he referred to the extraterrestrial talent, Ronaldo, the unparalleled. In truth, Chen had always possessed evidence. Initially, he refrained from presenting it, as he was unaware of the magnitude of the impact his departure from the team had caused. After being dismissed by Manchester United, it was far too late to reveal it. Now, he finally had the chance to voice his side. While the subsequent public discourse and the Football Association's response were no longer of his concern, he was merely a passionate footballer, focused solely on the beautiful game. Most importantly, he believed that football should remain pure. Otherwise, it would resemble the situation of Lewandowski in later years, who, despite conquering the hearts of many fans through sheer talent and even being crowned the World Footballer of the Year, saw his popularity wane due to a few ill-timed remarks. Truth be told, had this situation not affected him so profoundly, he would not have felt compelled to speak out. Now, he could finally reclaim his honor. Of course, with the match against Mainz approaching in 3 days, Chen had only that time to train with his new team, so he needed to devote himself entirely to preparation. After all, Klopp had already made it clear that Chen would be included in the squad for the Mainz match. Whether he would play remained uncertain. After the press conference concluded, Chen sought to schedule an exclusive interview with Chen, but was met with a firm refusal. Chen explained that he needed to return to training and had no time for interviews. Consequently, Chen hastened back to her office, eager to begin her work. Timeliness was essential for news. Any delay rendered it as worthless as scrap paper. However, after she compiled her first-hand materials and submitted them to her superior, she received a stern response. "Absolutely do not disseminate the contents of the press conference. If this news were to leak domestically, the first to face dire consequences would not be the national team, but rather their sports newspaper." The editor-in-chief in China was promptly informed of the situation but refrained from publicizing it, opting instead to relay the information to the Football Association staff. Naturally, the association sought to suppress the truth, but in this digital age, how easily could information be concealed? Ironically, due to the Sports Weekly's attempts at obfuscation, they missed an outstanding opportunity for a headline. On various online platforms, footage of the live interview surfaced, adorned with subtitles. Manchester United, Real Madrid, Borussia Dortmund, AC Milan. An increasing number of individuals began to share the content, realizing they had been kept in the dark all along. Thus, Chen's social media profile exploded with activity, inundated with messages of apology, while the Football Association's account faced a similar onslaught. Wang Bo, the team leader of the U17 national team, was summoned to a conference room for an emergency meeting regarding his punishment. Meanwhile, Chen had already cast this matter aside, immersing himself wholeheartedly in his training. With his current ability rating at just 70, there was ample room for improvement. He needed to work diligently to advance. Chapter 21. This guy is extraordinary. Mainz is the team where Klopp began his career, dedicating a remarkable 12 years of his professional life to the club. Regrettably, during his playing tenure, Mainz remained a second-division team, which means that Klopp never had the opportunity to compete in the Bundesliga. However, upon retiring from Mainz, Klopp ascended to the role of head coach in the 2000 to 2001 season, and no one could have anticipated that this individual would become a remarkable success. In the 2003 to 2004 season, he led the team to a historic promotion to the Bundesliga, marking Mainz's inaugural entry into Germany's top league, even before Klopp had obtained his professional coaching license. One cannot help but acknowledge Klopp's exceptional capabilities as a head coach. Subsequently, he garnered interest from Bayern Munich, yet he opted for Borussia Dortmund instead. In the previous season, 2010 to 2011, Dortmund shattered Bayern's dominance over the league by clinching the championship. Nevertheless, the new season has begun unfavorably for Dortmund. After 6 matches, both Dortmund and Mainz shared identical records of 2 wins, 1 draw, and 3 losses, accumulating 7 points each. Dortmund positioned at 11th place, while Mainz found themselves in 13th. However, Dortmund's goal difference stood at 1, whereas Mainz's was 5. In the 5th round, Mainz suffered a 0-4 defeat to Hoffenheim, causing their goal difference to plummet. Yet they still managed to score more goals than Dortmund. Meanwhile, Dortmund has gone 3 matches without a win, drawing 0-0 against the formidable Bayer Leverkusen and losing 1-2 to both Hertha Berlin and Hannover 96. Notably, Hannover 96 is a mid-table team, while Hertha Berlin is battling relegation. Consequently, Klopp has been under significant media scrutiny, especially considering Dortmund was the reigning champion. Such results are evidently unsatisfactory for the fans. Therefore, it is imperative that Dortmund secures a victory in this match. The media has also expressed skepticism regarding Dortmund's prospects, particularly due to Barrios' injury, which has left the forward line without reinforcements. After all, one cannot rely solely on a substitute striker who has scored only 8 goals in an entire season. On the day before the match, Klopp announced the starting and substitute lineups at Dortmund's training ground. Chen successfully made it onto the substitute list. Dortmund continued to employ their customary 4-2-3-1 formation. Despite having a Champions League match midweek, they fielded their strongest squad. Meanwhile, domestic football was engulfed by a report that went viral. The recording released by Chen inflicted a devastating blow to the reputation of the Football Association. Particularly, the phrase "my rules are rules" became a widely circulated joke. The entire article focused on the punishment of Wang Bo, the head of the U17 national team. While Chen was barely mentioned, Wang Bo was expelled from the U17 national team and banned from participating in any football-related activities for a year, along with a fine of 50,000. However, was such a punishment severe? The online community erupted in outrage, protesting against such leniency towards someone who has harmed youth players, abused power, and accepted bribes. The Football Association's nonchalant attitude towards the matter only added fuel to the fire. Perhaps this is what people refer to when they say too many lice do not itch. They simply chose to ignore the issue. Nevertheless, due to this incident, Chen has gained considerable visibility. He successfully joined the newly crowned Bundesliga champions, Borussia Dortmund, and as of July this year, with Hao Jianmin's departure from Schalke 04, he stands as the sole representative of Chinese football in the current league. Chen thus became the 4th Chinese player to compete in the Bundesliga following Yang Chun, Xiao Jiai, and Hao Junmin. Of course, Chen's emergence brought joy to many fans disillusioned with Chinese football, but none were more delighted than the Sports Channel 5, which held the broadcasting rights. Klopp had already indicated during Chen's signing announcement that he would be included in the matchday squad, prompting Sports Channel 5 to arrange for live coverage of the match. Furthermore, the official website prominently featured Chen's photo on the homepage, with the headline boldly proclaiming, "Chinese prodigy striker Chen's debut match for Dortmund is about to commence." In no time, attention shifted to the Bundesliga, focusing on a young man named Chen. However, Chen remained unaware of all this. The match was scheduled for 3:30 p.m. local time in Germany, which translated to 9:30 p.m. in China. This timing was quite favorable for domestic fans, as many had to stay up late to watch the English Premier League and La Liga. The Bundesliga, catering to Asian players, had adjusted its kickoff times accordingly. In the morning, the team conducted a brief recovery training session, and Klopp approached Chen for a casual chat. How do you feel? Will you get to play today?" Klopp said, affectionately placing his arm around Chen's shoulder. "Absolutely. I feel fantastic," Chen replied eagerly. He could hardly contain his excitement about playing in his first official match. "We're counting on you, Yi. Dortmund needs your firepower," Klopp encouraged, and Chen clenched his fist in determination. The team finished lunch early and boarded the bus to Mainz. Football enthusiasts should be aware that press conferences are typically held a day in advance, and Dortmund's press conference for their away match against Mainz had already taken place the previous evening with Klopp and Captain Reyes in attendance. During the press conference, journalists inquired whether Chen would make his official debut. Klopp responded, Any player on the roster has a chance to play. You can look forward to it. Li Xinran also posed a question regarding Yi Chen's capability to compete in the Bundesliga. Klopp chuckled, asserting, Yi possesses the talent to play in any league. And I am confident he will prove that soon. The final question pertained to whether Yi Chen could coexist with Shinji Kagawa. Klopp appeared puzzled, stating, they are both professional players and will not let personal histories interfere with their football. As the bus approached the stadium, Yi Chen experienced the electric atmosphere of Bundesliga football for the first time. Fans were everywhere, including many dedicated Dortmund supporters who had traveled at their own expense to cheer for the team. Ji Zhu, sitting beside Yi Chen, observed him closely and remarked, Yi, your hands are shaking. Are you nervous? He attempted to lighten the mood with a smile, patting Yi Chen on the shoulder. Relax. I was quite nervous during my first official match too. I couldn't even sleep the night before. I almost overslept for the team assembly the next day. However, Yi Chen replied excitedly, I'm not shaking from nerves. I'm just thrilled. I am finally about to play in an official match. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Huh. Ji Zhu thought to himself, covering his forehead. This guy is truly one of a kind. Could he possibly be a masochist? Chapter 22, Match Task. Lead Dortmund to a comeback. The match officially commenced at 3:30 in the afternoon local time. However, before the game began, a thunderous cheer erupted as Klopp emerged from the tunnel. Although Klopp had departed from Mainz, the fans still remembered him and cherished the contributions he made to the team. Witnessing such a heartwarming scene, Yi Chen could not help but ponder whether he would experience something similar upon his eventual return to Dortmund. But wait, he had yet to play a single match for Dortmund. Why was he already contemplating such a future? Could it be that he was innately destined to be a scoundrel? With these thoughts lingering, Yi Chen followed Klopp and the other substitutes toward the bench. Yi Chen. Suddenly, a melodious voice called out as he passed by the fans. Instinctively, he turned to look, momentarily taken aback. Lena, what are you doing here? Yi Chen exclaimed, incredulously gazing at the vibrant young girl clad in a striking yellow jersey. Most notably, she was situated in the fan area designated for Mainz supporters, her yellow figure standing out conspicuously amidst the crowd. Lena beamed at him. Of course, I'm here to watch your first match. Go for it. I will. I'll call you later. Yi Chen gestured as if to make a phone call. Lena nodded eagerly in response. Yi, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Klopp shouted at the lagging Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Kuba, who had fallen behind, wrapped an arm around Yi Chen and remarked, Yi, is this your girlfriend? She's really beautiful. Yi Chen shook his head. No, she's just a friend. Yet, upon uttering those words, he himself was momentarily stunned. Had he truly made a friend? This must be his first friend in this world. The match officially began, with Dortmund adopting their favored 4-2-3-1 formation. Shinji Kagawa occupied the central position as the tactical nucleus, flanked by Perry I on the left and Ji Zhu on the right. Lewandowski played as the sole striker, with the midfield duo being team captain Kell and Jean Duen. Among these five players, only Kell's reputation was somewhat lesser. Yet he was an indispensable component of the current Dortmund squad, known for his formidable defensive skills and significant influence, a player with a robust mental attribute. At the sound of the referee's whistle, the match commenced, with both teams fiercely contesting possession in midfield. Naturally, Kagawa faced the most fouls, having been brought down 4 times within the first 10 minutes. The Mainz players cunningly took turns fouling Kagawa, although the referee was keeping count. Mainz had yet to receive a single yellow card by the end of the first half. Dortmund's best opportunity arose at 14 minutes and 24 seconds. Sabodi passed to Piszczek, who immediately found Perry I. Perry I cut inside, drawing in defenders before swiftly passing to the unmarked Kagawa. Kagawa's shot from outside the box evaded the goalkeeper but struck the post with a resounding thud. This left the Mainz supporters in a cold sweat. Unfortunately, this was Dortmund's only clear chance in the first half, while Mainz created an excellent opportunity of their own. At 32 minutes and 24 seconds, Soto, after breaking past Ly on the wing, delivered a cutback pass. The incoming Nikolai Müller struck decisively, leaving Weidenfeller statue-like in front of the goal. The speed of the shot was simply too much. Mainz, playing at home, took a 1-0 lead into halftime. The crowd erupted into jubilant cheers, their enthusiasm nearly lifting the stadium roof. Meanwhile, in the Dortmund coaching area, Klopp erupted in a barrage of shouts directed at the players on the pitch. Ly, stationed nearby, was subjected to a harsh reprimand. In truth, Dortmund's most vulnerable position was indeed the right back, and Ly's inclusion was a reluctant choice. Yet, being bypassed like a mere wooden post, it was only natural for the coach to vent his frustration. Ly wore a glum expression on the field. What could he do against a player who was both fast and skillful? After taking the lead, Mainz intentionally slowed the pace of the game, concentrating their forces in midfield. The reality was that Kagawa, rather than functioning as a traditional attacking midfielder, was more akin to a shadow striker today, and Lewandowski found himself with limited options as well. Although Piszczek was a central defender, his positioning during defensive plays was commendable, consistently appearing in front of Lewandowski to thwart two of Kagawa's incisive passes. Ultimately, both teams entered the halftime break with Mainz leading 1-0. Klopp even left the field before the match concluded, expressing his dissatisfaction with the team's performance in such a manner. Yet even Chen could discern that the players were somewhat lacking in form. Perhaps the weather played a role, as it was 3:30 in the afternoon and September had already brought temperatures soaring to 30 degrees. Competing in such sweltering conditions was inherently taxing on stamina. However, since the opposing team had scored, weather could not serve as an excuse. The focus now lay on how to mount a comeback. As Chen rose from the substitute bench, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Match task triggered. Lead the yellow submarine to a comeback. Success rewards a silver treasure chest. Failure incurs a deduction of a random skill. Hearing the system's announcement, Chen felt a wave of panic wash over him. After all, he currently possessed only 3 skills, 2 of which were of S rank. What if he failed to turn the tide and lost one that would be excessively harsh? Could he decline the task? Refusal of the task will automatically be deemed a failure, resulting in an immediate skill deduction. The system replied, "You're ruthless." Chen gritted his teeth in response. However, he was merely jesting with the system. As a player yearning for victory, he would exert every effort to aid his team in securing a win, regardless of the task. Of course, despite being a traveler, he could not possibly recall the outcome of every match, nor did he frequently watch Dortmund's games. The match he remembered most vividly was the Champions League final of the 2012-2013 season, where Dortmund faced Bayern and ultimately lost 1-2. Yet, none of that mattered now. What mattered was the match at hand. Success must be approached one step at a time. As everyone filed into the locker room, Klopp had already set up pieces representing the players on the board, and his first words were directed at Lewandowski. "Robert, you'll rest in the second half. Prepare for the Champions League match midweek. You'll replace Lewandowski in the second half. Any issues?" "No problem at all," Chen shouted, his blood surging with excitement. At that moment, he wished for an accompanying soundtrack, much like the heroic theme for a protagonist in an anime. However, his exuberant shout startled both his teammates and Klopp, who frowned and said, "Keep your voice down. Do you want to give me a heart attack?" Chen's lips twitched, and he quickly apologized. Sorry. I got a little too carried away." Chapter 23. A solemn record in the Bundesliga as the second half commenced. Fans quickly noticed a substitution in Dortmund's lineup. The commentators, Huang Jinxiang and Su Yang, were instantly invigorated. Huang excitedly announced to the audience that the 17-year-old prodigy, Chen, had taken the field for Borussia Dortmund. This appearance marked him as the 4th Chinese player to officially debut in the Bundesliga, and notably, the first to represent Dortmund. Additionally, he became the youngest Chinese player to play abroad in one of Europe's top 5 leagues. At the tender age of 17 years and 5 days, Chen also secured his place as the second youngest player in Dortmund's history, trailing only behind Nuri Sahin, who had set the record at 16 years, 11 months. And one day in 2005, Huang Jinxiang had meticulously gathered this information, and if Chen were to score on his debut, he would become the youngest player in Bundesliga history to do so. However, Huang dared not entertain such lofty expectations. Simply stepping onto the pitch was already a remarkable achievement. Scoring on his debut? This was the Bundesliga we were talking about. Even in the Chinese Super League, achieving a goal on one's first appearance is a formidable challenge. Yet, Chen had already begun to carve out his own legacy on this grand stage. What further feats could he accomplish? We awaited with bated breath. Mainz's coach, Glasner, was taken aback that Klopp had indeed fielded a 17-year-old player. This was no mere garbage time. Could this young lad truly possess extraordinary talent? Glasner was well acquainted with Klopp's coaching style, having regarded him as a mentor. Klopp's success was primarily attributed to his insatiable desire for victory, a pursuit Glasner himself aspired to. With an advantage in the match, it was imperative for them to convert this lead into a decisive victory. He intended to demonstrate to all fans that he was not inferior to Klopp. After a moment's contemplation, Glasner promptly summoned his center back, Fatty, instructing him to closely monitor Yi Chun's movements and prevent him from having a shooting opportunity. Make sure to keep an eye on him, he commanded. Understood, boss. Fatty replied with a grin. Don't worry, he's just a 17-year-old kid. Glasner exhaled, pondering whether he had been overly anxious. Was it merely because he was facing Klopp that he felt this way? Nevertheless, caution is the mother of safety. Glasner had conducted a modest investigation into Yi Chun, and from online highlight reels, it was evident that Yi Chun was a player with a keen mind and a powerful long-range shot. To counter such a player, defenders merely needed to stay close and deny him the chance to shoot. It seemed quite manageable. As the match resumed, Yi Chun passed the ball to Shinji Kagawa and made a run forward. Kagawa, in turn, dribbled backward to control the tempo. The tactical approach for the second half varied from the first, as the central penetrative play had yielded no results, prompting a shift to a more pronounced attack down the left flank. With both Perisic and Kagawa possessing speed and skill, Mainz's right flank was relatively vulnerable. After a few swift passes, the ball found its way to Perisic, who charged along the baseline. Mainz's right back, Bangwood, stepped up to intercept Perisic's advance, forcing Perisic to halt abruptly and cut inward. A deft feint allowed him to effortlessly evade Bangwood, leaving center-back Prospect to cover. Meanwhile, Yi Chun positioned himself just outside the penalty area, ready to support. As Yi Chun approached, Perisic glanced at Prospect and passed the ball to Yi Chun, instinctively making a forward run. He was taking a gamble, trusting Yi Chun's high football intelligence. Such opportunities were fleeting. Perisic relished making those forward runs. However, as the ball neared Yi Chun, Mainz's other center-back, Fatty, charged out of the penalty area, aiming to obstruct Yi Chun's shooting angle and deny him the opportunity. Fatty had resolved not only to dispossess the ball, but also to teach the young player a lesson, reminding him that this was the Bundesliga, not a U18 youth match. Yet, as Fatty bore down on him with a fierce demeanor, Yi Chun remained remarkably composed. He deftly nudged the ball away just before Fatty could make contact, narrowly evading the brute force of the tackle. Fatty instinctively reached out to grab Yi Chun, but the young player slipped away like a wily eel. The ball transformed into a sharp scalpel, slicing through Mainz's defense. Perisic, spotting the incoming pass, felt a surge of excitement. He realized his gamble had paid off. There was no time to commend Yi Chun for his assist. He dashed into the penalty area. Prospect quickly reacted, attempting to disrupt him from behind, but by then, Perisic found himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper, Löw. With Löw charging out decisively, Perisic wasted no time, coolly slotting the ball towards the far corner. The shot skimmed along the ground towards the goal. However, Löw was in fine form that day. As Perisic struck, he extended his foot. The ball deflected, veering towards the center. Phew, it was saved. Mainz's fans collectively exhaled, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped disaster. But the next moment, their jaws dropped in disbelief. When had that wretched Chinese player appeared here? This singular thought consumed their minds. Yi Chun did not linger to engage with Fatty. Instead, he surged into the penalty area, seeking a chance for a follow-up. His instincts had proven correct. Löw had parried Perisic's shot, but the ball did not travel far. Bam! With the goal gaping before him, Yi Chun calmly slotted the ball home. The ball spun violently. Had he attempted a wild shot, it would have been easy to misplace. This was why many forwards mis-hit their follow-up attempts. Yet, Yi Chun would not falter. A debut goal. Goal! The stadium DJ erupted with joy. The 17-year-old sensation from Dortmund had scored. My heavens, at just 17 years and 5 days. He had become the youngest player in Bundesliga history to score on his debut. His positioning was simply exquisite. Yi, Yi, Yi. The traveling Dortmund fans jubilantly chanted Yi Chun's name. After scoring, Yi Chun instinctively raced towards the corner flag, but then remembered that Lena was present. He pivoted and dashed towards her. I scored, Yi Chun exclaimed excitedly. He had no elaborate celebration in mind, merely pumping his fist in jubilation. However, he overlooked the fact that Lena, donned in Dortmund colors, was amidst the home fans. The surrounding area was awash with Mainz supporters. Get lost, you. Go back to China. Mainz fans hurled insults, questioning the integrity of his entire family. Many fans raised their middle fingers in defiance. Clearly, they interpreted Yi Chun's celebration as a deliberate provocation, and enraged fans began hurling water bottles, flip-flops, and other objects at him. Yi Chun quickly dodged. At that moment, his teammates enveloped him protectively. "You little rascal, do you want to leave mites alive?" Celebrating right in front of them, Perisic exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Chen's neck. But that follow-up was simply exquisite. At this moment, the television resonated with the fervent shouts of the host. "It's in! It's in! It's in!" Chen has become the youngest player in the history of the Bundesliga to score upon his debut. He singularly holds this magnificent record. He is a player from our China. He is our pride. Chapter 24. Scoring made effortless at this moment. Huang Jianxiang's eyes brimmed with tears. He had long awaited this moment. When Hao Junmin embarked on his journey in the Bundesliga, fans believed a new narrative was unfolding. Yet, Hao could only participate in inconsequential matches, failing to secure assists or goals. After all, he was in contention with players like Farfan and Rakiti. Following Magatha's departure, under the new leadership of Rangnick, Hao entirely lost his opportunity to play, relegated to the bench, awaiting the expiration of his contract, which still had a whole year to run. Consequently, he had to terminate his contract prematurely and return. Thus, among the vast 5 major leagues, only one player from Huaxiao remained, Chen of Manchester United U18. But was Chen a source of pride for Huaxiao football? No, he was a disgrace, a profound sorrow. A gifted young footballer, instead of honing his skills, became merely a pawn for Manchester United to penetrate the Huaxiao market. Initially, media outlets followed his training closely, but over time, they lost interest. His news had become devoid of value. Indeed, in 2 years with Manchester United's youth team, he had not played a single match. This was a considerable humiliation for Huaxiao fans. Yet, at this juncture, Chen was summoned to the U17 national team. Fans rekindled their hopes, for he was the sole representative from the 5 major leagues, eager to witness the caliber of a player nurtured at Manchester United. Alas, he was expelled from the national team without playing a single match, accused of refusing to train with the team, behaving like a prima donna. This was utterly unacceptable for the traditionally modest Huaxiao people. During that period, Chen endured online harassment. Many former classmates from primary and middle school emerged to criticize him, leaving one uncertain about the veracity of their claims. Keyboard warriors unleashed their negative energy, and in an instant, Chen became a pariah, vilified by all. Even those indifferent to football joined in the condemnation. Some fans claimed that Chen's only purpose was to shield the Football Association from scrutiny. These critics had, in the past, directed their ire at the association. However, just when everyone believed this matter was settled, Chen re-emerged. At the press conference announcing his transfer to Borussia Dortmund, the long-suffering Chen revealed the truth to the world. At that moment, the audience realized that Chen was innocent. Those who had been most vociferous in their criticism swiftly turned their ire upon the Football Association. Simultaneously, the phrase "I owe Chen an apology" surged to the top of trending topics. Yet, throughout this turmoil, Chen never responded. During his initial days at Dortmund, he had much to acclimatize to, juggling training and learning German. He was overwhelmed and had no time to heed news, let alone domestic affairs. After all, he was but an orphan, lacking an agent or support. Nonetheless, Chen did achieve a modicum of fame in Huaxia. Renowned football host Zhang Jun shared a video about him on Weibo. In the video, Zhang Jun expressed, a 17-year-old boy, drifting abroad for his football dream. Summoned to the national team just as his birthday approaches, initially thought this would be a grand celebration, the finest gift from heaven. Little did he know, the Football Association had a shocking scheme to deny him pay and playing time. The youth resolutely fought against the dark forces, yet was branded a deserter by countless fans. He returned to his club, battered and bruised, celebrating his birthday alone in a foreign land. There were no friends, no family, and his dreams could shatter at any moment. Yet, he did not succumb to adversity. In his official match for Manchester United U18, the long silent boy erupted, scoring a goal from a corner kick, calmly assisting his teammates, and ultimately sealing the match with a sublime long-range shot reminiscent of his predecessor Beckham. He could have basked in glory, making Huaxiao fans proud and dimming the luminescence of British football stars, but fate played a cruel joke, as he was released from the team before the match concluded. For a 17-year-old boy, this was akin to a catastrophe. Yet, just as all expected him to falter, to become lost, or even abandon his dream, that boy emerged once more. Without fervent proclamations, he presented undeniable evidence. Perhaps Wang Bo never anticipated that a chance conversation would be recorded and serve as evidence. The once vanished youth was reborn, reappearing in the public eye as a professional player for Bundesliga champions Borussia Dortmund. A Huaxiao boy signing a contract worth €4 million annually for 4 years. Was this something anyone had dared to imagine? This boy is none other than our protagonist today. Chen. After a decade of honing his craft, he was ready to showcase his brilliance. No one knows the stories that unfolded behind the scenes. But what immense psychological fortitude and indomitable spirit must he possess? He faced skepticism and mockery alone. He stood resilient against all vitriol and misunderstandings. Yet he never fell. He is a true hero. He is an undaunted warrior. Simultaneously, he remains a mere 17-year-old child. The narrative pauses here. May we extend kindness to a 17-year-old boy fervently pursuing his dreams. Thank you. After Jean June delivered his impassioned commentary, he bowed deeply. In today's society, most individuals are lenient towards themselves, yet harsh towards others. A minor transgression by someone else is often met with relentless scrutiny, leading to online vitriol. Jean June, having lived abroad, understood the profound challenges Huaxiao people face in foreign lands. He recognized how unwelcome they often feel. Thus, he grasped the depth of Chen's struggles. However, this expulsion incident was not entirely detrimental. It inadvertently heightened Chen's national profile, drawing greater attention to football in Huaxia, particularly among some young women. Upon learning that Chen would participate in Saturday's match, even those typically disinterested in football found themselves glued to their screens, eager for the game to commence. Whether they were there for the sport or the player, only they could discern. When Chen was absent from the field, many worried whether Klopp's pre-match comments were merely a publicity stunt aimed at boosting viewership. Yet, when he finally took to the pitch, concerns shifted to whether he could adapt to the high-intensity environment of the Bundesliga. Nevertheless, Chen quelled their apprehensions, scoring a golden goal that reassured everyone, proclaiming, "Just enjoy the game. The rest is in my hands." As the second half commenced, Chen netted a follow-up goal. This marked his first official match for Dortmund, and he had already leveled the score. This goal was invaluable, especially when Huang Jinxiang announced that Chen had become the youngest player in Bundesliga history to score upon debut. Countless fans erupted in joyous celebration. Chen crafted history with his own 2 feet. Of course, regardless of the fervor in Huaxia, Chen on the pitch swiftly returned to tranquility. Once the excitement subsided, his thoughts turned to strategies for a comeback, for every S-level and A-level skill was invaluable to him at this juncture. In truth, Chen had anticipated the mindset of a player like Fadi, who merely sought to bully a newcomer and inflict a bit of discomfort. Yet, Chen was not one to grant such an opportunity. Mainz resumed play. Although they had conceded a goal, the players remained composed. After all, they were aware that the overall strength of the Dortmund players was somewhat superior to their own, and conceding a goal was a natural consequence. Their primary objective was to stabilize the pace of the game and prevent Dortmund from scoring again. However, while they sought to slow the tempo, Dortmund did precisely the opposite. Consequently, Dortmund's players initiated a relentless press across the field. Mainz had anticipated such a scenario and widened their formation, seeking to exploit the width of the pitch. Yet, they were not Barcelona, and their possession play lacked finesse, particularly with Chen just entering the field, brimming with energy. At 64 minutes and 21 seconds, when the ball was passed back to Fadi, Chen surged forward immediately. Fadi, noticing Chen's sudden burst of speed, remained remarkably composed and passed back to the goalkeeper. Nonetheless, the return pass was somewhat lacking in pace, startling Löw, who hastily cleared the ball with a powerful kick. Of course, had he been a moment slower, Chen would have seized the opportunity for a steal. The ball soared across half the field, landing in the center circle. Meanwhile, the central player, Kyle, had already anticipated the landing spot, leaping high to outmaneuver the 181 centimeters Baumgartlinger and directing the ball to the side, where Jean Duen awaited. This Baumgartlinger is destined to become the team's captain in the future, but for now, the captaincy lies with Bangert. Jean Duen received the ball, and Dortmund's counterattack ignited instantaneously. He did not rush to pass. Instead, he accurately assessed Perey's position and delivered a precise diagonal pass to his feet. Perey received the ball and immediately sprinted forward, but upon reaching the byline, he realized that there was no one in the center to capitalize on the opportunity. He had no choice but to halt and look for Kagawa's position. In truth, it was not that Chen lacked the desire to make a run into the box. Rather, his physique was still too frail. If the opposing team played a high ball, he would be unable to contest it, and if it were a low pass, it would surely be cleared. Thus, he assumed a posture suggesting he would withdraw outside the penalty area to receive the ball. However, Kagawa had already anticipated the play, as the left side was meant to be the primary focus of their attack in the second half, with Klopp instructing him to collaborate with Perry I on the left flank. On the right, Jitsu and central player Chen waited for their moment. Perry I swiftly relayed the ball, and Kagawa, upon receiving it, quickly initiated his run, dribbling laterally. Just as Chen darted towards the edge of the penalty area, he suddenly changed direction and dashed into the box, while Kagawa, as if in perfect synchrony with him, delivered a precise diagonal pass. The ball zipped swiftly past Paspe and landed at Chen's feet. Without losing momentum, Chen continued his advance as the opposing goalkeeper, Löw, decisively charged out, rapidly diminishing Chen's shooting angle. In a critical moment, Chen's mind raced to make an instant decision. With a delicate flick of his toe, the ball transformed into a rainbow, gracefully arching over the advancing Löw. It glided unhurriedly towards the goal line. Such finesse could only be described with two words: effortless, poetic. This time, upon scoring, Chen refrained from exuberant shouting. Instead, he sprinted towards the corner area, leaping high, his fingers flailing in celebration. And after a sudden twist of his body, he landed gracefully on the ground. Shoo! Chapter 25. Is a set piece considered a long shot? In the television studio, Huang Jinxiang's voice grew increasingly urgent. What a beautiful run! Chen's sudden change of direction caused both Fatty and Paspe to falter for a moment. Chen surged into the penalty area, and the ball landed perfectly at his feet. The goalkeeper rushed out. Chen took the shot. It's in. It's in. It's in. It's in. Chen scored his second goal in his debut match. The elegance of this goal was simply breathtaking. Huang Jinxiang couldn't help but express his admiration. I must apologize to Chen. Before the second half began, I was concerned he might struggle to adapt to such a high-intensity match, but just 20 minutes into the second half, he achieved a brace. This is the hope of Chinese football. Beside him, his partner Su Yang chimed in. Chen is truly extraordinary. I previously heard that he didn't even get a chance to play in youth matches. That was a flaw in Manchester United's training program, not Chen's talent. I assure you, with his positioning, even at Barcelona, he would certainly find his place. Huang Jinxiang, with a smile, asked, what makes this positioning so remarkable? I believe Su can enlighten the viewers at home. Many viewers might perceive this goal as simple, yet it was, in fact, quite ingenious. Firstly, when Kagawa received the ball, Chen made a retreating motion. Without that, he would have been offside, rendering the attack ineffective. Secondly, their chemistry was evident. Despite Chen being new to Dortmund and not being well acquainted with Kagawa, a mere glance established their understanding. Kagawa's pass was swift to bypass the center-back Paspe, and had Chen hesitated even slightly, the goalkeeper would have seized the ball. However, the most exquisite aspect was Chen's final touch. He had a mere 0.5 seconds to decide, and he chose the most confident option. Su Yang remarked with deep appreciation. I had anticipated he might shoot towards the lower right corner or attempt a close-range poke, but never did I expect a delicate chip. This goal is akin to a Panenka penalty, embodying wit, composure, and skill. In just these 20 minutes, I have become an ardent fan of Chen. I hope he continues to shine in his professional career. Huisnt. Huang Jinxiang mused. However, based on Chen's performance today, he undoubtedly outshone Lewandowski. In the first half, Kagawa had already delivered two such incisive passes. Lewandowski was either offside or slow to react. Su Yang nodded. Indeed, Lewandowski's form was subpar today, but resting him is reasonable, considering Dortmund has a Champions League match against Marseille midweek. Huang Jinxiang also agreed, stating, according to my data, the last Chinese player to score twice in the Bundesliga was Yang Chen in 2000. Now, 17-year-old Chen has achieved a brace in his debut match. At this point, Huang Jinxiang paused and said, I suddenly have a bold thought. Su Yang exchanged amused glances, quickly breaking into laughter. Let us focus on the match for now. Oberhausen Stadium erupted once more as Chen scored, igniting the excitement of Dortmund's fans. However, the home supporters regarded Chen with mixed expressions, although reluctant to admit it. His performance truly warranted the label of genius. Yet, why must their team serve as the backdrop for his brilliance? Suddenly, Mainz's anthem resonated, with fans loudly singing Rot UND Way. Clearly, the home crowd was rallying behind their team. At that moment, Kagawa and the others approached. Hey bro, Your celebration was so cool. Kagawa gave a thumbs up. Ji-Zu, curious, asked, is that an original celebration? Indeed, it's impressive. Perry added with a smile. But it pales in comparison to your goal. By the way, Yi, what does Shu mean? Kagawa continued inquiring. Yi-Chen hesitated. Could it be that this world-esque Cristiano Ronaldo had never used that celebration? It didn't seem likely. Although Yi-Chen admired Ronaldo's play, he was unaware when this celebration originated. Judging by their reactions, it appeared that it hadn't surfaced yet. It was noted online that it appeared in 2013. If Ronaldo had employed this celebration, everyone would surely know, considering his enormous influence. But here lies the dilemma. If this celebration inadvertently became original, what would Ronaldo do? In previous readings, Yi-Chen had encountered instances of plagiarism in music, novels, and films, but this was his first encounter with someone inadvertently copying a celebration. Although it was unintentional, never mind. This matter was beyond his concern at present. In the world of football, a one-goal lead is always precarious. With this scoreline, the opponents might still harbor hope. Thus, Yi-Chen yearned to score 2 more. Yi, your positioning is remarkable. I believe we can collaborate more effectively. Kagawa smiled. Absolutely. However, I suspect they won't allow me to receive the ball comfortably in the penalty area. I want to try a long shot. Yi-Chen replied quietly. But you just missed 2 shots. I was merely finding my rhythm. Yi-Chen retorted stubbornly. All right, just focus on your positioning. I'll pass you the ball at the first opportunity. Kagawa said, somewhat resigned. Given that he had already assisted Yi-Chen, he was willing to oblige him a few more passes. As the match resumed, it was Mainz that grew anxious. After all, a loss in the league equated to 0 points, so they would fight desperately in the remaining 25 minutes. However, as the game reached the 70th minute, Klopp made a substitution, bringing on Moritz Leitner for Kagawa. Clearly, Klopp aimed to bolster the defensive midfield to secure the victory. Yet, the primary concern remained the upcoming Champions League match. Klopp likely did not want to forfeit the Champions League, at the very least securing a spot in the round of 16. Yet, the situation turned dire as Mainz's attacks increasingly encroached upon Dortmund's territory. By the 75th minute, the exhausted Ji-Duan was substituted for centre-back Felipe Santana. Dortmund shifted to a 5-4-1 formation, with Yi-Chen as the sole forward. Seeing Dortmund's defensive stance, Mainz believed they had a chance and pressed forward more aggressively. But at 88 minutes and 21 seconds, a Mainz shot was deflected out of the penalty area by centre-back Sabodi, and Ji-Zu, responsible for defense in midfield, controlled the ball with his chest and sent a long pass to Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen seized the ball and sprinted forward. Perry raced down the left flank. A 2-on-2 situation. As Perry surged ahead, Yi-Chen advanced with the ball. Noticing Fati approaching, he immediately decelerated. This caught Pospey's attention, who instinctively gravitated towards Perry, thinking Yi-Chen intended to pass. However, just as Fati slowed down, Yi-Chen accelerated once more. He feigned a pass to the left with his left foot, prompting Fati to instinctively reach out to intercept. Yet at that moment, Yi-Chen deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his foot. The ball soared toward the right side. Fati attempted to pivot, but his head moved faster than his body could follow. The entire figure crashed heavily to the ground. With a resounding thud, at that moment, Yi-Chen found himself on an expansive patch of earth, with ample time to sprint and adjust for a shot. However, just as he prepared to accelerate, he felt a sudden sinking sensation beneath his feet. He was sent sprawling to the ground. Thud! Yi-Chen fell forcefully onto the turf. Fortunately, it was grass. Otherwise, such a fall could have resulted in serious injury. Naturally, one could surmise that he had been tripped by the clumsy Fati. Beep. The referee, having witnessed the entire incident, promptly blew his whistle and rushed toward the location of Fati's foul. Referee, I still have other defenders behind me. A yellow card will suffice. Fati hastily scrambled to his feet, eager to explain. Yet, the referee shot him a look that clearly conveyed, "Are you trying to instruct me?" Ignoring Fati's protests, the referee swiftly retrieved a red card from his pocket and brandished it before Fati. Simultaneously, he awarded Dortmund a free kick from 35 meters away. Fati immediately erupted in fury. "You must have seen it clearly. I had teammates behind me, and this Chinese player surely faked the fall. You should give him a yellow card." As he spoke, Fati lunged to grab Yi-Chen, who had indeed taken quite a hard hit and needed a moment to recover. Had it not been for his resilient nature, he might have needed to be carried off the field. However, as Fati attempted to grab him, the diminutive Ji-Zu circled around and forcefully pulled Fati's hands away, exclaiming, Keep your filthy hands to yourself. Though Ji Zhu was typically reserved, he was quite assertive when the situation demanded it. Fadi glared at Ji Zhu and shouted, "Do you even know who you're protecting? He's a cunning Chinese player. Don't embarrass yourself here." Ji Zhu stood firmly between Fadi and Yi Chun, clearly determined not to allow Fadi to lay another finger on him. At this moment, Yi Chun managed to sit up, surrounded by several players, while the Mainz players pushed Fadi off the field. This prevented a larger conflict from erupting. The referee began to restore order on the pitch, waiting for Fadi to exit before Mainz quickly arranged their defensive wall. Knowing that substitutions could only occur after the free kick was taken and at the referee's discretion, once Shinji Kagawa left the field, Ji Zhu became the designated taker for the free kick, but the distance was too great for a direct shot, necessitating a tactical approach. Just then, Yi Chun approached him. "Mario, may I take this free kick?" Ji Zhu was taken aback for a moment, but then stepped aside. "All right, we'll coordinate. Just take the shot." "Okay." Yi Chun signaled with an okay gesture, though internally he pondered, wondering if a free kick from this distance could be considered a long-range shot. Indeed, 35 meters felt quite distant, and the angle was rather straight. Chapter 26. Born to break records after being sent off, Fadi did not head directly to the locker room. Instead, he sat in front of a television at the players' tunnel, watching the live broadcast. If given the chance to choose again, he would still make the same decision. After all, if Yi Chun broke through at that moment, a 2-on-1 situation in the front could easily lead to another goal against them. More importantly, he would have been reduced to a mere background figure for that goal, marking a humiliating moment in his professional career. Thus, he preferred to commit a foul. For this very reason, Glasner did not blame him. Committing a foul was indeed the best choice at that moment. On the field, Yi Chun stood over the ball. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the distant goal. To be honest, the distance was quite daunting. But could he not score from such a distance? Absolutely not. During the World Cup, Carlos had scored a 35-meter free kick against the Huaxia team. Additionally, Ronaldinho had performed a similar feat, lifting the ball directly over England's goalkeeper, Seaman. Yi Chun had no alternative. He had to unleash a powerful strike. He adjusted the ball's position, placing the valve core slightly below the center. This was the hardest point of the ball, and striking it would yield the greatest speed. The wall was set, with Hummels, Subotic, and Perisic lurking at the back post, while the two fullbacks, Chris Elwee and Piszczek, stood ready outside to prevent a counterattack. The commentator began to narrate. In the 89th minute, Dortmund has a free kick from 35 meters out, but this distance is quite far. Unless Yi Chun transforms into Carlos, he might not score directly. However, Ji Zhu has relinquished the free kick opportunity to Yi, who possesses remarkable passing skills. The referee has blown the whistle. Let us see how Yi will handle this kick. All eyes in the stadium were on Yi Chun. He inhaled deeply, glancing at Löw in the front. His expression hardened with determination. His sole thought was, "I too shall complete a hat trick on my debut." Why two? In the football world, there is a legend who scored 3 goals in his debut match for Manchester United, completing a hat trick. However, he had cost the club 27 million, setting a record for the highest transfer fee for a young player at the time. The crucial difference now is that Yi Chun had not cost Dortmund a single penny in transfer fees. With a deep exhale, Yi Chun began his slow run-up. In the next moment, all his strength converged in his right leg. His foot arched back like a whip, striking the ball with tremendous force. Instantly, the ball soared, but it resembled a mischievous child, veering unpredictably. Yet, the Mainz fans were unconcerned. The distance was too great. A goal seemed impossible. However, Löw in front of the goal was drenched in sweat, bewildered by the ball's erratic trajectory. Even the commentator sighed. He chose to shoot directly. Oh, what a pity. His strike was 2. But before he could finish his sentence, the ball suddenly plummeted. Löw hastily retreated, launching himself to save. The ball danced in midair, its path exceedingly bizarre, making it difficult to predict, but as it neared the goal, it suddenly dropped. Löw scrambled to intercept, but the ball slipped past his hands and into the net. It was breathtaking. The commentator's words were cut short, replaced by a chorus of ecstatic shouts. Goal! The fans in the stadium clutched their heads in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. What had they just witnessed? A miracle. The ball had seemed destined for the stands, only to descend unexpectedly. What a goal! Beyond mere admiration, the commentator struggled to find adequate words. After scoring, Yi Chun could no longer contain himself. He ripped off his shirt, showcasing his muscular physique. He roared at the Dortmund fans. He had bottled up his emotions for too long, needing to vent his frustrations. Though he did not actively seek out online opinions, he had heard whispers of dissent, particularly regarding his arrival at Dortmund, which had not been met with universal welcome, especially from those competing for his position on the front line. But so what? He had built up his strength, and at this moment, it erupted forth. The Dortmund fans in the stands joined in a thunderous roar. Countless fans watching on television leapt from their seats in excitement. Yet, the most animated were the commentators, Huang Jianxiang and Su Yang. It's in. It's in. This free kick is truly extraordinary. My goodness, how did he execute that shot? Huang Jianxiang gazed incredulously at Su Yang, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Su Yang paused. This should be what is commonly referred to as a powerful strike, creating miracles. However, the trajectory is remarkably peculiar, especially that sudden drop near the goal. It's a challenge for any goalkeeper to defend against. This should not reflect poorly on Su Yang. The term elevator ball was coined by La Gazzetta dello Sport in 2012, while Cristiano Ronaldo referred to his elevator shots as battle axes. Yet, none of that mattered. What was significant was, let us congratulate Chen for becoming the first player in Bundesliga history to score a hat trick on his debut. Huang Jianxiang excitedly proclaimed, Chen is truly a person born to break records. While the celebration was striking, showcasing his physique, the referee, upon Chen's passing, still issued a yellow card with a smile. Nevertheless, this match would be memorable for both the referee and the fans. After all, such a free kick was a rare spectacle. Of course, the one who would most wish to forget this match was Fatty, initially resigned to his fate. The appearance of this free kick would surely nail him to the pillar of shame, serving as a prime example of humiliation. Indeed, the big screen displayed Fatty lingering at the tunnel, reluctant to return to the locker room. One must admit, the broadcast team knew how to play their cards right. This was a masterstroke. Fatty covered his head, lamenting that he would have preferred to let that boy go one-on-one. Oh, how embarrassing. As the match progressed, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Thanks to Chen's hat trick, Dortmund completed a comeback in the second half, defeating Mainz 3-1 at home. After the match, Chen rightfully earned the MVP title. The official media conducted a brief interview with him. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Bundesliga history to score a hat trick on your debut. You have rewritten history. Congratulations. The blonde, blue-eyed, shapely host offered her congratulations to Chen. Really? Chen's face displayed surprise. I truly performed exceptionally. I wonder if the Bundesliga record system will grant any additional rewards? I look forward to it. Chapter 27. Let us kiss first and worry later. This marked Chen's inaugural official match in the Bundesliga. Within the game, the speed he prided himself on seemed rather commonplace, especially in comparison to the African players, whose prowess overshadowed his considerably. Furthermore, his physical confrontations were lacking. As a forward, he faced the opposing center-backs, who inherently possessed superior physical attributes. Thus, Chen found himself at a distinct disadvantage once more. Fortunately, his exceptional game-reading abilities, agile positioning, and a powerful long-range shot enabled him to secure a hat trick in this match. However, he refrained from arrogance or complacency, recognizing that his success stemmed largely from the opponent's unfamiliarity with his playstyle. Having achieved a hat trick on his debut, he feared that soon, his name would echo throughout the Bundesliga. Consequently, he felt a sense of urgency. After all, if he did not perform spectacularly, his teammates would be less inclined to provide him with scoring opportunities. Prior to the match, he had learned that the Chinese U17 team had lost to Jordan. When asked for his thoughts, Chen simply shook his head, preferring to discuss the current match instead. In the closing moments, he scored a stunning free kick reminiscent of Cristiano Ronaldo's famous strike. When prompted if he had named his technique, Chen admitted he hadn't thought of one yet. The reporter pressed on, inquiring about his inspirations for the free kick. He replied that he had primarily studied the playing styles of Cristiano Ronaldo, Andrea Pirlo, and Juninho, expressing satisfaction with his own learning. Just then, Kagawa dashed over and lifted Chen in a jubilant embrace, calling out to the cameras. Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment at this exuberant display. The beautiful host, beaming with delight, asked if he had a message for Manchester United, who had previously disregarded him. Chen responded with a smile, "You once overlooked me, but now you shall find me out of reach." The host's smile broadened as she congratulated him on becoming the MVP of the day, expressing hope for future interviews. As Chen prepared to leave, she handed him her business card, most likely just a desire for an interview. akin to a character from a drama seeking to learn a foreign language. After the interview, the Borussia Dortmund players joined their away supporters to express gratitude for their attendance. Once these formalities concluded, they returned to the locker room. Naturally, Chen's first action was to retrieve his phone and contact Lena. "Lena, where are you now?" he inquired. "I'm at the parking lot, but it's quite congested here. I want to be able to leave anytime soon," she replied, exasperated. The car rental industry in Europe is quite advanced. A mere phone is sufficient to arrange everything. Lena had flown into Germany and then driven to the stadium. She intended to return that evening, as there was still ample time. Chen approached Klopp, asking, "Boss, may I take a day off?" "What do you intend to do?" Klopp queried. "Boss, my friend came to watch the game." Before Chen could elaborate, Kuba chimed in. "We saw her when we entered. She's a beautiful girl." Chen's face flushed as he hastily clarified. "She's not my girlfriend. We're just good friends." "Yes, just good friends," Kuba echoed, prompting laughter from the others. "Can good friends kiss?" "Oh, I want to be able to kiss and hug my friends too." Klopp, displaying a youthful spirit, approached Chen and said, "I'll grant you 2 days off. Report back in 2 days." "No need. I just want to have dinner with her," Chen quickly explained. "Haha, you Chinese are truly shy." Nevertheless, after his shower, Chen departed from the team. Clearly, after the victory, Klopp was in high spirits. For the architect of the comeback, he was willing to be lenient. Chen could rest since he was not required to play in the Champions League. But the other players faced a rigorous recovery training session the following day. The coaching staff would analyze their next opponent, Marseille's tactics. In this Champions League grouping, Borussia Dortmund was placed in a challenging group alongside Arsenal, Marseille, and Olympiacos. Their first group match saw them face Arsenal at home, where they managed to equalize late in the game thanks to Perisic's remarkable effort. However, the subsequent match against Marseille would require an early departure to France for acclimatization. After separating from the team, Chen exited the stadium, spotting Lena, who had rented a convertible Mercedes sports car, a perfect blend of beauty and elegance. "Hey, Lena," Chen called out from a distance, and she promptly exited her vehicle. "Is it all right for you to leave the team like this?" Lena asked curiously. "Of course. It's fine. I got permission from Klopp." He reassured her. "Let us go. I'll treat you to something delicious," Lena said, her smile captivating. "No, this time I'll pay." "All right, you're a professional player now. I heard your weekly salary is 20,000 euros. Lena inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Yes, but that is not my only income. What else do you have?" "Goal bonuses, victory bonuses, and appearance fees." Chen counted on his fingers. After this match, his bonuses approached 20,000 euros. This was the result of his hard work. After all, 3 goals were no small feat. "Shall we go for steak?" "I checked online, and it has great reviews. Choose whatever you like. I'll handle the bill." Chen responded calmly. "Just a few days in, and you're already acting like a domineering CEO." Chen grinned, noting the dynamic of a boy and girl dining together. He felt it inappropriate for him to let her pay every time. "By the way, why did you come all the way to see my match? This is your first official game. I had to be here. Don't forget, I'm your #1 fan," Lena said, fastening her seatbelt and turning to him. Yet she underestimated her own captivating beauty. Seeing Lena so close, Chen couldn't resist and leaned in. "Forget it. Let us kiss first and worry later." Chapter 35. The opportunity earned. Faced with the imposing figure of Simon Yates, Chen's mind was a blank slate. In truth, he understood that whether or not he scored this goal would determine his future opportunities, including the chance to take a penalty kick. Thus, this moment was of paramount importance. Chen began his run-up, and as he approached the ball, he unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! The ball surged forth like a fierce tiger unleashed, transforming into a blazing fireball as it hurtled toward the goal. Yates, positioned before the net, was noticeably a fraction slow to react. As he dove to make the save, the ball slipped past his fingertips. It was too swift, so rapid that he scarcely had time to respond. Instinctively, Yates turned to track the ball, but at that moment, it was already spinning within the confines of the net. "Goal!" The DJ erupted with fervor. With that exclamation, the atmosphere of the Westfalen Stadion ignited. The cheers of the fans threatened to lift the roof off. The goal was scored by Chen, and the DJ elongated the announcement, while the crowd united in chanting Chen's name. On the pitch, Chen executed Cristiano Ronaldo's iconic celebration, leaping high into the air, then turning around to exclaim, "Shoo!" This goal ignited the fervor of the fans. The players from Dortmund swarmed around Chen, embracing him with jubilation. Well done. You played brilliantly. The scoring burden falls upon you. They praised, but the cacophony rendered their words inaudible to Chen. Yet, that was irrelevant. The joy was sufficient. On the sidelines, Klopp celebrated with fervent enthusiasm. This goal was crucial for Dortmund at this moment. With this goal, the remainder of the match would undoubtedly become easier to navigate. As the players made their way to the center circle, Chen pointed to his back with both hands, signaling everyone to remember his name. Meanwhile, on Sports Channel 5, the passionate voice of Huang Jinxiang echoed, "It's in, it's in, it's in." His words resonated through countless households via television. Chen had scored his first goal at the Westfalenstadion from a penalty kick. The execution of this penalty was exceptional in both angle and speed. Although Jansch guessed the right direction, he was unable to reach the ball. Let us extend our congratulations to Chen. I believe this goal marks the prologue of a legendary tale, one that he will unfold here in his football journey. It was evident that Huang Jinxiang was genuinely thrilled, his voice trembling with excitement. Beside him, Zhang Jun couldn't help but exclaim, "What remarkable mental fortitude!" Standing at the 12-yard mark, Chen displayed no hint of trepidation. And that shot was impeccable. He exhibited a confidence and poise beyond his years. Finally, Zhang Jun couldn't suppress the question lingering in his heart. Does this caliber of player not deserve a place on the national team? In the stands, Lena's face flushed with exhilaration, her small fists clenched tightly. "I knew you could do it. Go, Yi." Meanwhile, in the locker room, Lewandowski, having just completed his treatment, gazed gravely at the screen. Although he was not seriously injured and would return to the team after a few days, the moment he was substituted, the team score. Did this imply that he was not as formidable as Chen? Of course, one's mind can wander. After all, Lewandowski was not yet his future self. At this moment, he was merely a substitute. The match resumed. With only a few minutes remaining in the first half, Augsburg was determined not to enter the dressing room trailing. Their primary tactic revolved around wing play and crosses. The ball frequently found its way to the flanks, but today, Dortmund's Santana and Hummels, both towering center backs, thwarted numerous attempts. Notably, Santana was exceptionally precise in his positioning, successfully intercepting the ball on several occasions. However, his distribution was somewhat lacking. Chen was not idle. Although defending was not typically a forward's responsibility, he actively pressured the ball whenever it was passed to the back line, striving to prevent the opposing team from making comfortable passes. Naturally, in the short term, it was a futile endeavor. Even Sanko mocked Chen, "Kid, do you even know how to play football? This will just exhaust your energy." Does Chen know how to play? Time will reveal whether his efforts were prudent or misguided. Nevertheless, his pressing undoubtedly forced the opposing team into uncomfortable passes, swiftly returning possession to Dortmund. In midfield, Gundogan marked the opponent's Bellinghausen, shaking off the ball to the adjacent Stindl. With the ball reclaimed, Dortmund immediately launched a counterattack. Stindl had three options. On the left, Perisic was making a rapid run, while on the right, Jidzu was equally quick. Kuba and Chen were also sprinting forward. However, Chen had Sanko closely trailing him. Without hesitation, Stindl opted to pass to the right. Indeed, he did not pass to Perisic, primarily because that side was shadowed by Werner. A pass there would inevitably slow the counterattack. Meanwhile, Jidzu's side was open. Though defender Löw was diligently tracking back, Jidzu maintained a step ahead. One must admit, Jidzu was remarkably fast at this moment. His acceleration resembled that of a small electric motor. Chen and Kuba surged forward simultaneously, but it was evident that Kuba's pace lagged behind Chen's. Chen consistently ran to the right of Sanko, directing his movement toward Jidzu. Bang! Jidzu, without glancing up, delivered a cross. The ball's trajectory was aimed at the near post. Jidzu, racing with the ball, eschewed the byline, opting instead for a 45-degree cross. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, heading for the near post. At that moment, Chen had already infiltrated the penalty area, accompanied by Sanko. Sanko, being an agile player, initially had the advantage of speed, but Chen swiftly seized the position, coupled with his explosive acceleration, forcing himself ahead of Sanko and establishing a path for the pass. Realizing the predicament, Sanko cursed under his breath and instinctively tugged at Chen's jersey. Thus, it was evident that Chen's shirt was being stretched and distorted. At this juncture, Chen could have easily fallen to the ground, for it was a blatant foul. Yet, he did not dwell on such thoughts. Although his body was being restrained, he extended his foot. No, to be precise. He kicked out. Before the ball had even touched the ground, Chen struck it with considerable force. The ball instantaneously altered its trajectory, soaring toward the near corner of the goal. Chen had already moved in anticipation, focusing on that corner. However, the ball's velocity was simply too great. Despite his attempt to block it, the ball surged into the net. Chen, through his positioning and speed, delivered a resounding slap to Sanko, who says pressing by a forward is futile. This opportunity was truly earned through his relentless effort. Chapter 41. Chen's dominant response to Ferguson. This is not my loss, but Manchester United's. The external opinions were fervently buzzing. However, Chen had already departed from the training grounds and arrived at Klopp's residence. It is often said that behind every successful man stands an exceptional woman. Klopp and Ole first crossed paths in the early 2000s when Klopp was coaching at Mainz. Celebrating with his players at a local bar, they met in a quaint pub in Mainz, where Ole was studying education while working as a waitress. Just 3 days after their first date, they moved in together, basking in happiness and sweetness. At the time, Ole was unaware that Klopp was the coach of Mainz, as she had little interest in football. However, Klopp's passion for the sport soon influenced Ole, leading her to publish 2 books, both centered around football. The couple married in 2005, their union marked by joy and fulfillment. With his considerable wealth, Klopp purchased 2 villas, driven by both financial capability and investment prospects. While rental prices in Germany tend to be slightly more affordable than in other countries, for Chen, money was no longer a concern. What mattered most was comfort and proximity to the training facilities. Chen's circumstances had dramatically changed. After a single match, his bonuses were calculated in the tens of thousands. One cannot deny the exhilaration of purchasing property abroad. The 2 villas boasted a vast lawn, complete with 2 small goals. Klopp had even arranged it meticulously, resembling a mini football field. This is the essence of the football culture abroad. Truly enviable. Chen was quite pleased with the neighborhood. It was not only remarkably safe, but also offered excellent amenities. He swiftly rented the house, realizing he would need to acquire household appliances and learn to prepare healthy meals. Having been given a second chance at life, he was determined to meticulously plan his career from a young age, aiming to extend his professional journey as much as possible. After all, every man harbors the hope of longevity in his career. Once everything was settled, Chen reclined on his bed and communicated with the system. System, I wish to claim my reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the task requirements. You have received a silver treasure chest. A silver treasure chest? A smile graced Chen's face. Open the chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a devil training experience card. What? Chen was momentarily stunned. System, are you certain this is a reward? Completing the tasks of the devil training will grant 10 free attribute points, with no restrictions on allocation to any attribute. Hiss. Devil training, truly terrifying? His current speed was 85. If it were to be raised to 95, wouldn't that astonish Messi? Or if his explosiveness were enhanced to 95, even Ronaldo would be taken aback. Why is Messi so formidable today? Beyond his exceptional feints, what is even more fearsome is his explosiveness and speed. When he accelerates with the ball, he is simply unstoppable. Ronaldo is no different. It seems this silver treasure chest was indeed a great gain. How long will the devil training last? Chen inquired of the system. The duration of the first experience card is 10 days, but the standard devil training lasts a month. Chen raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this was a deliberate arrangement by the system. Today is October 2nd, tomorrow will be October 3rd, and the next match is scheduled for the 15th. Just enough time for a single experience. The system had even thoughtfully allowed for 2 rest days. One must endure hardship to achieve greatness. For those 10 free attribute points, I shall strive. Activate the devil training card. A warm reminder. Once activated, it cannot be forcibly terminated. If interrupted, 10 random attribute points will be deducted. Do you wish to proceed? Chen gritted his teeth and confirmed. Activate. Ding. The devil training experience card has officially commenced. Ding. Initial experience. Night run of 15 kilometers. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen exclaimed in surprise. Naturally, he was well prepared. Night running was invented abroad and has been popular for over 40 years. However, unlike in his home country, there are no barbecue stalls along the roadside. A slight regret. 15 kilometers is not an exaggerated distance. However, one must always adhere to a gradual approach. For a professional athlete, it posed no challenge. Chen maintained a satisfactory pace, yet he could feel the strain in his muscles. Upon returning home, his first task was to stretch, something all professional athletes undoubtedly do. After a long night, Chen collapsed into bed, eager to greet the devil training with the best possible spirit. The following morning, he awoke as usual. Ding! A new day has officially begun. Please complete your morning routine promptly and run to the Dortmund training facility. Hearing the system's voice, he instantly became alert. A vibrant new day was unfolding. To his astonishment, after last night's 15-kilometer run, his body felt entirely unscathed. Could it be that the system had enhanced his recovery abilities while he rested? Quite likely. After all, the system was his aid, designed not to torment him but to empower him. Why else would it seize this 10-day window for specialized training? Chen saw through the system's intentions. Of course, the system would not grant him attribute points or skills without reason. This is a society where effort yields reward. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. To enhance one's strength, one must be willing to put in the effort. Dortmund's training base features 5 natural grass training fields. Among them, 3 artificial turf fields equipped with underfloor heating allow players to train comfortably during winter. Naturally, the first team's training pitch is the finest. The team will conduct pre-match training this afternoon in preparation for tomorrow's game. However, the next match is on the 15th, and some players without national team duties will come here to practice. The coach will allocate reasonable training time to each player, and exceeding this time is not permissible. There is a noticeable gap between youth players and first-team players. For someone like Chen, a first-team player, training typically lasts 1 to 2 hours at most. The remainder of the time is dedicated to analyzing opponents and attending tactical sessions. However, these matters no longer concern Chen, as the system had specifically prepared a grueling training regimen for him. As Chen jogged to the training ground, he was immediately spotted by the media waiting at the entrance. Before he could react, he was surrounded by reporters from various publications. Do you have time for an interview? I'm from Bild. Chen promptly declined, stating, I need to train. See you later. Among them was Chen, who quickly interjected. Mr. Yi, may I take a minute of your time? Chen was about to leave when he heard the familiar Chinese, prompting him to pause. Are you the reporter from Sports Weekly? He swiftly scanned Chen, noting her fresh hair, delicate features, clear eyes, and the refreshing aura she exuded, an undeniable beauty. Of course, beauty also referred to her figure. A woman in a professional outfit possesses a unique allure, particularly when the clothing is somewhat fitted, creating an enticing impression. Chen smiled sweetly. My name is Chen. You can call me Shaoli. A minute, right? Please go ahead and ask. Chen calmly nodded. Aware that he had perhaps underestimated the time, Chen wasted no time. She turned on her recording device and began her inquiries. Ferguson stated that the doors of Manchester United would forever be closed to you. Upon hearing these words, how did you feel? This is not my loss, but theirs. Chen replied with an expression of calmness. In truth, starting for Manchester United had always been his lifelong dream. After all, back in 2008, when Dong Fangzhuo was sent back, it became a source of mockery for many fans from Japan and Korea. Their supporters claimed that the Chinese did not deserve to play for Manchester United. Furthermore, Chen's signing with the club was ridiculed as merely a commercial maneuver to tap into the Chinese market. Consequently, the former Chen worked silently and diligently after joining Manchester United, waiting for the moment to astonish everyone. Yet the outcome was merely continued effort, relentless striving, and doubling down on hard work. However, he couldn't even secure a place in the official matches of the youth team, let alone dazzle anyone. Chen's abilities indeed paled in comparison to his contemporaries at Manchester United. The Premier League is the most lucrative league, with Manchester United being the most profitable club within it. The club's formidable youth academy recruits top-tier talented players from around the globe. In such a competitive environment, Chen found himself overshadowed. To make matters worse, after being dismissed from the national team, he certainly caught the attention of Manchester United CEO. To preserve the club's reputation in China, David Gill promptly terminated Chen's contract. Ferguson's statement at that time was merely a show of support for his longtime associate. However, for Chen, who had bound himself with the divine football system, such matters held little significance. Although in his previous life, he had a fondness for Manchester United, as Beckham had been his inspiration in football. Furthermore, those years of Manchester United were indeed formidable, not an exaggeration to call them the Red Empire, particularly their tactical prowess. marked by the brilliance of their wing play, was truly pleasing to the eye. However, following Ferguson's departure, Manchester United rapidly declined. Since then, Chen had seldom watched their matches. Reflecting on this, he realized he owed a debt of gratitude to Sir Alex for not leading him astray. While Chen held absolute confidence in his future self, the chaos that ensued at Manchester United post-Ferguson was undeniable. Legends, management, and the locker room were all in disarray. It was better to steer clear of such murky waters. Upon hearing Chen's response, Li Xinran's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise. She had imagined countless replies, yet none had prepared her for Chen's unique perspective. However, time was of the essence, and she pressed on with her inquiry. Olaf's openly questioned who is Yi during an interview. Do you have any response to that? Who is Olaf's? Chen curiously retorted. He is the coach of your next opponent. Werder Bremen. You don't know him? Of course not. Chen shrugged, then added nonchalantly, but I will make him remember who I am. Ah, indeed. Chen had only recently arrived in Germany. How could he possibly know the name of the opposing coach without making a special effort? Li Xinran immediately understood, but her gaze towards Chen became somewhat peculiar. He was only 17, yet his words exuded a confidence that was almost audacious. Can you predict the outcome against Werder Bremen? Certainly, it will be a resounding victory for Dortmund, Chen replied nonchalantly. Time's up, I must head to training. With that, he waved goodbye. Watching Chen's departing figure, Li Xinran wore an intrigued expression. His responses had successfully piqued her curiosity. This young man, apart from his striking appearance and exceptional skills, possessed a mind that was distinctly unique. Particularly when they had been in close proximity, Li Xinran felt her usually steadfast heart, devoted to her career, begin to race uncontrollably. This damn charm. Chapter 57. The provocation of Makino Tomoki on October 22, 2011, at 2:30 in the afternoon. The bus came to a halt, and the players disembarked one after another. They were greeted by the most ardent fans of Borussia Dortmund. The players delightedly signed autographs and posed for photos with their beloved supporters. As Chen stepped off the bus, he noticed not only the fans from Huaxia, but also a considerable number of German fans donning his jersey, eager for his signature and a picture. Wow, how handsome. Such charming looks must be divine in the East. My goodness, who knew Easterners could be so striking? I am truly smitten. With Chen's appearance, female fans erupted into ecstatic screams. To be candid, while the Dortmund team boasted a commendable level of attractiveness, only a few stood out. Hummels was considered handsome but bore an older charm, whereas Chen represented the youthful allure akin to the early days of Beckham. Many girls in the country, originally indifferent to football, found themselves infatuated with Chen's visage. Of course, numerous girls watched football not out of a love for the sport, but rather for the exhilarating rush of hormones that accompanied it. Chen briefly interacted with the fans before proceeding towards the tunnel. Yi, how does it feel to start today? Götze inquired as he approached. Don't worry about me. What about your stamina? Chen asked curiously. It was known that Dortmund had not engaged in extensive rotations, maintaining the previous lineup. In the last match, Kagawa was substituted after over 60 minutes, while Götze was replaced after 70. Dortmund was employing a fast-paced, pressing tactic, which required relentless movement to create opportunities, posing a significant strain on the players' endurance. Götze had already faced a grueling schedule with matches throughout the week, and now he was starting again, marking a true week of 3 games. Chen harbored concerns for their stamina. Oh, you wouldn't understand. The matches have been so frequent lately that I've barely had the energy to go to the bar. My girlfriend even complained that I'm too quick. Götze sighed. By the way, does Lena ever complain about you? Chen's lips twitched. Was that even a topic to discuss? She just urges me to hurry. As a man, he couldn't afford to falter at this moment. Awesome. Götze gave a thumbs up. Tonight, make sure to move around a lot, and if there's a chance, I'll pass the ball to you. Okay, dear viewers, welcome to Sports Channel 5. Today, we present the Bundesliga match of the 2011 to 2012 season between Borussia Dortmund and Cologne. I am your commentator, Huang Jinxiang, and beside me is my partner, teacher Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun smiled. Good evening, everyone. I believe many fans, like me, are eagerly anticipating Chen's performance. We have received the starting lineup for today, and Chen will be the starting forward. This marks Chen's first Bundesliga start. He has set the record as the youngest Huaxia player to start abroad, and let us remember this day, for he represents the dawn of a new era. Isn't it a bit premature to declare the dawn of a new era? Huang Jinxiang joked. Not at all. Yi Chun has firmly established himself abroad, and his success will undoubtedly inspire more players to seek opportunities to play overseas, marking a new chapter for Huaxia football. Zhang Jun beamed. A recent poll on Dortmund's official website asked fans to choose between Yi Chun or 10 million euros. Option A was Yi Chun, while option B was 10 million euros. With 30,000 participants, only 2,000 chose option B. Clearly, Yi Chun has won over the discerning Dortmund fans. Indeed, Yi Chun deserves admiration. Huang Jinxiang smiled. To my knowledge, the Dortmund fans even composed a song in his honor, further illustrating his growing influence. Zhang Jun nodded. Indeed, talent is the ultimate truth. I believe as long as Yi Chun continues to score and display his gifts, he will undoubtedly become a superstar in the football world. Do you think Yi Chun could surpass Yao Ming's influence in the sports realm? Huang Jinxiang suddenly asked with curiosity. Zhang Jun shook his head. It's too early to say. I think he should first establish himself with Dortmund and then progress step by step. Not to mention surpassing Yao Ming. Even matching his stature is a possibility. Huang Jinxiang nodded seriously. Indeed, after all, one must take it step by step. But I am simply too excited. How long has it been since we had an athlete of this caliber? I believe many fans share my sentiments. Yi Chun's remarkable performance in Europe fills us Huaxia people with pride. This is the kinship born from our blood. The camera shifted, capturing the players' tunnel. The main referee and his assistants were ready, and the camera panned over the players' faces. All right, the players have emerged from the tunnel. We see the young Huaxia talent Yi Chun making his debut as a starter for Dortmund at home, and he looks radiant. What a striking figure indeed. Zhang Jun nodded. Before this match, there was a little story. Cologne has dispatched Makino Tomoki, a defender from the land of the rising sun, specifically to mark Yi Chun. Prior to the match, Makino expressed his intention not to allow Yi Chun a chance to shoot. Such bravado is quite amusing. To think that even Brazil's national player, Ronaldo, struggled to contain Yi Chun in the previous match. Does he not fear his words might come back to haunt him? Huang Jinxiang mocked. How things would unfold remained to be seen, but I believe Yi Chun is not easily stifled. Zhang Jun smiled. My only concern is that Cologne's players might resort to violent methods to injure Yi Chun. The players were now making their way onto the field. Each time a Dortmund player was announced, the crowd erupted with thunderous applause. The starting forward is our superstar, Yi Chun. Yi Chun. On the sidelines, Solbakken exchanged a handshake with Klopp. Jurgen, I have prepared a great surprise for you, Solbakken said with a smile. Bring it on. We, the Yellow Wall, are not afraid of you, Klopp replied, his perfectly aligned white teeth lending him a fierce demeanor. Indeed, some should refrain from smiling, especially when they speak with clenched teeth. The players on the field exchanged friendly handshakes. Podolski grinned at Yi Chun. Let's see who scores more today. Bring it on. Yi Chun replied calmly. When it comes to scoring, who fears who? However, when Makino Tomoki saw Yi Chun, he directly uttered in halting Chinese, Hello, East Asian sick man. Yi Chun's smile grew even brighter. Hello, Hiroshima boy. Chapter 63. Battling for a fourth consecutive hat trick. The second half begins. While Dortmund's tactics remain largely unchanged, a glint of determination radiates from Yi Chun's eyes. Aware that he is the sharpest blade in Dortmund's arsenal, he understands that the opposing team will focus their efforts on him. However, if he allows himself to be neutralized, how will he confront formidable adversaries in the future? Thus, this presents an excellent opportunity for growth. Dear viewers, welcome back to Sports Channel 5. I am your commentator, Huang Jinxiang, and beside me is my partner, the esteemed teacher Zhang Jun. After a brief intermission of over 10 minutes, Huang's emotions have settled. Zhang Jun wears a smile, reminiscing about the exhilarating first half, which was momentarily stifled by Cologne's defensive strategy, effectively stalling Dortmund's offensive rhythm and leaving Yi Chun's scoreline at 2 goals. Nevertheless, his 2 golden strikes have secured him the top position in the scoring charts, surpassing the second-place Huntelaar by a solitary goal. Huang Jinxiang nods, eager for the second half to commence. Will Yi Chun find the net once more and achieve his 4th hat trick? Let us anticipate the thrilling continuation of this match. It feels surreal. A young talent from Huaxia has remarkably scored in 4 consecutive Bundesliga matches, with 3 of those being hat tricks. Truly astonishing. Zhang Jun reflects on the history of Huaxia players abroad, noting that Dong Fangzhou holds the record for the most goals scored in Europe, tallying 39, while Yang Chun leads the 5 major leagues with 16 goals. It is worth noting that many of Dong Fangzhou's goals were netted in the Belgian 2nd division. where he even claimed the top scorer title with 18 league goals in a single season. However, the Belgian league pales in comparison to the Bundesliga, particularly considering that Dong played in the second division. Currently, Dong Fanghua is recuperating back home, had it not been for injuries. He could have been competing in lower-tier leagues abroad. In contrast, Chen has already netted 11 goals in just 4 appearances, and the second half has only just begun. Everyone eagerly anticipates another goal from Chen. For consecutive hat-tricks, his name is destined to be etched into the annals of Bundesliga history. In fact, Chen's name is already recorded, as no player has achieved 3 consecutive hat-tricks since the league's inception. Yet now, Chen is poised to challenge for a 4th. Cologne made certain adjustments during halftime. A score of 0-2 equates to 0 points, and with so many fans in attendance supporting them, they must fight for their honor. At 53 minutes and 24 seconds, Cologne's midfielder, Ronny, advanced past the halfway line to initiate an attack. However, Kel and Subotic swiftly closed in to corner him. Ronny hastily passed to Podolski, but the ball was intercepted by the defender, Subotic, who promptly relayed it to the right side where Piszczek awaited. Piszczek, seizing the opportunity, passed the ball to Jidzu, igniting Dortmund's counterattack. Chen, Kagawa, and Schmelzer surged forward decisively. Jidzu, advancing rapidly, spotted the opposing fullback, Eichner, closing in and deftly slipped a diagonal pass to Chen. As Chen received the ball, Kagawa's movement sliced through Cologne's defense like a dagger. In response to this incisive run, Chen accelerated, and just as the defender Serino attempted to intervene, he delivered a precise through ball. The pass was impeccably timed. The goalkeeper, Lenzing, hesitated to commit, allowing Kagawa to receive the ball comfortably. Without a moment's hesitation, Kagawa unleashed a powerful shot that found the far corner, leaving Lenzing to furiously pound the ground in frustration. Incensed, he leapt to his feet, bellowing at his teammates, demanding to know how they could possibly be professionals if they couldn't even block a passing lane. Lenzing's fury was palpable, but Serino, the Portuguese center-back, retorted sharply, urging him to save the ball instead of merely shouting. It was evident that Cologne's relegation this season was not without justification. When a team lacks unity, how can they expect to achieve success? Yet, in this moment, the Westfalenstadion erupted once more as Kagawa embraced Chen, racing towards the southern stand to relish the fans' jubilant cheers. This gesture clearly indicated to the supporters that half of the credit for the goal belonged to Chen. In truth, when Chen received the ball, he had an opportunity to shoot, but the angle was too narrow, and Kagawa stood in a better position. Had he impulsively taken the shot, it would have appeared rather selfish. However, Chen is a player who relishes collaboration and is keenly aware of his teammates' movements, akin to Benzema. Nevertheless, the task of securing a hat-trick remains unfinished. He must continue to strive for excellence. It is important to remember that accumulating 100 points requires victories in 10 matches, a considerable feat. Moreover, he genuinely desires those Falcon Sports shoes from the system's shop. Not only do they enhance player attributes, but their aesthetic appeal complements his own style. The match resumes. Cologne's resistance crumbles like a house of cards, while Dortmund's offensive play flows seamlessly. Klopp, seeking to invigorate the squad, substitutes Kagawa with Kuba, shifting to a 3-5-2 formation. He also brings on Jean Dogan for Jidzu, recognizing the need for a midfield orchestrator in Kagawa and Jidzu's absence. With Jean Dogan's entry, Dortmund swiftly secures their 4th goal. At 75 minutes and 28 seconds, Chen unleashed a powerful long-range shot with a tricky angle, but Lenzing produced an extraordinary save, deflecting the ball onto the crossbar. Dortmund earned a corner kick. Jean Dogan took the corner, accurately finding Hummels in the center of the box. Hummels soared above the defenders, nodding the ball home before Lenzing could clear it. Dortmund's supporters were in ecstasy. This match was nothing short of exhilarating. A 4-0 victory like this hadn't been seen since the 11th round of the previous year. The southern stand of the Westfalenstadion erupted in a sea of yellow smoke, transforming the atmosphere into a vibrant spectacle. Yet, the match was not over. There were still approximately 20 minutes, including stoppage time, remaining. Klopp signaled for another midfielder, Moritz Leitner, to warm up, planning to substitute Chen at the 80-minute mark to allow him to bask in the applause of the Dortmund faithful. This was a well-deserved acknowledgement of his outstanding performance. After all, a 17-year-old starting for 80 minutes with 2 goals and an assist is nothing short of remarkable. As the match resumed, Chen charged forward once again to reclaim possession. Klopp and the other Dortmund fans were momentarily stunned. What was Chen doing? Wasn't a 4-0 lead sufficient? Witnessing Chen's relentless pursuit of the ball, Klopp's words echoed in the locker room. Wait and see. Today, I will achieve a hat trick. Indeed, he refused to relent. In light of this determination, how could the others stand idly by? What are you all waiting for? Get moving. Captain Kell roared, charging forward. Dortmund's championship last season was fueled by this very spirit of unity. In the closing moments, they were all willing to give their all for Chen's hat trick. As Chen pressed forward in pursuit of the ball, a smile broke across his face. Regardless of whether he achieves a hat trick today, this match is one he will cherish for a lifetime. However, he also understood that scoring a goal under such vigilant scrutiny from the opponent was akin to an insurmountable challenge. It resembled the experience in a previous life while playing mobile games. A loss was acceptable, but Liu Ban must perish. No matter how stealthily one maneuvered. If the opposing team was resolutely intent on eliminating you, emerging from the fountain would inevitably lead to peril. The players from Cologne were evidently aware of Dortmund's intentions. The vigorous Bukitman proactively approached to mark Chen, while the other players instinctively converged towards Chen's position. Even if other players continued to score, it was imperative that Chen be denied any further goals. Everyone recognized that the notion of scoring 4 consecutive hat tricks was impressive. Hence, they were unwilling to serve as mere backdrop. Thus, this time, they were determined to fight for the honor of Cologne. Chapter 76. Manchester United CEO regrets. Now I must personally bring him back. Chen devoted himself entirely to training. During a brief intermission, he finally claimed the golden treasure chest for his starting appearance. Originally, it was supposed to be collected during morning practice, but Klopp had interrupted him. However, the reward was not doubled. It seems that starting 2 rounds in advance was within the system's expectations. As he gazed at the golden treasure chest in his mind's eye, Chen felt an inexplicable excitement. It is essential to recognize that his current prowess stems entirely from the enhancements provided by the system to his attributes. Yet, is Chen truly strong at this moment? Not particularly. To put it plainly, numerous players in football possess remarkable speed, but only a select few can ascend to the status of a superstar solely based on that attribute. If Chen aspires to become a football icon, he must enhance his technical skills. Thus, he yearns for the system to grant him some technical abilities. Oh, may the system reveal its wonders. Chen took a deep breath and implored, help me unlock the golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the S-level skill, penalty specialist. Chen was momentarily stunned. System, are you serious? The rewards are drawn randomly. Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. This was rather underwhelming. Upon opening the attributes panel, he found no enhancements whatsoever. Wait, just as Chen felt a wave of disappointment, he suddenly noticed that his non-dominant foot attribute had increased from 3 to 4. Could it be that the penalty specialist skill had enhanced his left foot due to its involvement in taking penalties? It is worth noting that practicing one's non-dominant foot is notoriously challenging. To elaborate, Chen's right foot can strike the ball at a velocity of 120 km/h, whereas his left foot may only reach about 80 km/h at best. Moreover, controlling the curvature of the ball with his left foot is quite difficult. Thus, he seldom utilizes it during play. However, he did not anticipate that the penalty specialist skill would enhance his non-dominant foot. This was a delightful surprise. Chen, being easily satisfied, gladly accepted the outcome of this draw. Yet, he wondered if Klopp would entrust him with the team's penalty opportunities. With the penalty specialist skill, taking penalties should be a simple task, shouldn't it? In truth, Chen was unaware that the benefits of being a penalty specialist extend far beyond merely improving the non-dominant foot. It significantly enhances mental attributes as well. Mental attributes are intangible and elusive, yet they undeniably exist. Why is it that English players tend to have a dismally low penalty conversion rate during major tournaments? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, like a curse. However, Chen should not encounter such issues in the future. Perhaps, returning to the training ground, Chen, under Klopp's direction, practiced positioning as Borussia Dortmund prepared to deploy a new 4-3-3 formation in the upcoming match. The ultimate effectiveness of this strategy would hinge on Chen's performance. At this moment, Klopp could not foresee that his opponent, Ralf Kruger, had dispatched 3 defensive midfielders to neutralize Chen. Their singular command was to do everything possible to contain him. On October 25th, the pre-match press conference for the second round of the DFB Pokal commenced. Klopp attended as usual, yet reporters, who previously showed little interest in the DFB Pokal, swarmed the venue, filling it to capacity. Clearly, they were drawn by the news of Chen's potential transfer. Mendes undoubtedly has a knack for manipulating public opinion. For the past few days, Chen need not concern himself with contract renewal matters. He could focus solely on training. However, his notoriety in European football was steadily rising. Is it true that Mourinho wishes to bring Chen's talents to Real Madrid? Rumors suggest Mendes is facilitating this transfer. Klopp remained composed, stating, "I have discussed this with the management, and they will promptly present Chen with a contract renewal offer." Word has it that Manchester United has raised their bid. Will Chen depart Dortmund to return to Old Trafford? I do not know what the future holds, but not at this moment, Klopp asserted confidently. I have spoken with and he is quite content with his life at Dortmund. Will the transfer turmoil affect Chen's standing in the team? Will he start in this match? You will indeed start. I have said it before. The entire Dortmund squad will do everything in their power to help him set records, Klopp stated earnestly. Meanwhile, Ralf Kruger surveyed the sea of reporters before him, feeling a bit dazed. Is this the terrifying influence Chen now wields? It is worth noting that Dresden is merely a town of 500,000 residents. Previously, press conferences for Bundesliga 2 matches attracted only a handful of local reporters. Yet, a single match in the second round of the DFB Pokal had captivated so many journalists. The entire Dortmund team will assist in creating historical records. Will you allow them to achieve their goal? Kruger asserted seriously, acknowledging his understanding of Ye's ambition to set records, but insisted they must first overcome his team. Will you resort to foul tactics against Ye? Of course not. He is merely a 17-year-old boy. Besides, he is neither Messi nor Ronaldo. We have ways to handle him. Kruger replied earnestly. Although Chen is formidable, Kruger believed there was an element of exaggeration involved. After several days of targeted training, Kruger felt unprecedented confidence. He aimed to deliver a surprise to everyone at the Westfalenstadion. Naturally, once the pre-match press conferences concluded, the internet erupted with activity. Klopp. Ye is very happy at Dortmund. He will not leave. Ye's tactical position will remain unchanged. He will be the core player of Dortmund's future. Dresden Dynamo's head coach. We have found a way to counter Ye. Kruger. If you wish to break records, you must first defeat us. He is neither Messi nor Ronaldo. As the match drew nearer, fans grew increasingly anxious, particularly those from Huaxia. Where will we watch the game if Sports Channel 5 isn't broadcasting tonight? I am already inexplicably nervous before the match has even begun. I never used to watch the DFB Pokal, but now I can hardly wait. I haven't seen Ye in 3 days. I am craving for his presence. Teacher Jean Jun will be live streaming on Penguin. He is now the #1 Ye fan. We must cheer him on and make sure to show that reporter living the good life. The alarm is set. Let us witness history at 2 a.m. Chen, charge forth. The match had yet to commence, yet fans from both domestic and international arenas were already buzzing with anticipation. Meanwhile, in a luxurious Hilton hotel in Dortmund, 2 old men engaged in casual conversation. Ferguson wore a smile. Old friend, are you certain you want to bring him back in this manner? David Gill nodded vigorously. It was I who cast him aside, and now I must personally bring him back. He had faced the boss's wrath on more than one occasion over this matter. But if I do that, I want to have funds to acquire Van Persie. Ferguson lamented. If only the Glazers could allocate more transfer funds. Weren't you the one who said that with Ye? There would be no need for Van Persie? David Gill looked at his old partner in bewilderment. As adults, is it not normal to desire both? Ferguson replied with a grin. Initially, he had deemed Chen a useless youth academy player, merely dismissing him. After all, Ferguson was known throughout Europe as the hairdryer. Yet, who would have thought that he would transform into one of the hottest talents in European football, coupled with Manchester United's recent humiliating 1-6 defeat to their city rivals? Ferguson's interest was piqued. He even pondered whether the outcome would have been different had he started instead of Welbeck. The thought of Welbeck, whom he personally selected, repeatedly squandering 2 clear chances made his heart ache. How splendid it would have been had he chosen Ye from the outset. Chapter 83. A monumental blunder off the field. Klopp observed Chen with keen interest. Given his understanding of Chen, this sudden display of anger seemed rather unusual. Could it be part of some cunning scheme? As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often harbor hidden motives. After all, one should feel joy when teammates score, regardless of the circumstances. As Klopp pondered this, the match resumed. On the field, Potter passed the ball to Fear, and Yi Chun charged forward without hesitation. Fear returned the ball to the midfielder Solskjær, who chose to delay his pass, waiting for the erratic Yi Chun to approach. As expected, Yi Chun sprinted toward him, leaving his teammates momentarily stunned by his irrationality. Was he truly losing his mind? Nonetheless, Dortmund's players pressed on, continuing their relentless pursuit. After a season of rigorous training, this high-pressing tactic had become ingrained in their DNA. Yi Chun raced towards Solskjær, who, in a moment of mischief, passed the ball back to Bergret. Yi Chun lunged forward once more, but Bergret mirrored Solskjær's composure, refusing to rush his pass. As Yi Chun approached, he calmly returned the ball to goalkeeper Hessel and signaled for him to play it back. The spectators quickly realized that the players were toying with Yi Chun. But what of Yi Chun? In a fit of rage, he charged like a bull toward the goalkeeper. Hessel, witnessing Yi Chun's advance, unhurriedly passed the ball to the left to Stoll. Yi Chun once again pursued, and the audience could hardly recall how many times he had retraced his steps, yet they felt a pang of sympathy for him. Everyone press up. Don't let Yi Chun do this alone. They shouted. Hurry up. Yi, don't rush, we still have time. Could Yi Chun hear them? He lunged at Stoll, who, in a playful mood, attempted a bicycle kick. Was this the much-acclaimed rising star of Europe? Merely a mindless beast. Was such a person worth 30 million pounds? Ridiculous. However, Stoll, in his overconfidence, miscalculated. Coupled with Yi Chun's speed, the pass was hurried. Yet, the ball evaded Yi Chun's grasp and reached midfielder Schultz. With a grin, Schultz thought it was finally his turn to toy with Yi Chun after being chased for half the field. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Schultz anticipated the ball while keeping his focus on Yi Chun. Elm, watch your back. Suddenly, Stoll shouted, realizing his pass was too slow and weak while Schultz awaited the ball. Dortmund had a chance. Schultz, once smiling, was startled when he caught sight of a yellow figure behind him. Without knowing who it was, he instinctively considered passing back to the goalkeeper. After all, the goalkeeper's position was the safest. Bang! But Schultz, in his haste, mismanaged his kick, sending the ball skimming along the ground. Just then, Yi Chun, like a fierce beast, intercepted the ball's path. Crack! The returning ball was brutally halted by Yi Chun. Bergret, taken by surprise, could only watch as Yi Chun turned and stormed into the penalty area. The dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. The Dresden players, who were merely spectators moments ago, suddenly sounded the alarm. But Yi Chun was already face-to-face with the goalkeeper. Hessel, initially watching the spectacle, was jolted into action as Yi Chun surged into the box. Panic set in as he realized the rapid change in circumstances, and he instinctively rushed out. Yet, recalling the coach's warning about Yi Chun's adeptness at chip shots, he hesitated. At that moment, Yi Chun struck. Bang! Hessel saw nothing but darkness before instinctively reaching out to block the ball, but Yi Chun's shot was too swift. His body froze, as if struck by a bullet. Where am I? What am I doing? What just happened? Not only was he stunned, but the crowd was equally bewildered. They witnessed Yi Chun being toyed with, only to see him, in a blink, charge into the opponent's penalty area. This was a blunder by Dresden, lacking Barcelona's finesse, yet suffering from their folly. Hessel, paralyzed, locked eyes with Yi Chun, feeling a chill run down his spine. Was there even a hint of anger in those pitch-black eyes? Calm and composed, he resembled a merciless assassin. How could such a being be enraged? But it was too late. With a thud, Hessel collapsed onto the ground. When he turned to face the goal, the ball landed beside him, bouncing twice on the grass before coming to rest. Hessel finally grasped the situation. They had fallen into Yi Chun's trap. His anger was but a ruse, intended to dull their instincts. Most importantly, they had genuinely been deceived. Returning to half a minute earlier, Yi Chun, having intercepted the ball, charged into the penalty area. Noticing Hessel's shifting weight, Yi Chun wasted no time and unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! Yi Chun was like a trigger-happy assassin, and the ball was his bullet. Hessel trembled and then fell heavily to the ground, as if struck by a bullet. A smile spread across Yi Chun's face as he sprinted toward the corner flag, extending 2 fingers, spinning in the air twice before landing gracefully. The crowd erupted in cheers alongside Yi Chun. Many fans remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Jitsu and several teammates rushed over, embracing one another. Yi, that was brilliant. Yi, your earlier anger was just an act, wasn't it? Of course it was. Yi Chun admitted candidly. Your acting is truly phenomenal. The Oscars owe you a little golden statue. Just one more goal to go. His teammates chimed in, while a smile illuminated Yi Chun's face. scoring 1 goal in the 40th minute against the likes of Dresden Dynamo in the second division. Was it merely a matter of having legs? The commentator had already begun to fervently rally the crowd. The fans chanted Chen's name. This goal had come as a shock, yet within 2 minutes, 2 goals had been scored, and Dortmund led Dresden 3-0 at home. In the Penguin livestream, Jean Jun was momentarily dumbfounded, while Coach Zhang spoke up. They scored this goal. Zhang Lu was equally astonished. Everyone had assumed Chen was flailing about like a headless chicken in the attack, yet who would have thought his pressing actually bore fruit? Zhang Lu continued. This goal is undoubtedly valid, as it was a back pass from a Dresden player. There's no offside here. Schultz made a colossal mistake. At that moment, Jean Jun finally spoke, exclaiming, a monumental, colossal blunder. It was akin to Schultz gifting Chen a goal. Chen has scored twice, and should he net another, he will set a Guinness World Record in football. Ha ha ha, regarding this goal. Zhang Lu chuckled, remarking that Chen's performance was simply spectacular. He observed that Chen was far from angry. His earlier display of irritation was merely an act. Jean Jun shook his head in reflection, pondering that perhaps this was Chen's strategy, to feign ignorance, leading his opponents to believe he had surrendered. A thought struck me. A sophisticated hunter often appears in the guise of its prey. Chen is indeed a masterful hunter. Chapter 93. The 50 million termination fee is too low. In the wake of jubilation for some, sorrow engulfed others. Unlike the festive atmosphere shared by fans of Huaxia, the supporters from the land of the cherry blossoms were collectively in despair. In the moment Chen completed his hat trick, they sought solace in their own way. Despite Chen's remarkable achievement of 5 consecutive hat tricks, he had scored merely 15 goals. And what of our esteemed senior, Nakayama Yasushi? He boasted a total of 16 goals. With a hint of pride in their voices, there was a sliver of comfort, even as Chen shattered the Guinness World Record. Such sentiments ignited fervent discussions on forums, but their fervor was short-lived as Chen found the net once more. Upon reaching 16 goals, the previous arguments lost their weight. Fear not. Chen may have scored 16 goals in 5 matches, but Nakayama achieved the same in just 4. Indeed, Nakayama still held the title of historical best. Yet, who could have anticipated Chen's relentless drive, as he scored the 5th goal of the match with an audacious move that left defenders helpless? 5 goals in 1 match. The fans fell into a profound silence, as Chen's prowess rendered them speechless. A forum that once echoed with the voices of millions of fans succumbed to an eerie quietude. What could they possibly say? No matter how they twisted their reasoning, no comparisons could be drawn. Just then, a new post emerged. Is it so difficult to acknowledge another's excellence? It featured 5 gifs of Chen's goals, his unyielding inside cut, a relentless press leading to a defensive blunder, a magnificent chipped penalty, and 2 simple yet explosive inside cuts. Countless fans from the land of the cherry blossoms were left in mute contemplation. Indeed, Chen was undeniably formidable. Why would we seek to belittle him? Should we not take pride in the extraordinary capabilities of our compatriots? This suggests that the potential of our players can indeed reach great heights. If only our athletes persistently strive, we too can nurture such brilliance in the land of the cherry blossoms. We ought to encourage our players to learn from Chen. Perhaps we should even consider planning for him, for we are pioneers in strategy. The narrative took an unexpected turn. No, this is the essence of the land of the cherry blossoms. They revere the strong. In modern history, they even published a work titled Racial Improvement, aiming to enhance their genetic stock by encouraging unions between their women and Caucasian men. This relentless pursuit of strength is both admirable and alarming, as it propels their rapid advancement. Consider the globally renowned automotive industry of the land of the cherry blossoms, which thrived by adopting the technology of the lighthouse nation. While some were captivated by Chen's might, others held differing views. It is premature to claim Chen's superiority. Let us not forget that our own Okazaki Shinji is set to face him. Yet, Chen has only recently played in the German Cup. He is unlikely to start in the league, right? After all, he has yet to secure a stable position in his own club. To fawn over a Huaxiao player so soon seems rather hasty. Previously, you argued that comparisons were flawed due to positional differences, so let us not compare him to Kagawa. Chen is likely to fall short even against Okazaki, who is already Stuttgart's starting forward. But Chen is at the top of the scoring charts. Please be precise. He is tied for first. Did you devour Huntelaar? This debate persisted into the early hours. The following morning, Chen gazed at the docile Lena. who curled up like a kitten in his embrace and sighed. If only he had been able to restrain himself last night, that would not have been very masculine. Yet, Lena was indeed considerate, hardly requiring any effort from him. Rising from bed, Chen quickly freshened up before shouldering his training bag and heading to Dortmund's training facility. However, upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a sleek, white Volvo SUV. Before he could react, Mendes emerged from within. "Good morning, Yi." Mendes beamed with a radiant smile. Chen returned the smile. "Morning. What brings you here?" "Watzke contacted me last night, requesting that we finalize the contract renewal this morning." Mendes replied cheerfully. He had been awaiting this moment, anticipating Dortmund's proactive outreach. In negotiations, the party that initiates contact often finds itself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Mendes remained unperturbed, as Manchester United's formal offer had already reached Dortmund's headquarters, with the newly affluent Paris Saint-Germain matching it. Both clubs are indeed exorbitantly wealthy. Each of these offers included a termination fee of 50 million euros. In this era, a method of recruitment has emerged known as following the leader. Manchester United was the first to recognize Michael's talent when he was just 18, but then Chelsea's Mourinho brought him to Stamford Bridge. Later, United also pursued Ballack, only to be outbid by Chelsea. Numerous cases abound, including Benzema, David Silva, Robin, Duff, and Joe Cole. In truth, whenever Manchester United sets its sights on a player, other clubs invariably follow suit. Eventually, United adopted this tactic themselves, snatching Sanchez and Fred from Manchester City. And in the case of choosing between Lindelof and Van Dijk, they astonishingly opted for Lindelof, who was playing at Benfica, rather than Van Dijk, who had already proven himself in the Premier League. The car came to a steady halt at the arena's entrance. It is said that early birds catch the worms, and many sports journalists had already staked out the location. Upon seeing Chen, they rushed toward him. "Yi, may we conduct a brief interview?" "Yes, but I shall only answer 3 questions." Chen rolled down the car window and nodded. "Will you renew your contract with Dortmund?" "I cannot disclose that yet." "Are you considering a transfer to Manchester United or Paris Saint-Germain?" "That remains under consideration." "After setting a Guinness World Record, do you consider yourself a world-class star?" Chen shook his head. "Not at all. I am still fighting for a starting position." After answering the 3 questions, he rolled the window back up. Yet, these few simple replies were sufficient for them to craft several articles. Lacking content, they would resort to imagination. Chen and agent Mendes appear at Dortmund's training facility, suspected to be initiating contract renewal negotiations. With loyalty, Chen accompanies his agent. Chen considers joining Manchester United or Paris Saint-Germain, but specifics remain undisclosed. Chen allegedly upset. "Is there a rift between Dortmund and Chen? I am not a world-class star, not even a starter." Chen's relationship with Dortmund deteriorating? Rare display of anger during interview. The vehicle smoothly entered Dortmund's training facility, parking securely in its designated spot. As Mendes exited the car, he turned to Chen. "Are you satisfied with this car?" "Absolutely, I adore Volvo." Mendes smiled. "It seems Lena knows you well. This vehicle is a welcoming gift from me." "Oh, and from now on, you must drive to the club. Running is not an option." "All right, I understand." Chen nodded. "But I still don't have a driver's license." In both the UK and Germany, one can obtain a license at 17, yet Chen had not pursued this, as British vehicles drive on the left, which differs from his accustomed practice. Fortunately, Germany's driving rules align with those of his homeland, allowing him the opportunity to acquire a license when time permits. "Allow me to arrange an examination for you. During this period, a chauffeur will be at your service. This driver must be quite expensive for a month's duration, right?" Chen inquired tentatively. Mendes immediately grasped Chen's implication, stating, "This is provided by the company. Is that acceptable?" "Thank you, boss." No, you are the true boss." Mendes quickly shook his head. "By the way, this time is different from last night. Do your best to speak less." "Understood." Chen gestured for silence, eager to observe Mendes's negotiation skills. To be honest, Chen's willingness to stay is significantly influenced by the initial contract offered by Dortmund. Klopp's first contract was exceedingly sincere, yet the only concern was that the 50 million release clause felt rather inadequate, instilling a sense of insecurity. Otherwise, this renewal negotiation would have been unnecessary. Of course, the elite clubs are becoming increasingly competitive. They are acquiring younger players at ever-increasing prices. Ironically, Chen's recent performances have showcased footballing talent that far surpasses the 50 million valuation, compounded by the formidable Chinese market backing him. Yi Chun is akin to a coveted delicacy, tantalizingly desirable. Chapter 103. Isn't this tailored for the Crescent Moon Blade? Mercedes-Benz Arena. At this moment, the Stuttgart fans were exuberantly singing their team anthem, hardly believing that their team could lead Borussia Dortmund on home turf. It is well known that Dortmund and Bayern Munich are the two titans of the Bundesliga, especially after Dortmund shattered Bayern's monopoly last season. Their standing among rival teams and fans surged significantly. Now, leading Dortmund at home, especially with their key midfielder injured, was undoubtedly splendid news. However, Chen had already commenced his warm-up. Upon seeing him, the fans immediately began to boo. The reason was simple. During his warm-up, he had accidentally kicked the ball into his own player, Shinji Okazaki. This instantly made Chen the target of their disdain. But what did it matter? Chen continued his warm-up with an impassive expression. He had compelling reasons to win this match. At 65 minutes and 12 seconds, Robert Lewandowski was fouled by Kuzmanovic in the attacking zone, and the referee promptly issued a yellow card. The team doctor rushed onto the field, revealing a distinct footprint on Lewandowski's ankle. Klopp decisively substituted Chen for Lewandowski. As Chen stepped onto the field, Klopp embraced him and whispered in his ear, "Originally, I intended to let you rest for this match, but we need your speed. Of course, I understand that bringing you in now is unfair. It will break your streak of hat tricks, but the team requires you." Chen remained expressionless. The situation with the national team left him unable to smile. Yet, he cared little for records. His sole desire was to achieve victory alongside his team. "Boss, trust me. Go for it." Lewandowski, assisted by the team doctor, exited the field. Looking at Chen with a deep breath, "Watch your movements. Don't get injured." Chen nodded, "Thank you." After that, he dashed onto the pitch. Now, it was my time to shine. In the studio of Sports Channel 5, Huang Jinxiang and Zhang Jun were instantly invigorated. Huang Jinxiang exclaimed with excitement. After watching over 60 minutes of the match, everyone has been waiting for this moment. Chen replaces Lewandowski. Oh, what is Chen doing? Is he planning to take this free kick? Zhang Jun grumbled, as the director had just reminded him that they could only discuss matters related to the game and must avoid mentioning the Football Association. This frustrated him. After all, it wasn't just their channel broadcasting the Bundesliga, and he vowed not to return next time. Due to Lewandowski's injury, Dortmund was awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. Yet, the newly substituted Chen approached Kagawa and whispered, "Shinji, let me take this kick, all right?" Kagawa nodded, aware that the distance from the goal was too far for him. Thus, it mattered little who took the shot. However, just as Chen was about to place the ball, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! As the host's set-piece proficiency surpasses 85, all set pieces no longer count as long-range shots and will not activate the long-range guaranteed goal card. Ding! Main mission issued. Lead Dortmund, trailing by 1 goal. To victory in this match. Successful completion rewards a golden treasure chest. The mission system had completely transformed. There were truly no penalties. But the golden treasure chest was what Chen had longed for. Moreover, the adjustment regarding the long-range guaranteed goal card resonated with him deeply. A long-range shot is a long-range shot. It should not be conflated with set pieces. Of course, when he scored from a 35-meter free kick or from a corner. Why did he not voice such sentiments then? Perhaps this is just the nature of a scoundrel. This position was at least around 27 meters from the goal. A direct shot would ideally utilize a dipping ball, as it has an ascending trajectory. If the distance is insufficient, it will not drop in the end. However, Chen did not intend to shoot. The Stuttgart players had already formed a wall, and Chen stood expressionless before the goal. Beep! As the referee blew the whistle. Chen took a deep breath and gradually began his run. Suddenly, his entire body tensed. After his approach, all his strength concentrated on the instep of his foot, executing a raw, powerful strike. Boom! Have you ever seen a bullet being fired? That was the sensation. The ball transformed into a white flash, and at 3 p.m., it was nearly impossible to catch it in real time. Its target this time was the wall. Bang! The ball struck Kuzmanovic squarely in the chest. Stambend had previously sustained an injury due to this player, and Lewandowski's injury was also a result of his tackle. Particularly, Stambend's injury occurred after he had seized the ball, with the opponent tackling both the ball and the player. Since he had touched the ball, the referee did not blow the whistle. However, such actions rendered Stambend incapable of continuing, and without his defensive strength, Dortmund indeed found themselves in a precarious situation. The most infuriating aspect was that, despite the series of fouls, The referee only issued a yellow card, which left Chen with a belly full of frustration towards the evident home bias. Entering the game, he disregarded everything else and decided to strike back. This kick was forceful enough to knock Kuzmanovic to the ground, where he coughed violently. Yet, from a distance, Chen merely covered his head with a look of regret. Everyone knew Chen was adept at long-range free kicks, so no one suspected him of being deliberate. However, soon a stretcher arrived to take away the culprit behind Stambin's and Lewandowski's injuries. Stuttgart was compelled to make adjustments, substituting Gentner for Kuzmanovic, who was then transported to the hospital for examination. Chen's kick had been too fierce. The match resumed. What could Chen's presence bring to the team? Firstly, defense. With boundless energy, Chen would press the opponent the moment he saw the ball in midfield. Following his goal in the last German Cup match, no one dared to underestimate him. He quickly passed the ball, but Dortmund's counterpressing was formidable, and possession swiftly returned to Dortmund. However, today, Jidzu's form seemed lackluster, prompting Klopp to substitute Grosskreutz for Jidzu at the 72-minute mark. The on-field tactic remained 4-2-3-1, but Dortmund had exhausted their substitution opportunities. From this point on, if any player were to sustain an injury, they would have to continue with one less player. At 71 minutes and 24 seconds, midfielder Shinji Kagawa passed the ball to Chen. Chen, back to goal, was shouldered by Tashi, who suddenly attempted to tackle. Yet, Chen protected the ball with his foot. Tashi missed the ball entirely and instead knocked Chen to the ground. The referee immediately awarded a well-placed free kick. This position was approximately 23 meters from the goal, slightly left of center. Wasn't this tailor-made for the crescent moon blade? Kagawa immediately jogged over. But Chen held onto the ball. Shinji, let me take this chance. I am very confident. However, Kagawa insisted, this position is excellent. I want to take it myself. Chen conceded, softly stating, all right, but I'll take the last one, and from now on, all free kick opportunities are yours. Kagawa regarded Chen earnestly, all right. But I must remind you, from this distance, a powerful strike is not advisable. A forceful shot would waste the opportunity. I understand, you can rest assured. Chen nodded, his expression somber. At this moment, vivid images of Beckham's free kicks flooded his mind, leaving no detail overlooked. He positioned the ball at the penalty spot, meticulously gauging the distance between himself and the goal. Soon, he stood upright, awaiting the opposing players to organize their defensive wall. However, the members of the wall appeared somewhat apprehensive, each covering their chests and vital areas with their hands. In stark contrast, Chen stood at ease, his gaze fixed upon the Stuttgart goal. Teacher Jean, do you think Chen's stance resembles anyone? Huang Jinxiang suddenly inquired with curiosity. It does bear a resemblance to Beckham, he replied, though it seems Chen hasn't scored many curling shots, has he? Huang Jinxiang mused. Jean Jun also nodded in agreement. This position is indeed within Shinji Kagawa's range, but given that Chen earned the free kick himself, it is entirely reasonable for him to take the shot. Let us see how Chen performs. Huang Jinxiang and Jean Jun both turned their attention to the television, eagerly anticipating Chen's execution of the free kick. Chapter 111. The arrival of the beautiful reporter. For football to thrive, it must be intricately linked with the economy. After all, for many, football is not just a dream, but also a profession. It is only when this profession yields substantial rewards that individuals will give their utmost effort. During Chen's recovery period, Mendes ensured that he remained engaged by arranging for him to participate in a special interview with World Football on Huaxia Sports Channel. In fact, when Dortmund signed Chen, World Football had intended to feature him in a special segment, but due to conflicts with the Football Association, the project was halted. As Chen's relationship with the association continued to deteriorate, the idea of an interview was shelved. However, the circumstances had become untenable. Countless fans flooded the World Football production team with slogans urging them not to forget their commitment to the purest form of football and the highest enjoyment. Given that young talent Chen was shining in the Bundesliga with stellar performances in every match, how could they not create a special feature on him? Thus, the charming host Ma Fanshu boarded a plane overnight to meet her colleagues in Germany and sought out Chen. Upon seeing the host he had only previously watched on television, a smile graced Chen's face. Hello, Miss Ma. It is a pleasure to meet you. It must be said that even after being accustomed to the golden-haired, blue-eyed beauties abroad, Ma Fanshu's appearance was a refreshing delight. At just 18 years of age, she had recently won a major hosting competition on Huaxia Sports Channel, captivating the audience with her eloquence, sweet demeanor, and impressive sports knowledge. Consequently, she joined the sports channel as a student from a media university. This was an excellent opportunity for growth, hence the decision for Ma Fanshu to interview Yi Chen. In the interview room prepared by Dortmund, Yi Chen, clad in his football kit, met the girl for the first time. "Hello, Mr. Yi." Ma Fanshu greeted him with a sweet smile, her adorable dimples adding to her charm. Yi Chen remained composed. "When shall we begin the interview?" "Let my colleagues prepare first, and we can review the questions," she replied. "All right. Is there anything off limits?" Yi Chen shook his head. "No, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Please take a look at these questions. You can point out any that you find unsuitable. No need to review. Authenticity is what matters," Yi Chen smiled. It was undeniable that Ma Fanshu was indeed beautiful, especially in her professional attire paired with her exquisite and charming face, reminiscent of a character from an anime. She exuded an intriguing blend of allure and innocence. Nevertheless, Yi Chen maintained his resolve, appearing remarkably calm. "Is your foot injury all right? I watched the live broadcast of that match. Rudiger's foul was exceedingly brutal. Thankfully, the Bundesliga imposed a strict penalty. I'm fine now. I'll be able to train with the team in a couple of days." It must be noted that the staff at Huaxia Sports Channel worked efficiently after a brief exchange. The equipment was set up in no time. "If there's nothing else to prepare, shall we begin?" Yi Chen suggested. "Please." Ma Fanshu gestured for him to start, and the interview commenced in earnest. Yi Chen sat before the camera, while Ma Fanshu took her seat opposite him. "First, please greet the viewers of world football." Yi Chen nodded. "Hello everyone. I am Yi Chen, who was expelled from the U17 team and am now playing for Dortmund." This self-deprecating introduction proved quite effective, eliciting a laugh from Ma Fanshu. "Could you provide a self-assessment of your performances at Dortmund?" "To be honest, I am not one to dwell on the past. The previous matches are behind us. I scored many goals and helped Dortmund earn valuable points, even inadvertently setting a Guinness World Record. But all that is in the past. I prefer to look forward, forget previous goals, and create new ones. As for my performance, I believe it meets my expectations. There's nothing particularly to boast about." "How very understated. What do you mean by inadvertently setting a Guinness World Record? The excitement back home over this record has been immense, you know? And to say you merely met expectations while performing so well?" Ma Fanshu thought, stifling her laughter. "Do you have any personal goals for this season?" "Certainly. It should be winning the Bundesliga Golden Boot. This is an honor that has eluded Asians in the past. Now that I am here, I must prove to the world that we, the yellow-skinned, can also claim the Golden Boot," Yi Chen stated resolutely. "Currently, your fiercest competitor is Klaas-Jan Huntelaar from Schalke 04. Do you have any words for him?" Yi Chen shook his head. "I have nothing to say. My only opponent is myself. As long as I strive for excellence, no other competitor will pose a challenge." Youthful confidence. One must possess a certain audacity. Though had Yi Chen made such claims upon his arrival in the Bundesliga, he would have faced skepticism. However, circumstances had changed. With an average of 3 goals per match over 5 league games, totaling 15 goals, he was at the top of the scoring charts. What was wrong with a bit of bravado in such a situation? Ma Fanshu smiled. "It seems you have great confidence in yourself. What are your expectations for this season with Dortmund?" "To defend our league title." For Dortmund was already the Bundesliga champion before my arrival. If we fail to secure the championship now that I am here, it would imply that I did not contribute positively, perhaps even regressed. Yi Chen replied with a grin. "Additionally, I hope Dortmund can reach the knockout stage of the Champions League. It's not that we aim to win the title. After attending the last Champions League match at home, I simply wish to play in a match or two." Ma Fanshu finally understood the meaning of authenticity. Yi Chen's responses were refreshingly candid. Her smile widened. "Regarding Rudiger's malicious foul against you, will it instill fear of confrontations? Will your style change upon your return from injury?" "Not at all. I am quite satisfied with my playing style, which has proven effective." Yi Chen shook his head. "Moreover, the Bundesliga's penalties demonstrate that they encourage competition, not violence. We have reviewed your past performances before the age of 17, which were rather average. Why the sudden breakthrough? Is there a secret?" "One must recognize their shortcomings and strive for improvement," Yi Chen stated earnestly. "I thank the Football Association for expelling me from the team. Without their provocation, I would not be who I am today." Ma Fanshu's mouth fell slightly open. Was this truly something one could say? Thankfully, it was a recorded interview. Otherwise, even Huaxia Sports Channel might struggle to contain the fallout. "Before we conclude, you announced your departure from the Football Association, meaning you cannot represent Huaxia." Do you feel any regret? Yi Chen shook his head. Of course, I feel regret, but some things are beyond your control. I hope we can all find our way forward. People grow over time. Yi Chen had once been overly sentimental, often retreating to weep alone. But his tears were not born of regret. They were simply a farewell to his dreams. Human effort has its limits. Not everything can be conquered by sheer will. Do you have any message for your fans in Huaxia? Thank you for your support. Even if I cannot represent my country, I will strive to be your pride. Yi Chen resolutely proclaimed, I shall stand atop the pinnacle of Europe and declare to the world that what they can achieve, the people of Huaxia can likewise accomplish. Chapter 125. The King of Football in Huaxia? No, he has yet to earn it. What have I just witnessed? The commentator Huang Jinxiang exclaimed into the microphone with fervor. In the final moments, Yi Chen elegantly maneuvered past 3 defenders, taking on the entire Bayern defense single-handedly. He has performed a miracle. Yi Chen is indeed the 9th wonder of Huaxia. Particularly striking was his encounter with Boateng, whom he deftly left on the ground. This will be a moment etched in history. With his feet, Yi Chen has proclaimed to the world that the people of Huaxia can indeed play football. The title of Huaxia's football king rightfully belongs to Yi Chen. Huang Jinxiang's voice reverberated through countless households. In an instant, the moniker of Huaxia's football king became a sensational topic. Some dissenters arose, arguing that he had only played 7 matches in the Bundesliga, questioning whether it was too hasty to bestow such a title upon him. Yet others countered that if Yi Chen could not be called Huaxia's football king, then who could? Indeed, history has seen a transcendent football king in Huaxia, Li Huitang. Over his illustrious career, he netted an astonishing 1860 goals, an unfathomable feat. In 1928, he was honored as Asia's football king by the Asian Football Confederation, and during a global assessment by the magazine Global Football, he was ranked among the world's 5 greatest football kings alongside legends like Pelé from Brazil, Matthews from England, Di Stefano from Argentina, and Puskas from Hungary. This was a universally acknowledged football king. With such a giant in the annals of history, how could Yi Chen dare to claim the title of Huaxia's football king? Yi Chen was subjected to ridicule. Of course, many who were indifferent to football joined in the derision of Yi Chen. Meanwhile, in a villa in Barcelona, Rocuso was enjoying fruit while watching the match. Leo, come here quickly. This goal is extraordinary. Messi, reluctantly stepping off the treadmill, glanced at the large screen. The screen replayed Yi Chen's stunning goal. Oh, Messi gasped, who is this guy? That was incredible. Rocuso smiled. I told you, the German national derby is thrilling. This young man, named Yi, has already scored 4. Messi's expression turned to one of astonishment. To score 4 against Bayern? That is truly remarkable. What do you think of this goal? Messi pondered. His final shot should have been a delicate lob, but his speed allowed him to evade Neuer. Otherwise, it could have been perilous. His dominant foot is his right, isn't it? Really? But his left foot seems quite adept as well. That is why I say he is a genius. Although I have only seen his first match, I am already his fan. He is simply extraordinary. Rocuso exclaimed. Which country is he from? Is it Sakura country? Or Korea? Neither. He hails from Huaxia. Huaxia? Messi was taken aback, recalling that Huaxia boasts the most passionate football fans in the world, yet their football. As he was about to speak, Messi realized, wait, did you just say you're a fan of his? Indeed. He plays wonderfully and is quite handsome. A truly exceptional player. And what about me? Messi seemed a bit jealous. Thus, melodious music filled the villa in Barcelona. In Clairefontaine, France, a middle-aged woman called out to a child resembling a turtle, Hey, Killian. It's getting late. You should sleep. Mom, I'll sleep after the match. Is this the German national derby? Didn't you used to prefer the Spanish derby? That was in the past. From now on, I declare myself a fan of Dortmund. Oh, Cristiano will be disappointed. The child shook his head. I have a new idol now. Oh, he is simply incredible. His speed and shooting are superhuman. Hey, Mom, do all Huaxia people practice Huaxia Kung Fu? He must look amazing doing it. The middle-aged woman watched her excited son with a wry smile. Huaxia Kung Fu is indeed impressive, but their football. I believe it's more appropriate to admire Cristiano, especially since Huaxia has yet to qualify for the World Cup. No, I like Yi. Mom, can you give me some money? What for? I want to buy Yi's poster and cover my room with it. If you score as many goals as Yi in tomorrow's training match at Clairefontaine, I'll give you the money. Otherwise, I don't have that much. You promised. The child beamed with joy, eager to emulate his new idol. After the passionate celebrations, Yi Chen returned to the pitch. At that moment, The referee issued a yellow card to Badstuber, having already received one for a reckless tackle on Lewandowski in the 53rd minute. 2 yellows meant a red card, leading to his expulsion. Löw rushed over to explain to the referee, but the latter remained resolute. The referee's decision was not an attempt to favor the home team, but was influenced by the circumstances around him. The yellow card could have easily been overlooked, yet Badstuber's tackle was perilous. Chen had barely evaded it, and had he not, the consequences could have been dire. Just last week, the Bundesliga committee had convened an urgent meeting to eradicate such malicious fouls, yet Badstuber had clearly flouted the regulations. The lack of a direct red card was already a significant concession. As the match approached its final 5 minutes, both Dortmund and Bayern were down to 10 players. Get everyone forward. Don't give them a moment to breathe, Heinz urged, waving his arms excitedly. Beside him, Gustavo gasped for breath. Boss, this isn't about giving them no chance to breathe. It's more like pushing ourselves to the brink. Nevertheless, he charged forward and delivered a cross. The ball sailed away, leaving the outcome to chance. Gomez and Peterson leapt simultaneously to contest it, but the ball drifted to the far post and went out of bounds. A collective sigh escaped the Bayern supporters. In the penalty area, Jidzu lay on the ground, clutching his thigh. Chen jogged over. Cramps? Jidzu grimaced in pain and nodded. I can't go on. I'm too exhausted. You head forward. I'll take the left-back position, Chen said, helping to stretch his leg. Can you keep up? Jidzu asked with concern. I can hold on for a few more minutes. Chen panted heavily, though fatigue weighed on him. His spirit remained unyielding. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind, to strive until he could do no more. Yet it was not only Jidzu who was pushing his limits. All Dortmund players were gasping for air. The last few moments relied solely on their willpower. Give me the ball. Chen switched positions with Jidzu, actively demanding it. He controlled the ball at his feet, awaiting Löw's approach. As Löw arrived, he passed the ball to Jidzu, though Jidzu could hardly move. Chen created space to receive the ball. The two engaged in a 1-2 exchange. Löw was compelled to press again, but despite Chen's lack of physical strength, his height allowed him to shield the ball effectively, making it difficult for Löw to reclaim possession. In a moment of desperation, Alex rushed over, but his urgency was palpable. He delivered a forceful kick to Chen's foot, sending both the player and the ball tumbling out of bounds. Chapter 141, Klopp's Arrangements. Substitutes against Borussia Mönchengladbach. The sanctions imposed by the Bundesliga committee once again elucidate their stance. Meanwhile, Chen has unlocked the rewards for this Ruhr derby. During the match, the system assigned an initial task of leading Dortmund to victory over Schalke 04, with the reward for successful completion being a golden treasure chest. Before the match commenced, Chen was determined to perform excellently, striving for a diamond treasure chest. He considered his performance to be rather average. Yet he was awarded the MVP of the match, which seemed paradoxical. Ultimately, the assessment of his performance hinged upon the system's judgment. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The completion rating is A, and you have received 1 golden treasure chest. It was not bad, but neither was it exceptional. Another S-level reward. Please open the golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired an S-level skill, the Marseille turn. Upon hearing the system's reward, Chen was momentarily taken aback, his mind conjuring an image of a bald figure, Zinedine Zidane. Whether in his playing days or as a head coach, Zidane's achievements have been remarkable, although the latter largely pertains to a parallel world. In 2011, Zidane would likely be resting at home after a long career in football, enjoying his wealth and status, and spending time with his family. Yet, even in his absence, his legends permeate the footballing sphere. The Marseille turn is the hallmark skill of this enigmatic coach. The term arose because Zidane executed this move with such finesse, popularizing it among fans. Those unfamiliar began to refer to it as the Zidane turn. But due to Zidane's humble nature and his birthplace, Marseille, it became known as the Marseille turn. While he did not invent the move, its practicality remains paramount. When faced with aggressive interceptors, Chen could employ this technique. If his dribbling skills were sufficiently refined during the Ruhr derby, he could potentially evade numerous fouls. However, his ball control stood at a mere 73, directly impacting his proficiency in ball manipulation. Would this skill enhance his control? Chen opened the data panel, and indeed, his control had increased, soaring to 80, a significant boost of 7 points. It made sense. How could one maintain possession while dribbling with poor control? Nevertheless, he pondered why it had not increased before. Yet, Chen possessed a commendable trait. If something perplexed him, he would simply set it aside. As Dortmund's November awards ceremony concluded, snippets of the event were released online. Many international fans witnessed Chen's singing video, prompting a number to download and listen, an insignificant yet meaningful contribution to the promotion of Chinese music. Meanwhile, domestically, World Football finally aired, featuring a segment titled Dialogue with Chen. According to the viewership ratings from Sports Channel 5, this episode, due to Chen's special feature, tripled its audience numbers, showcasing his formidable influence within the country. Numerous media outlets reported on this episode, and World Football also compiled a complete record of Chen's goals. From his early scores with Manchester United's youth team to his dazzling performances at the Westfalen Stadion, Chen's extraordinary talent astounded all. On the PUSK's Awards official website, several of the top-ranked goals were scored by Chen. His goals were nothing short of spectacular: long-range strikes, half-field lobs, various free kicks, corner goals, and powerful long shots. Notably, his incredible volley from a corner against Bayern earned him the nickname Celestial Flying Immortal. Each goal ignited fervor among viewers. Discussions surrounding Chen proliferated online, and due to this influence, several sports brands in the country initiated talks for collaboration. The most proactive were Anta and Li Ning, while foreign brands had already approached Mendes. Adidas was particularly keen. In 2011, although Nike dominated the basketball realm, Adidas was a formidable player in football. Their investment in football far surpassed that in basketball. However, it was not merely about who approached first. Sincerity played a crucial role. The level of sincerity depended on the brand's forecasts for Chen's future. Naturally, Chen preferred to collaborate with brands that recognized his potential. For the time being, Chen need not concern himself with such matters, as Mendes would filter out insincere offers. Notably, Adidas is a German brand, and the Bundesliga, where Chen played, is essentially their stronghold. Thus, following Chen's consistent stellar performances, they were quick to contact him. Their initial offer was €1 million per year for a 3-year contract, a considerable sum for a rising star, even somewhat high. However, Chen remained unhurried, understanding that both individuals and commodities only gain value when in demand. This, in turn, fuels ambition, potentially leading to a more lucrative contract. This was precisely why Coca-Cola ultimately invested €5 million to sign Chen. All thanks to the assist from Pepsi. As the league resumed in December, the team faced only 5 matches. The first was on December 3rd against Mönchengladbach away. Fans most vividly recalled their encounters with Bayern. After all, any team capable of consistently defeating Bayern must possess considerable strength. After 14 rounds, Mönchengladbach sat in second place in the league, boasting a record of 9 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses, accumulating 29 points. Bayern, on the other hand, had suffered a clean 3-2 defeat against Mainz in their last match, a fitting conclusion to the 14th round. Thus, this match posed a significant challenge for Dortmund. The rationale was simple. Following their encounter with Mönchengladbach, they would face Marseille in just 3 days. A victory against Marseille would propel them into the Champions League, while a loss would relegate them to the Europa League. Klopp convened a team meeting, expressing the coaching staff's desire to fight for the Champions League. After all, they were just 1 match away, while the league season still had a long way to go. Consequently, Klopp intended to deploy as many substitute players as possible for the away match against Mönchengladbach, with Chen confirmed as a starter. On the other side, Mönchengladbach held 3 consecutive meetings, primarily focused on strategies to contain Chen. Although Schalke 04 had demonstrated effective tactics, Chen had still managed to influence the match and score crucial goals. Furthermore, after scoring 5 against Bayern in the previous match, Mönchengladbach could not afford to underestimate him. Yet, due to the Bundesliga's severe penalties against Nakata for his malicious tackle on Chen, they were wary of employing overly aggressive tactics. Ultimately, they decided to implement a combination of man-to-man marking and zonal defense. Favre's expression was grave, and as for fouls, they aimed to be discreet, but if absolutely necessary, they would not hesitate to resort to harsher measures. "We must avoid fouls, if we can't stop him. It would be a tremendous loss." Favre took a deep breath, stating solemnly that if a player were to commit a red card-worthy foul, it would be preferable for them both to leave the field together. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. In a certain sense, football is akin to warfare in times of peace. In the pursuit of victory, one must occasionally resort to certain necessary measures. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary methods. Reflect on the moment when Waterlord dislocated Sulla's arm. It was truly ruthless. Chapter 149. A highly controversial celebration ecstasy. Pure ecstasy. The pent-up fury within Chen erupted at this moment. Fans of Dortmund were well aware of what lay ahead, a life-or-death clash in the Champions League. Progressing further meant glory in the knockout stages, while a step back would lead to the laborious and lackluster Europa League. Under such circumstances, foregoing a league match seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, this decision was met with vehement condemnation from countless Mönchengladbach supporters, who even threatened to file complaints with the Bundesliga, accusing Dortmund of playing negatively. But now, have we truly played negatively? We fought until the very last moment. No one had given them a chance before the match. The betting platforms adjusted their odds drastically, suggesting a 1.5 goal advantage for Mönchengladbach. What did this signify? The bookmakers believed that Mönchengladbach would win by at least 2 goals, if not more. Yet at this moment, Chen smacked them in the face with a stunning shot. Indeed, our starting lineup consisted mostly of substitutes. But we never gave up. The score on the board stands as testament to our efforts. After Kahn's furious outburst, he turned to his side and exclaimed, "Hey, buddy, it's time to get up. The cameras can't even capture you." Only then did Steele finally regain his senses, scrambling to his feet. What had transpired? How could this Chinese player execute such a magnificent strike? However, Kahn furrowed his brow, questioning, "JRG, as a public figure, are you truly resorting to racial discrimination?" Yet, before Kahn could finish, the passionate Mönchengladbach fans began their tirade. "Chinese monkey, go back to China. The Borussia Park is not your stage. Get out, you yellow-skinned monkey. Leave Germany. The Bundesliga does not welcome you, nor does it welcome the Chinese. China is a desert of football. No one there can play. Yi is surely a bastard left behind from the invasion of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Dortmund's rabid dogs, return to your Westphalen. Where are we? Borussia Park. When did it become the prerogative of a Chinese individual to flaunt their prowess here? They could not tolerate such an affront. Thus, they unleashed their fury. Many even resorted to mocking gestures directed at Chen. Yet they failed to notice that Chen's gaze had turned icy. They should never have provoked him by referencing that dark chapter of history. Chen understood their furious roars stemmed from fear. They realized that their domain was being invaded by a Chinese individual. The most terrifying aspect was that this Chinese player was trampling upon the sacred ground of their hearts, an affront they could not bear. In the past, many claimed that foreigners possessed superior qualities, but that was merely a facade. Their politeness served as a protective veneer, as long as one was deemed inferior. They could treat others with an air of superiority, thus appearing cultured. However, once they recognized that someone had surpassed them, jealousy and disdain would inevitably follow. Just like the current Mönchengladbach fans, they could not fathom that a Chinese individual could execute a free kick of such brilliance. Yet that was the undeniable truth they could not accept. Thus, language became their weapon, an attempt to vent their negativity. What they found even more intolerable was that a Dortmund side, composed mainly of substitutes, had managed to turn the tables on their beloved Mönchengladbach in their own backyard. Especially galling was the fact that a player they despised, a Chinese, had scored twice, playing the role of a hero. "What are you all staring at? Get back. The match isn't over." The coach Favre shouted fervently from the sidelines. Indeed, the match was far from over. They still had the opportunity to level the score. Yet, a mocking smile appeared on Chen's cold face. "Yes, the match isn't over. So let me sprinkle a bit more salt on your wounds." The fourth official raised the board, indicating 6 minutes of stoppage time. Such an extended stoppage was clearly a signal from the officials. They wanted to witness a Mönchengladbach comeback against Dortmund. Of course, this could also be a mere figment of Chen's imagination. However, the second half flowed relatively smoothly. And despite a few goals scored, the total celebration time barely amounted to 2 minutes. In such a context, 6 minutes of stoppage time seemed utterly unreasonable. Therefore, brothers, let us keep the ball at our feet in these final moments. Chen commanded, leading the charge forward. The Dortmund players, not hesitating, aimed to secure their hard-earned victory, especially after enduring the vile chants from the Mönchengladbach supporters, who barked like rabid dogs, ready to bite anyone in sight. Although Chen bore the brunt of the insults, others were targeted as well, including Jean Duan, a native German. Thus, everyone was aflame with indignation. A collective high press ensued, catching Mönchengladbach off guard as they were forced to return the ball to Ter Stegen. Ter Stegen had been unfortunate today. Although he conceded 3 goals, none could truly be blamed on him. The first goal was a stroke of luck for Chen, as Dante's deflection transformed it into a world-class strike. The second goal came from a close-range header. Anyone would struggle to block that. Chen himself remarked that even he would have found it difficult to stop. As for the third goal, previously, Chen had managed to save Beckham's free kick. But Ter Stegen was merely a young lion. To put it into perspective, Ter Stegen was only 19, just 2 years older than Chen. And goalkeepers typically enter their prime at around 30. The previous free kick had left him momentarily stunned. As Chen bore down on him, Ter Stegen finally reacted and attempted a hasty clearance. Yet, the kick was rushed and failed to reach its target, landing instead at Jean Duen's feet. Jean Duen seized the opportunity, quickly assessing Chen's position. Confirming that the fullback Janchka had been marked, he made a decisive through ball. The football sliced through the space between Dante and Nordveit like a surgeon's scalpel. To be honest, even Chen felt a bit dazed. However, in such situations, regardless of offside, one simply had to score. Chen received the ball, feigning a shot to the right, causing Ter Stegen to instinctively dive. Yet Chen's foot swiftly struck the ball, and facing a largely open goal, he unleashed a powerful left-footed shot. Bang! This strike contained all the fury within Chen's heart. The ball struck the net, spinning for a few seconds before settling. Upon scoring, he immediately glanced at the linesman. It was a legitimate goal. Mönchengladbach's number 24 had lingered too long. The linesman promptly communicated with the referee via headset. The referee blew the whistle and pointed to the center circle. The goal stood. Upon confirming the validity of the goal, Chen sprinted towards the sidelines. This time, he did not head towards the Dortmund supporters, but directly to the Mönchengladbach loyalists, raising his hand and forcefully bringing it down. With this simple gesture, he delivered a resounding slap to the faces of the Mönchengladbach fans. Chapter 157, Champions League Knockout Stage. Chen aspires to face Manchester United. Super Mario propels Dortmund. Last-minute victory over Marseille secures knockout stage. A roller coaster of emotions. Dortmund clinches last-minute win against Marseille, advances to the Champions League round of 16. Player De Bruyne proclaims, "Here we go. Dortmund, here I come." Post-match interview, Jitsu. Though he is not on the pitch, his spirit is with us. Dortmund's progression to the Champions League knockout stage is, for countless fans, the most splendid Christmas gift. As they exited the stadium, supporters sang and danced with uncontainable joy. Chen opted not to leave immediately. Instead, he made his way to the team's locker room to celebrate with his teammates, while Lena escorted a few girls back to school. Upon entering the locker room, he found the players already reveling with champagne, their bare chests glistening with excitement as they danced joyfully. The moment they spotted they playfully doused him with champagne, leaving him in a delightful mess. Jitsu rushed over to embrace boasting, "Wasn't my last-minute goal magnificent? And my celebration, isn't it far cooler than yours?" "Absolutely. Tonight, you're the most dazzling star." Laughed heartily. "So what is the plan? Shall we head home to accompany our girlfriends, or venture to a bar? When can't we be with our girlfriends? But tonight, we are definitely going to the bar." Gave him a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by his friend's audacity. The world of European football is indeed tumultuous. To put it plainly, as long as a player from a top-tier team performs exceptionally on the field, they are rarely devoid of female company off it. The football and entertainment industries are intricately intertwined, with numerous women seeking proximity to gain more visibility. In this era, popularity translates to wealth. After all, who doesn't desire riches? Was, however, perplexed by Jitsu's frequent bar excursions despite having a girlfriend. Was he unsatisfied? Or did they share a worldview where, until marriage, anything goes? Choosing not to dwell on it, he had no intention of hitting the bar. At that moment, Klopp interjected, "Going to the bar is acceptable, but no getting drunk. Remember, we have a league match in 4 days," and everyone turned their attention to Klopp, eager to hear his next words. "Tonight's bar expenses are on me." "Understood, boss." "Wow, thank you, boss." "Are you coming with us, boss?" "Boss, tonight I'll drink you broke." The players erupted in excitement. "I won't be joining. Let Cal take you." "I'm taking you home." Klopp chuckled. A man with a family shouldn't frequent bars. To put it bluntly, it tests a man's resolve. What if he encounters alluring and forward women? Who could resist such temptations? Klopp called out to "Accompany me to the post-match press conference." "Huh, why should I attend the press conference? I didn't even play. Who says you must play to attend?" Klopp retorted nonchalantly. Yi shrugged. All right, I'll sit in for a while. When Yi and Klopp entered the press conference hall, the reporters were momentarily stunned, creating a stir in the room. Why is Yi here? He didn't even play. It seems he didn't tee, yet he feels like he did. Jidzu's last-minute goal resembled Yi's style. The room buzzed with chatter. Klopp relished the reporters' reactions, a smile gracing his face. You see, all the other team members are off celebrating at the bar. But this young lad, at just 17, is too young to join, so he is here with me. And thus, the questioning commenced, with reporters beaming. Though none truly believe the narrative. Such is the nature of society today. Falsehoods are often accepted, while truths are met with skepticism. Klopp surveyed the room and pointed to a striking female reporter. The goal Jidzu scored was exhilarating. What was your impression? She asked, swaying slightly as if intoxicated by the moment. I believe Jidzu should answer that, as he was the one who thrilled you. Yi smiled in response. And who is the opponent you most eagerly anticipate facing in the first round? If I had to choose, it would undoubtedly be Manchester United. Yi replied without hesitation. However, the reporters paused, then burst into laughter. Surely you jest? Manchester United finished third in their group. They're heading to the Europa League. One reporter kindly reminded him. Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Really? I genuinely didn't know that. What was your reaction upon learning Manchester United had dropped to the Europa League? The reporter pressed on. If only Jidzu hadn't scored that last-minute goal. Yi chuckled. Then we could have faced Manchester United. The crowd erupted in laughter at his jest, and Yi's smile widened. That was merely a playful comment. I regard Manchester United as a formidable team. Their capabilities are certainly worthy of the Champions League knockout stage, not the Europa League. I do feel a tinge of concern for the Europa League teams. A giant like Manchester United would undoubtedly dominate. While Manchester United was drawn into Group C of the Champions League, Yi was still with their youth team. Recalling the reactions of teammates and fans when they were grouped with Benfica, Basel, and Galatasaray, many were unfamiliar with these opponents. And it was perceived as a favorable draw for United. Yet, who could have predicted that after 6 matches, they would finish third with only 2 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss? Such a scenario is a stark slap in the face to those who doubted the team. Future coaches encountering similarly weak opponents and still failing to reach the knockout stage would likely face scornful nicknames. However, given Sir Alex Ferguson's status, online discussions have already crafted excuses. This season, we must focus on the league. Currently, Manchester United is indeed formidable in the Premier League, remaining unbeaten in 15 matches with 8 victories and 7 draws, leading the league with 31 points, closely followed by Chelsea and Arsenal, both at 29 points. In such circumstances, abandoning the Champions League is plausible. Yet, from the starting lineup, it is evident that they are not conceding. Rather, fatigue from juggling multiple competitions has hindered their performance. 3 draws in the Champions League and 7 in the league reveal a significant issue: lack of attacking prowess. With only Rooney as a reliable scorer, the likes of Hernandez, Berbatov, and Welbeck have failed to consistently find the net. This explains why Ferguson, despite not directing matches, felt compelled to bring Yi back to Old Trafford. Ferguson is undoubtedly feeling the pressure. However, reporters crafting their articles 1T include his justifications, resulting in Yi's resurgence in the British media spotlight. Former Manchester United player advances to Champions League knockout stage, mocking his old club. Dortmund's star Chen, Manchester United in the Europa League? Their strength is evidently limited. Shocking. Former Manchester United player Yi speaks out. Dortmund's last-minute goal was unfortunate. Otherwise, we could have trounced United in the Europa League. The title. It undoubtedly bears the hallmark of the seasoned professionals from the UC Shock department. Chapter 177. The Asian Derby commences. No one wishes to forever dwell in another's shadow. Yet, playing in the Bundesliga, Son Heung-min inevitably finds himself compared to Yi Chen. This was particularly disheartening after fans opined that Yi Chen was more suited to represent Korea than Son. Thus, he silently vowed to triumph over Yi Chen with dignity. When that moment arrives, he would proclaim the words he longs to express. Who else? Unbeknownst to him, even that phrase is borrowed from Yi Chen. Suddenly, Sun Xiongxing uploaded training videos online, leaving Son Heung-min somewhat flustered. His plans for revenge seemed to have been prematurely laid bare. Victory would be glorious, but defeat. Son Heung-min took deep breaths, striving to calm his nerves. Today, it is success or nothing. Many of Son's teammates at Hamburg became aware of the situation. Son, give it your all today. Believe in yourself. You are no less capable than ye. When you previously contended for my starting position, you didn't damage my face. Did you? Son, face reality. Ye has made history in the Bundesliga, and you cannot compare. Just give up. If your fighting spirit is 1,000, then Yes is 10,000. As Son Heung-min prepared to challenge Yi Chun, the online chatter grew increasingly fervent, with more deriding him than supporting him within Hamburg. After all, Borussia Dortmund leads the Bundesliga, and Yi Chun has already proven himself with an impressive first-half tally of 36. But what of Son? While wingers do not primarily chase goals, scoring merely 3 and assisting once in half a season is rather paltry. With such statistics, how could he dare confront Yi Chun? Is that not self-degradation? Especially given his act of substituting a goalkeeping robot's face with Yi Chen's. Wasn't that akin to AI face swapping? At 2:30 p.m. on January 22nd, a bus emblazoned with the Borussia Dortmund logo slowly rolled into the Volkspark Stadion in Hamburg. This stadium, a 5-star venue recognized by UEFA, can host finals for the UEFA Cup and the UEFA Champions League, accommodating up to 55,000 spectators. With Dortmund's visit, tickets had sold out early. Inside the bus, Yi Chun, donned with headphones, quietly listened to Jay Cho's melodies. Just the night before, he had received a message from his former school beauty, who had not contacted him in 3 years, inquiring if they should meet. He was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, only to soon discover that it was a mass hacking incident. As the bus came to a halt, Yi Chun disembarked with his teammates. Initially, he had no intention of signing autographs, but upon spotting the vibrant red of a fan's attire, he paused. Yi Chun, Yi Chun, Yi Chun. Yi Chun focused his gaze and was surprised to see the chubby boy he had met during an U18 match at Manchester United. What brings you here? Aren't you studying in Manchester? The boy, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, You remember me. Oh my gosh, Yi Chun actually remembers me. Yi Chun chuckled. I'm not suffering from senility, haha. Would you like a signature or a photo? Blushing, the boy responded, I'm an adult now, can we? Sure. Yi Chun readily agreed. After a brief exchange, he continued on his way. Yi Chun, do your best. Make sure to teach that fellow named Son a lesson. Without turning back, Yi Chun simply gestured an okay and proceeded into the tunnel. Had it been the Son Heung-min of his Tottenham days, Yi Chun might have felt a twinge of apprehension, but the current Son was merely a budding player finding his footing in the Bundesliga. In terms of skill and talent, Yi Chun felt he overshadowed him entirely. Of course, one must disdain the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically. Although Hamburg was fighting for survival this season, as a team that has never been relegated from the Bundesliga, they often unleash surprising energy. Klopp opted not to rush into experimenting with new formations, instead utilizing the more familiar 4-2-3-1 setup. Yi, how is your shoulder? Klopp inquired with concern as he approached Yi Chun. Boss, my shoulder is perfectly fine. Yi Chun replied with a smile. Didn't the team doctor say it would take 5 days to heal? Are you sure you're all right? Absolutely. My recovery ability is significantly superior to the average person's, Yi Chun confidently affirmed. During a match on January 19th, Yi Chun collided heavily with a central defender from Oberhausen, falling hard onto the grass. After a brief treatment, he continued playing, and everyone assumed there were no issues. However, a subsequent examination revealed a shoulder injury, with a projected recovery time of 5 days, which would cause him to miss the match against Hamburg. With the Dortmund-Hamburg match scheduled for January 22nd, only 3 days had passed since the injury. This situation had even appeared in the injury report on Dortmund's official website. Yet, Yi Chun's extraordinary recovery ability allowed him to inform Klopp the night before that he was ready to come off the bench. Thus, he reappeared on the matchday roster. Meanwhile, a wave of criticism swept through online forums directed at Klopp for his earlier announcement that Yi Chun would not be participating due to injury. Sitting alongside Yi Chun on the bench were new signings De Bruyne, Wang Chu, Main, and Azpilicueta, alongside Yi Chun, Gundogan, and goalkeeper VLK, who had been temporarily promoted from the second team, 7 players in total. Weidenfeller had sustained a groin injury during training and would be sidelined for 3 days. Langerak was poised for a valuable opportunity to take the field. Welcome to Volkspark Stadion. I'm today as commentator, Mike, and with me is my partner, Jack. The dynamic duo returns. Now, let us take a look at the starting lineups. Hamburg's goalkeeper, Drobny left winger, Son Heung-min. Indeed, Son Heung-min appeared in the left winger position, having earned this precious opportunity through his commendable performance in warm-up matches. Next, the starting lineup for Dortmund. The backup goalkeeper, Langerak. is in the goal. Chun's name is absent from the starting list, as the injury report indicated he would require 5 days of rest. However, Klopp has still included him on the bench. This match is still the Asian derby, with Hamburg's Son Heung-min and Lin Jijian facing off against Dortmund's Kagawa, representing Korea, Hong Kong, and Japan respectively. Both Korea and Japan are renowned footballing nations in Asia, while the Chinese national team is rather mediocre. Hence, Lin Jijian has publicly declared his refusal to represent the Chinese national team. Lin Jijian, a mixed heritage player, is often referred to as the Hamburg Lam due to his resemblance to the German star. His father is from Hong Kong, while his mother is German. Yet, he aspires to represent Germany, having openly rejected the Chinese national team. Nonetheless, his Instagram is flooded with messages from Chinese fans urging him not to return and to avoid joining the national team. However, Lin Jijian is confident in his abilities and yearns to join the German national squad to soar to greater heights. Without dreams, one is no different from a salted fish. With exceptional talents like Yi Chun and Lin Jijian unwilling to serve the Chinese Football Association, it seems that the association should reevaluate its approach. After all, Yi Chun is a prodigious forward coveted even by LW. Now back to the match. As Mike narrates, the game officially begins. The players of Hamburg have rallied their spirits and fully immersed themselves in the match. It is essential to note that this is the first game of the second half of the season, and they aspire to reward their fans, who have come to support them, with a victory. But will Dortmund fulfill their wishes? Dortmund has retained their primary lineup from the first half of the season, employing the familiar 4-2-3-1 formation. On the left is Cruz, who scored twice against Hamburg in the previous match, and on the right is Kuba, while Ji-Zhu is absent due to injury and did not even make the squad list. Up front is Lewandowski, with Kagawa in the middle and the midfield duo of Kell and Stamboli. Hamburg intends to stabilize the situation on their home turf, yet Dortmund has taken the initiative. As the match progressed to the 13th minute, they gradually seized control of the game. By the 15-minute and 24-seconds mark, Dortmund launched a lethal offensive. On the left flank, Shinji Kagawa received the ball, deftly evading the midfield pressure from Lin Jijian, and delivered a precise through ball to the advancing Cruz. The latter created space and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball found the net, marking the third time this season that goalkeeper Drobny has been breached by the same player. Dortmund, playing away, leads Hamburg 1-0. Under such circumstances, it seems that Yi Chun may not even need to take the field. Chapter 179. The path to heaven you do not take. The gates of hell you recklessly enter. Yi Chun did not intend to yawn. The comfortable temperature beneath the awning of the substitutes bench, coupled with the ergonomically designed leather seats of Hamburg, caused him to succumb to a yawn, which was fortuitously witnessed by Son Heung-min. Although Dortmund found themselves a goal down, they were still ahead in the scoreline, so Yi Chun remained unperturbed. After all, his urgency was futile. He had to heed Klopp's directives. If the coach did not make substitutions, his anxiety was of no consequence. The match soon resumed after Hamburg's goal invigorated their spirit. With around 7 minutes left, including stoppage time, Hamburg pressed Dortmund relentlessly. Klopp, visibly dissatisfied with the players' retreat, shouted at them to push forward. Dortmund's formation was becoming increasingly flat under the pressure. Should they persist in mere defense, Hamburg might very well capitalize on this momentum to equalize. If Hamburg managed to level the score and continued to surge forward, the outcome of the match would indeed be uncertain. At this juncture, risk was imperative. The players needed to advance the ball swiftly past the halfway line and ignite the flames of competition on the opposing side. In the dying moments, it was Shinji Kagawa who stepped up, dribbling forward and deceiving Lin Kong, the defensive midfielder, with a feint, prompting a foul against him. This provided Dortmund with a precious respite. After the restart, Grosskreutz carried the ball wide, only to be blocked by Lin Jijian, who fortunately passed it back to Kagawa. Kagawa surged forward with great speed, executing a quick change of direction to bypass Dickmeyer. Just as he prepared to shoot, Bruma arrived just in time, executing a tackle that sent Kagawa sprawling. The center-back earned himself a yellow card for his efforts, while Dortmund was awarded a free kick in an advantageous position. Kagawa glanced at the spot, casting a longing look towards the sidelines. If only Yi Jun were here. This position was tailor-made for a curling shot. Alas, Kagawa's free kick soared over the goal line. Nevertheless, time had elapsed, marking the conclusion of the first half. Dortmund led Hamburg 2-1 on their turf. Klopp was the first to enter the locker room, while the players ambled in, unfazed. At that moment, Kagawa suddenly called out to Sun Heung-min, "Son, what's the matter?" Sun halted, turning towards Kagawa. "I advise you not to provoke Yi Jun's wrath. You cannot bear the brunt of his fury," Kagawa warned sternly. Sun merely smirked. "Is that so? Then I shall test it." If Yi Chun were in good health, Sun would not consider himself a match for him. However, today, Yi Chun was nursing an injury. If he could manage to defeat him just once, his confidence would be restored, freeing him from the shadow of Yi Chun. In the locker room during the halftime break, Klopp expressed his satisfaction with the players. However, he recognized that Hamburg's momentum was building and opted to substitute De Bruyne for Kuba. Kuba had performed adequately today, assisting Lewandowski to score the second goal, and had indeed contributed defensively. Yet, Dortmund required someone to hold the ball in the attacking front. De Bruyne was undoubtedly the ideal candidate. De Bruyne warmed up swiftly, attentively listening to the coach's instructions. Wang Chu gazed at De Bruyne with admiration, surprised that Kevin was set to play so soon. He felt envious. May nodded vigorously. "Me too." Meanwhile, Yi Chun chuckled. "Train well. Your opportunity will come soon." Dortmund had many matches ahead in the second half, so there was no need to worry about playing time. The only factor influencing a player's opportunity to play was their ability. After all, Klopp was inherently utilitarian. His team operated without rigid rules, where skill was the ultimate passport. As the second half commenced, Hamburg kicked off first. At 45:07, Guerrero sent a long pass back to center-back Westermann. Just as Westermann received the ball, Lewandowski charged towards him. Calmly, he passed to Dickmeyer. Under relentless pressure from Lewandowski and De Bruyne, Dickmeyer chose not to return the pass, but instead advanced the ball forward, reaching Hamburg's midfielder Cattrall. Cattrall had yet to turn before being struck by Stindl. He persisted, delivering the ball to the advancing Lincoln. After passing, he collapsed to the ground, having been kicked on the ankle, and might not be able to continue. The referee signaled for the match to proceed, indicating a strong attacking play. Lincoln drove the ball forward, pushing it past the halfway line. The ball was quickly relayed to Guerrero's feet. As a South American player, Guerrero's technical skills were refined. He executed a bicycle kick to bait Subotic into action. However, Subotic remained unmoved, waiting for Guerrero to break through. In the midst of this duel, Guerrero flicked the ball with his toe, sending a diagonal pass to the left. At that moment, Sun Heung-min, lurking on the left flank, surged forward at breakneck speed. Like a wild stallion, he galloped uncontrollably. Piszczek attempted to foul him to halt his progress, but to no avail. In fact, Piszczek's attempt only delayed him, allowing Sun to gain a significant lead. Sun burst into the penalty area, one-on-one with Langerak. Langerak charged out, lowering his body to quickly reduce the angle for a shot while expanding his defensive coverage. Yet, at the instant Langerak lunged forward, Sun deftly poked the ball. The football slipped through Langerak's legs. Thud! The ball struck the back of the net, soaring upwards. After scoring, Sun Heung-min did not rush to the fans, but instead pushed aside his teammates who came to celebrate, making a beeline for Dortmund's substitutes bench. Under the gaze of all the fans, Sun extended his finger and made a slight beckoning gesture. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Yi Chun on the substitutes bench was momentarily taken aback. How did that gesture carry its own sound effect? Come here. In truth, Yi Chun had seen videos of Sun training on Instagram, aware that this was a challenge issued by his father, Sun Kyung-yong. Yet, he never anticipated that Sun would make such a gesture towards the substitutes bench. At that moment, the handsome youth from the Military Arts Academy would have surely given a thumbs up. "Yi, get warmed up." Just as Yi Chun furrowed his brows, Klopp's voice rang out suddenly. "All right." Yi Chun slowly stood from his seat, stretching before making his way off the substitutes bench. As he rose, the voice of the chubby kid pierced the air. "Yi Chun, rise. Yi Chun, rise. Yi Chun, rise." Although the Dortmund fans present did not comprehend the meaning behind rise, upon seeing the chubby kid draped in a red flag exclusive to Huaxia, they hesitated not to join in the chant. At that moment, the atmosphere was electrifying. Yet, upon witnessing Yi Chun rise from the substitutes bench, Coach Torsten Frink's expression changed dramatically, nearly causing him to stumble. "That damn Sun. What on earth is he doing?" Suddenly, a line from an old Chinese martial arts film sprang to Torsten Frink's mind. "Heaven has a path that you do not tread, yet you force your way into hell." Sun Heung-min, it seems, is searching for his demise in the restroom with a candle. Chapter 188. Champions League Anticipation. Dortmund faces daunting challenge. Breaking through a dense defense remains a formidable challenge worldwide. Yet, Chen emerges as the most potent weapon against such defenses, unmatched in his prowess. His long-range shooting card is specifically tailored for overcoming tightly packed defenses. After all, once one opts for a defensive posture, space inevitably opens up outside. With just 3 touches, Chen can activate his long-range shooting card, rendering even world-class goalkeepers powerless. Furthermore, after acquiring the SSS-level skill of Spectral Stalker, his movements have become even more elusive and unpredictable. His recent goal exemplified a highly deceptive run. Of course, it is not solely the fault of the opposing defenders for losing track of him. Chen's agility is extraordinary, and at that moment, everyone's focus was on the ball, allowing him to exploit the space with a well-timed run. Following the goal, Dortmund maintained control of the match, showcasing their dominance as the leaders of the Bundesliga. Meanwhile, in a tactical meeting room on the Italian peninsula, Inter Milan's Ranieri was analyzing the match with his coaching staff. Yez's movement is remarkably elusive. It bears a resemblance to the legendary Joer, exclaimed Ranieri's assistant, Paolo Bonetti, as Chen scored. Daniele Bernazzani nodded in agreement, noting that nearly 60% of Yez's goals originated from outside the penalty area, particularly from the arc's edge, where he demonstrated both left and right-footed prowess without a discernible weak foot. Ranieri contemplated who would be best suited to mark Chen in turf-face Dortmund. However, Bonetti shook his head, suggesting that man-to-man marking was unwise, given the advanced age of their defensive line, making it challenging for any player to keep pace with Yez's agility. Moreover, statistical analysis indicated that the young Chinese player possessed exceptional stamina and a vast range, rendering previous teams' man-marking efforts largely ineffective. Thus, an aggressive, chain-like defensive strategy to keep him as far from the penalty area as possible would be the most effective approach. Ranieri nodded again, continuing his observation, acknowledging that besides Lewandowski's abilities were also worthy of attention. Bernazzani noted that while and Lewandowski had largely operated independently during the first half of the season, their synergy had clearly increased in the latter half, creating a formidable combination of speed and height. Ranieri furrowed his brow. Known as a pragmatic strategist in football, he never pursued flamboyant attacking play, instead prioritizing the organization of the defensive line upon joining a new team. Currently, Inter's defense, though aging, offered the advantage of experience. They needed to devise a thorough strategy to contain the threat posed by Dortmund, particularly with their star forward, Chen. As Inter analyzed Dortmund, Klopp commenced his own investigation into the Italian giants. However, with ample time before their encounter on February 23rd, both sides were poised to prepare meticulously. After extensive preparations and tactical simulations, the first clash in the Champions League promised to be a fierce battle. Back to the league, with Chen breaking the deadlock. Dortmund seized total control of the match. At 34 minutes and 19 seconds, Kagawa found Azpilicueta making a run down the right. Azpilicueta decisively advanced to assist with a cross into the penalty area, but it was cleared by the opposing defender Johnson. At the edge of the box, De Bruyne received the ball and passed it to Chen at the top of the penalty arc. He feigned a shot, drawing defenders before delivering the ball to the left for Perisic, who cut inside to shoot. However, the goalkeeper Stock thwarted the attempt, yet Lewandowski capitalized on the rebound, scoring and making it 2-0 for Dortmund against Hoffenheim. This goal ignited the atmosphere at Westfalenstadion. Nonetheless, Dortmund's offensive onslaught was far from over. At 42 minutes and 24 seconds, Chen received a through ball from Kagawa and unleashed a powerful long-range shot, which struck the post with a resounding thud. "Oh, what a pity. Stock had surrendered, but the post denied Yez's effort," lamented the commentator. At 45 minutes and 24 seconds, in stoppage time, Dortmund earned a corner. Despite Hoffenheim's defense being on high alert, Chen's corner was punched away by the goalkeeper. The second half began at 48 minutes and 24 seconds. With Kyle's diagonal pass finding Kagawa at the edge of the box. Without hesitation, Kagawa curled a shot toward the far post, resulting in Dortmund's third goal against Hoffenheim. The home crowd erupted in ecstasy. Dortmund's performance was exhilarating, with every player seemingly capable of scoring. Particularly, De Bruyne's integration into the team was exemplary, akin to a plug-and-play system. Yet, Chen's fortune appeared to be waning. Aside from his opening goal, he had struck the woodwork twice. At 57 minutes and 24 seconds, Chen surged into the box and executed an outside-of-the-foot shot, which evaded the goalkeeper's grasp but was once again denied by the post. Then, at 62 minutes and 42 seconds, Hoffenheim capitalized on a corner, with Blaszczykowski's delivery finding center-back Fabian Johnson, who, under the watchful gaze of over 80,000 Dortmund fans, breached their defense. Johnson refrained from celebrating, instead opting to retrieve the ball and head to the center circle, eager for another goal. Dortmund responded with substitutions, bringing on Main for Lewandowski and Stamboli for Kyle. The team's formation shifted to a 4-2-3-1, with Kagawa returning to the attacking midfield role and De Bruyne stationed in midfield. Dortmund's control surged, with possession soaring to 80 during the 65th to 80th minutes. Hoffenheim's coach, determined in the closing moments, substituted striker Mrapa and Muzona for the scoring defender Johnson and midfielder Rudy. However, merely adding forwards proved futile. Without midfield control, their efforts were in vain. Conversely, Main frequently threatened on the flanks, though Chen struggled to find his footing in the box. In the final moments, Kubo replaced Chen, and Dortmund secured victory with a score of 3-1. Statistically, Dortmund recorded 24 shots, scoring 3 goals while hitting the post twice. Chen's luck had slightly faltered, nonetheless. Securing the win remained paramount. After 19 rounds, Dortmund stood atop the league with a record of 14 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses. Bayern, in second place, had 13 wins, 1 draw, and 5 losses, trailing Dortmund by 4 points. In the goal-scoring chart, Chen led with 29 goals, while Huntelaar followed with 19. The disparity was stark, as Huntelaar had netted his 19th goal from the penalty spot in the 78th minute of the 19th round, achieving an average of 1 goal per match. Yet, Chen's performance was simply terrifying, having scored 29 goals in 11 matches, averaging nearly 3 goals per game. Despite a bit of misfortune, as evidenced by hitting the post twice in the 19th round. For the fans, this was more than sufficient. Since Chen's arrival, he had scored in every match, playing an instrumental role in Dortmund's resurgence and ascent to the top of the league. However, human nature is inherently greedy. While they were on a victorious streak in the league, they yearned for further success in the Champions League. Yet, facing the Italian powerhouse Inter Milan in the round of 16 left fans with a sense of unease. Klopp shared their sentiments, aware of Inter's formidable reputation, especially after their triumph over Bayern to claim the Champions League title 2 years prior. Inter Milan boasts a roster replete with illustrious talents. The Brazilian goalkeeper Julio Cesar, the once revered right-back Maicon, the premier Asian fullback Yuto Nagatomo, the world-class playmaker Wesley Sneijder, and the formidable forwards Diego Milito and Diego Forlán. Not to mention the legendary captain Javier Zanetti and the bald commander Esteban Cambiasso. To triumph over such a formidable side as Inter Milan is undeniably a Herculean task. Although there remains more than half a month until the Champions League, the media has already begun to stir excitement. This is, after all, the Champions League, an arena that never lacks fervor. Presently, the odds seem to favor Inter Milan. It is worth noting that Borussia Dortmund's journey through the group stage was fraught with challenges, only securing their passage at the last moment thanks to Mario Götze's dramatic strike. Despite the anticipated return of Chen in the latter half of the season, Götze's 2-month injury absence has been confirmed, ruling him out of the clash against Inter. This cast a shadow over Dortmund, who were already not favored to succeed. The path to victory for Dortmund appears as daunting as scaling the heavens. Chapter 192. The special mission of Chen and Wang Chu. How are you feeling? Nervous? Chen quietly inquired, trailing behind Wang Chu. A bit. Wang Chu nodded. I never expected the boss would assign me to play as the central core. This is a tremendous test for me. This is the result of your hard work. Keep it up. Chen refrained from mentioning to Klopp that he had advocated for Wang Chu's starting position, as he believed he had already contributed enough. In his previous life, Wang Chu ultimately faded into obscurity, ending up in a lower-tier team. It was heart-wrenching to witness a once promising talent fall to such depths, especially when former teammates could still command transfer fees of 40 million euros at the age of 30. Who could truly understand the pain he felt? Yet, Chen had transformed the course of Wang Chu's life. Regardless of how things unfolded in the future, he would always carry the legacy of playing for Borussia Dortmund. During their training sessions, Chen discovered that Wang Chu possessed an excellent sense of the game, as he was recognized as a prodigy by Alquipe. However, injuries and preferential treatment within the club had eroded his confidence. The difference between a confident player and one lacking self-belief was monumental. Ding. The main storyline task has been issued, a special bond mission. Both the host and Wang Chu hail from the football desert of China, which is a rarity. In this match, They must assist each other in scoring a goal to activate the system's special reward, bond. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of 100 points. Bond. What is the utility of this skill? Upon stepping onto the pitch, Chen was taken aback. Friendly reminder, the bond skill automatically activates when Wang Chu is on the field, enhancing both players' personal attributes by 10. The effect ceases once either player leaves the field. Chen inhaled sharply. What does a 10 increase signify? His explosive power stood at 90. With the boost, it would skyrocket to 99. However, the challenge of assisting each other seemed daunting. Scoring off Wang Chu's assist was feasible, but could Wang Chu score from his? It wasn't that Chen doubted him. It was simply a matter of Wang Chu's long absence from competitive play. He couldn't help but feel a lack of trust. Yet, the allure of this synergy skill was undeniable. Although it required Wang Chu to be present on the field, its impact was significant. Clearly, the system would not bestow such generous rewards without reason. The difficulty warranted the bounty. Chen clenched his fists. He needed to secure this skill. On the field, players from both teams shook hands. The Holstein Kiel players were spirited, exuding an air of determination to make history before their fans. But was Borussia Dortmund an easy adversary? As the match commenced, Klopp bellowed from the sidelines, urging his players to remain vigilant and deny the opposition any opportunities. The home coach appeared disheartened, but what could he do? Klopp was a champion coach. He could only endure. Don't let us win this game, or you'll know what it means to be humiliated. 3 minutes and 12 seconds into the match, the ball was passed back to the Holstein Kiel goalkeeper. Jensen opted for a short pass to defender Bogan. However, Chen charged forward swiftly, confident in his technique. Bogan attempted a trick, but Chen was quicker, poking the ball away. He immediately pursued the ball, facing the advancing goalkeeper and striking for the far corner. Just as Chen believed he had scored, Jensen managed to deflect the shot with his toes. The ball veered toward the right side of the goal. Maine seized it. But as he shot, he was thwarted by another center-back, Jay Regensen, who deflected it back to the front line. Lindner received the ball and attempted a breakthrough on the wing, but was brought down by midfielder Kyle. After this missed opportunity, Chen could only hold his head in despair. Such a pity. Dortmund launched a relentless assault on Holstein Kiel. Within a mere 10 minutes, Dortmund had taken 7 shots. Yet Chen had only one attempt from outside the box. His teammates were sending balls into the penalty area, and without venturing in, he could not receive them. Observing this, Chen approached Wang Chu and whispered a few words. Wang Chu immediately understood. Finally, at 16 minutes and 24 seconds, Chen activated the long-range shot card. Wang Chu delivered the ball to Chen, who stood just outside the penalty area, while Wang Chu made a decisive run forward. Before he could even reach the box, a sudden whoosh of wind filled his ears. Instinctively turning his head, he witnessed a white flash hurtling toward the right corner of the goal. It was Chen's cold shot. Swish. Jensen had no time to react as the ball nestled into the net. The home crowd, who had been cheering for their team, fell into an eerie silence. This long-range strike could only be described with 4 words: earth-shattering. It was so sudden and so cunning. Moreover, Jensen's view was obstructed by defenders, leaving him utterly unprepared. Wang Chu immediately reacted, turning to rush toward Chen. Chen embraced him warmly and led him to the corner area, pointing at Wang Chu. The message was crystal clear. He wanted the players to remember Wang Chu's contribution to the goal. The Borussia Dortmund fans chanted Chen's name, while he glanced towards Wang Chu, asking, "So, do you want to hear the fans chant your name?" "Of course," Wang Chu replied eagerly. "Then run more. And don't worry, I will pass the ball to you," Chen said earnestly. "What are you talking about? I'm the core organizer. Scoring is your responsibility." Wang Chu countered hastily. "Who said midfielders can't score? Look at Kak. He netted a dozen or 20 goals in a season. But I'm not Kak," Wang Chu lamented. Chen abruptly halted. "Wang Chu, remember, our opponents today are merely a 3rd division team. If you can't see such an opportunity, even the gods cannot help you." Wang Chu met Chen's earnest gaze and nodded gravely. He understood the reasoning, but could he truly score? Yet, something about Chen's resolute expression stirred something within Wang Chu. Years later, during an interview post-retirement, Wang Chu would recount his first match in the German Cup with Dortmund, stating that without Chen's encouragement and affirmation, he would never have reached such heights. As the match resumed, conceding a goal seemed anticipated for Holstein Kiel. They did not rush. Instead, they continued to fortify their defense, waiting for counterattack opportunities. However, The players adhered to the coach's instructions and pressed forward. At 32 minutes and 24 seconds, Main and Azpilicueta executed a brilliant 1-2 play. After dribbling past his marker, Azpilicueta delivered a precise 45-degree cross that evaded the defenders, landing at the back post. Left winger Kuba easily converted the chance. With this goal, the once hopeful Holstein Kiel players and fans were forced to confront reality. The coach returned to his seat, his expression grave as he observed the field. Human strength has its limits, and the disparity in power between Dortmund and Holstein Kiel was akin to heaven and earth. Reluctant to accept defeat, the prospect of a miracle had come to an end. Seeing the opponents abandon their resistance, Dortmund's players played with increased ease, engaging in pointless passes. Yet Chen was anxious, repeatedly dropping back to retrieve the ball, urging Wang Chu to push forward and shoot. But Wang Chu had long been deprived of the feeling of scoring, rendering him exceedingly uncertain in front of goal. When attempting to score, the power was evidently lacking, as 3 consecutive delicate shots were securely caught by the goalkeeper. This hardly resembled a strike. It seemed more akin to a back pass. Wang Chu's confidence was gradually eroded, prompting Chen to let out a long sigh. This approach was ineffective. He needed to provoke him somehow. But how to incite him? Chen opted for the simplest and most forceful method. After all, the outcome of this match was already determined. What if Klopp decided to substitute him? Thus, he had to swiftly accomplish his task. Of course, it was unlikely that Klopp would replace him before the end of the first half. Yet the concern lingered that he might be substituted shortly after the break. In that case, losing 100 points would be one thing. But losing such a remarkable synergy skill would plunge Chen into a deep despondency. Chapter 205, The Yellow Dot Package, Interplayers in Desperation in Recent Years. The strategy of total attack and defense has gained prominence, largely due to Barcelona's overwhelming prowess, which allows them to maintain possession for an astonishing 80 of the match, leaving their opponents utterly powerless. Previously, football resembled a turn-based game where one team would attack until fatigue set in before the other side took its turn. This is why Sneijder was astounded by Dortmund's swift defensive movements. However, as a world-class midfielder, Sneijder remained composed and gently returned the ball to Maicon. Maicon seized the opportunity and decisively surged down the flank, while Chen was slightly delayed in his response. Nevertheless, he quickly pursued. Regardless of whether he could make the stop, he was determined to display a resolute defensive attitude. Bang! Maicon sent a swift cross into the box. But the delivery was rushed and failed to find either Melito or Fran, as it was intercepted by Hummels, who headed it clear. The match entered a tense phase, with Inter striving to equalize against Dortmund's formidable defense. Chen, playing as a left winger, displayed exceptional vigor. Initially, Maicon aimed to exploit Chen as a breakthrough point. But several successive crosses were thwarted, causing Inter to miss critical attacking opportunities. The focus of the attack shifted toward penetrating the central area, yet Dortmund's defense remained impenetrable, particularly with Kell and Subotic holding their positions firmly in midfield. Simultaneously, Dortmund's counterattacks were lightning fast, when Chen, Lewandowski, and Groß surged forward simultaneously. They resembled 3 wild stallions breaking free. At 21 minutes and 19 seconds, Dortmund launched a counterattack. Right back Piszczek intercepted Nagatomo's pass and deftly delivered the ball to Kell in the middle, who then played it out to Groß on the right flank. As the attack unfolded, Chen instinctively moved toward the center, diverting the attention of the central defenders and creating additional options for the offense. However, as Chen began to position himself, Zanetti quickly closed in. Boom! Groß delivered the ball directly to Lewandowski's feet, who served as a pivot in the forward line. Just as Lewandowski completed his turn, he spotted Chen making a run. With a deft flick of his toes, he threaded the ball into the penalty area. Meanwhile, Chen, who had been positioned ahead of Samuel, suddenly accelerated diagonally. Their synchronized movement could only be described as perfect. The ball fell into Chen's path. After shaking off Samuel, Chen found himself one-on-one with Cesar. Of course, Cesar reacted swiftly and decisively charged out of his goal. As Chen took a step to adjust, he unleashed a quick, precise shot. The strike was unexpected, but at the crucial moment, Cesar extended his leg and deflected the ball out for a corner. A magnificent save. Samuel lauded Cesar for his prowess, while Chen, having missed the golden opportunity, held his head in despair. It was truly unfortunate that he couldn't convert the one-on-one. If only he could perform a step-over like Ronaldo. If he could just bypass the goalkeeper, the goal would have been assured. But regret was futile. He still managed to offer Lewandowski his first compliment of the day. That pass could only be described as exquisite. Yet, Chen's final shot lacked precision, primarily because Samuel was closing in. Had he attempted to round the goalkeeper to the left, the likelihood of being cleared was high, while shooting to the right presented too narrow an angle. Thus, Chen opted for the shot. Of course, it was too late to dwell on his decision. He could only seek another opportunity. In Dortmund's current setup, Lewandowski's role mirrored that of Benzema, while Chen resembled Cristiano Ronaldo. Admittedly, Chen lacked some physicality compared to Ronaldo, but in terms of offensive positioning and speed, he outshone him. However, in terms of overall capability, Chen was likely only a few points short of the current superstar's attributes. Dortmund earned a corner kick. Kagawa executed a right-sided corner, and Sabodi managed to get a rare header, but Caesar confidently secured the ball on the goal line. After claiming possession, Caesar wasted no time waiting for his teammates to reposition, opting instead for a powerful throw to initiate an attack. The ball landed squarely at Sneijder's feet. Meanwhile, Chen, lurking just outside the penalty area, quickly sprinted back into position. Sneijder launched the ball and followed with an explosive dash. The right side was wide open, but Chen's speed was akin to that of a rocket. Despite starting behind, he remarkably caught up with Sneijder. Just as Sneijder was about to reach the ball that had been sent flying, Chen dove in, expertly sliding to push it out of play. Sneijder was taken aback. This kid's speed was astonishing. The fans on the sidelines erupted in applause. What a beautiful tackle by Yi. It must be said, Yi's speed was truly extraordinary. In comparison to Sneijder, he resembled a supercar, while Sneijder was merely a standard family sedan. The commentators couldn't help but express their admiration. At 27 minutes and 28 seconds, Weidenfeller took a goal kick. The ball landed at Hummel's feet, who promptly delivered it to the left side, where Schmelzer awaited. With Chen stationed on the left flank, it became the focal point of their attack. Schmelzer advanced past the halfway line, but only then did Zanetti step up to defend. However, Schmelzer's pace was significantly quicker than Zanetti's, and he managed to reach the byline. As for Maicon, he was drawn into the middle by Chen's threat. Schmelzer, however, did not cross the ball but instead played it back. The ball found its way to Chen, who was unmarked on the left. Maicon immediately heightened his alertness. Chen controlled the ball and made a sweeping motion as if to cut in. Maicon instinctively shifted to the right, but Chen returned to his original position. Then, with the outside of his foot, he delivered a pass to the unmarked Kell. Without hesitation, Kell unleashed a powerful shot. Boom. It was thunderous. The ball soared through the players in the penalty area, targeting the goal. Caesar dove quickly, but he couldn't reach it. Duong. As the ball brushed past Caesar's fingertips, it struck the post. However, rather than bouncing out of play, it rebounded back into the penalty area. Lewandowski, who had been lurking, rushed in. Yet, Nagatomo was quicker, clearing the ball with a powerful kick. Bang! The ball was cleared out of the penalty area by Nagatomo. But due to the hasty clearance, it did not travel far and fell right into Chen's vicinity. Seeing the incoming ball, Chen seized the opportunity to control it. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Instead of stopping the ball, Chen swung his foot at the descending sphere. A powerful strike. Bang! With a keen sense of anticipation and a remarkable shot, Chen connected with the ball's underside. Yet, at that instant, a figure leaped high into the air. It was Maicon. Maicon soared, perfectly positioned to intercept the ball's trajectory. Whack! The ball was blocked, but the referee's whistle sounded. Beep! The referee pointed to the penalty spot. Maicon had indeed shown courage by attempting to block the shot, but as he leaped, his arms had naturally extended. The ball struck his hand. Given that he had enlarged his defensive area, this was undoubtedly a penalty. Inter's players immediately protested. Maicon fervently explained to the referee that he had already pulled back. However, the referee stood firm in his decision, and the penalty awarded to Chen was unequivocal. He placed the ball on the penalty spot. Enraged, Maicon dashed forward and forcefully kicked the ball away. One cannot deny that Maicon is a seasoned veteran. His actions were deliberately intended to disrupt Chen's focus. However, this maneuver provoked the ire of the chief referee, who promptly brandished a yellow card from his pocket. Maicon, seething with indignation, felt the urge to unleash a torrent of curses. How could the world's foremost right-back endure such humiliation? Yet, Javier Zanetti swiftly covered Maicon's mouth with his hand, forcibly pulling him away. Do you wish to ruin this match? Zanetti roared at Maicon, exuding an undeniable authority that momentarily subdued him. This incident indirectly highlighted the urgency felt by the Inter Milan players, trailing by a goal and now facing a penalty. They simply could not afford to lose this match. Chen placed the ball once more on the penalty spot, taking a deep breath. Cesar, stationed at the goal, pointed to his left, indicating Chen's right, adding to the psychological pressure. These seasoned players were astutely cunning. Chen closed his eyes, inhaling deeply once again, striving to cast aside all distractions. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the opportunity to take the penalty. Chen began his run-up slowly, then suddenly accelerated. The scene unfolded as Chen's left foot firmly pressed against the grass. Chapter 225, S-Class Skill, Xiao Luo's tail dribble on February 22nd. Chen's remarkable achievement of 5 goals in a single match sent shockwaves throughout Europe, captivating the entire football community. The news dominated headlines for 3 consecutive days, igniting an explosive fervor. Countless individuals became acquainted with Chen, realizing the presence of such a formidable figure in the football realm. However, just 16 days later, Messi delivered a similar performance, causing another uproar in the football world. If Chen's impact was likened to the explosion of a single bullet, then Messi's was akin to the detonation of a formidable weapon. After all, Messi's influence far surpasses that of Chen. At this juncture, an awkward moment arises for Cristiano Ronaldo. Having previously admired Chen's 5-goal feat with astonishment and envy, he now finds himself in a predicament as Messi replicates the same accomplishment. The flames of competition within him blaze fiercely. Yet, it is crucial to understand that achieving 5 goals is no simple task. It necessitates the perfect convergence of timing, location, and synergy. Unless, of course, Ronaldo can somehow access a similar system. But would this world accommodate 2 divine football systems? Clearly, it would not. Chen had inquired with the system, which confirmed this reality. Despite Ronaldo's eagerness, time is not on his side, as Real Madrid's match against CSKA Moscow is scheduled for the 14th, while Dortmund faces Inter Milan on the evening of the 13th. On March 11th, during Dortmund's away game against Augsburg, Chen was not even included in the squad. Meanwhile, the Korean media was busy promoting the anticipated Asian showdown between Chen and Koo Ja-cheol, only for it to be ultimately cancelled due to Kagawa's absence from the lineup. In this match, Maine, De Bruyne, and Azpilicueta were granted starting positions, along with 2 players from the second team. Under such circumstances, Dortmund ended the match in a goalless draw against Augsburg after 90 minutes of effort. Klopp expressed his dissatisfaction with the Football Association in the post-match press conference, noting the unreasonable scheduling of League and Champions League matches so closely together. The German Football Association remained inflexible, insisting on the 13th Champions League match without any adjustments, which seemed truly inconsiderate. Klopp was also displeased with the players' performance. Did they truly believe they could not score without Chen, Lewandowski, and Kagawa? However, upon reflection, it is understandable that the absence of these 3 key players would lead to a lack of offensive potency. After all, Maine was still developing his skills. De Bruyne was in a growth phase, and Kyle, now advanced in age, found himself lamenting missed opportunities. Nonetheless, that was all in the past. After completing the league match, the entire Dortmund team boarded a charter flight to Milan, Italy. The sight of the players, clad in suits, at the airport instantly caused a stir. A multitude of media reporters captured the moment, broadcasting it across the internet. Many oblivious onlookers mistakenly assumed it was the grand opening of a massage parlor, eagerly inquiring about contact information for future visits when their husbands were away. Unfortunately for them, these individuals were not massage therapists, but rather footballers. In a moment of heightened attention, the fans waiting at the venue quickly spotted Chen, the man who had scored 5 goals and provided an assist against Inter Milan. Yet, was he met with praise? The answer was a resounding no. "You yellow-skinned bastard, you ruined our team. Go back to China. FKU." Some even brandished pre-made signs, directing their vitriol at Chen. With Inter Milan already in turmoil, they suffered a crushing 6-0 defeat, leading to the dismissal of their coach. Did they expect to welcome such a figure into Italy? Dream on. Chen found the situation rather perplexing. While they insulted him as a Chinese, little did they know that their team's next owner would indeed be of Chinese descent. Would they not be begging for his investment then? The character of the Chinese people, known for their diligence and willingness to engage in various labor-intensive work, had led to fierce competition, resulting in many Italian craftsmen changing careers or facing unemployment. Fortunately, the security personnel ensured that they safely boarded the bus to the hotel. Though Dortmund had not participated in the Champions League for a while, their arrangements were commendable, including hotel accommodations and a training facility for the players. Klopp wasted no time, gathering the squad for warm-up training after a brief half-hour rest in their hotel rooms. As the head coach, he also needed to assess the condition of the pitch at San Siro and conduct a pre-match press conference. Football, akin to modern warfare, necessitates meticulous planning for every aspect of the game. Mourinho had once instructed the stadium staff not to mow the grass or add sand or gravel to the pitch to hinder Barcelona's passing game, thereby slowing the ball's movement. Fortunately, Klopp discovered no anomalies during his inspection. Yet, would Inter Milan concede defeat? In their own stadium, they had to fight for victory, regardless of the circumstances. In the hotel, Shinji Kagawa shared a room with Yi-chun. Yi, don't let it bother you. There are many football hooligans among Italian fans. Just let it go, Kagawa advised. Yi-chun shrugged. I'm not angry. Kagawa handed him a bottle of mineral water. The more you act like this, the more it shows you're upset. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll pass the ball to you. You can score another 5 goals and let them know the consequences of crossing you. Another 5 goals. I'd better wake up. Yi-chun suddenly recalled that he still hadn't claimed the rewards from the recent international friendly match. It had been so long, he almost forgot. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rated S-class, rewards doubled, and you have received a golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rated S-class, rewards doubled, and you have gained 200 points. Yi-chun glanced at his points, which had surged to 780. Of course, the second reward was for the match against Mainz. However, he was surprised to find that the reward for the match against France was merely a silver treasure chest. Was a friendly match truly not worthy of respect? Help me open the golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the S-class skill, Xiao Luo's tail dribble. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi-chun's eyes widened with excitement. It's here. It's here. It's finally here. First Messi, now Xiao Luo. How far could the pendulum dribble from Ronaldo be? However, it is worth noting that the tail dribble was first utilized by Brazilian player Rivellino in a match, showcasing an extraordinary talent, with the legendary Beckenbauer being the first to fall victim to this maneuver. Naturally, Ronaldinho elevated this dribbling technique to unprecedented heights. With the skill, Yi-chun's dribbling ability experienced a qualitative leap. However, a pertinent question arises. Did Yi-chun truly feel angered by the insults from Inter Milan's fans? Those who meticulously examined the airport snapshots might uncover some intriguing clues. Chapter 228. Yi-chun, the king of all weapons. An additional update for my brother meat pancakes are delicious. The first goal has arrived. Will the second goal be far behind? Countless fans are exuberantly cheering. This exquisite coordination has driven Inter Milan fans into a frenzy. Observing the celebrating Inter players, Yi-chun furrowed his brow. According to his nature, he would have preferred to engage in a direct offensive against Inter. With their attacking prowess, could Inter really score 6 against them? Moreover, with each goal scored by Inter, it equates to 2 for them. It is worth noting that away goals are currently significant. If Dortmund scores 1, then Inter must net 8 to win. Yet, due to their continuous retreat, although Dortmund attempted to push forward at the 20-minute mark, their resolve still fell short. It is akin to someone who has been bullied for too long. Even if they suddenly grow bold, they are confronted with an even more ferocious attack. But must they endure such oppression? On the sidelines, Klopp rushed over, urging Yi to let Kagawa initiate the attack. Kagawa remains the focal point of the team's offensive, orchestrating their rhythm. The reason Dortmund struggled to advance earlier was primarily due to Kagawa's deep retreat. Of course, Yi-chun was unaware that this was his influence. It was he who encouraged Kagawa to learn from De Bruyne. In defense, De Bruyne would drop back to the edge of the penalty area, whereas Kagawa, as the team's offensive linchpin, would invariably attract attention from Cambiasso upon receiving the ball. Nevertheless, now that they needed to attack, Kagawa naturally had to reposition himself further forward. The match continued as Dortmund kicked off. Kagawa, in possession, intentionally drifted towards the left. Upon noticing Yi-chun waving, he promptly passed the ball. This season, Kagawa's statistics are impressive, with several assists credited to Yi-chun. All he needed to do was pass to Yi-chun and then relish in the ensuing spectacle. Naturally, the moment he made the pass, Kagawa commenced his run, aiming to draw defenders away from Yi-chun. Otherwise, no matter how skilled Chen might be, he could not maneuver through the opposition single-handedly. With the ball at his feet, Chen found himself facing an old acquaintance, Maicon. Maicon crouched low, sealing off the outer line. Having previously been outpaced, he understood that Chen's speed was not something he could rival. Hence he blocked the outer line while willingly conceding the inner space. Chen saw through his intentions and prepared to cut inside, where both Zanetti and Lucio awaited, poised to execute a double team. So, as you wish. Chen deftly nudged the ball inward, decisively cutting inside. Zanetti, quick to react, swiftly approached. Confronted by Zanetti, Chen controlled the ball with his right foot, while Stanislav Stankovic rushed in from the right. At that moment, Chen comprehended the situation. It was not that he was not being targeted. Rather, he had transitioned from individual marking to being double-teamed. Once Chen penetrated the heart of the defense, an immediate double team would ensue. But was this not treating his teammates as mere pawns? Chen feigned a pass with his right foot, causing Stankovic to hesitate. Yet, at that moment, Chen charged towards Zanetti. Zanetti lowered his center of gravity, intently focusing on the young player before him. Although Chen was merely 17 years old, his previous experience had instilled a sense of caution. Chen also lowered his center of gravity, making a move as if to break to the right, at which point Zanetti felt that Chen intended to outpace him. After all, Chen's speed had left a lasting impression on Inter. However, as Zanetti committed to a defensive action, Chen swiftly yanked the ball with the inside of his right foot. The ball glided past Zanetti's left side. Chen surged forward, effortlessly bypassing Zanetti. Wow, that was a cow-tail dribble. Chen executed the maneuver with such finesse, easily surpassing the Inter captain. The speed at Chen's feet was astounding. Is he truly of Chinese descent and not Brazilian? Surely, a Brazilian soul resides within him. The commentator was beside himself with excitement. Fans were utterly astonished. Hiss! Many gasped, unable to believe their eyes. Who could have imagined that their esteemed defensive maestro would be so easily bested? Yet, Chen was not preoccupied with such thoughts. After slipping past Zanetti, he pressed forward. Meanwhile, Lucio had reacted, recklessly lunging to intercept Chen's advance. However, Chen was not merely adept at dribbling. Without waiting for Lucio to close the gap, he unleashed a powerful left-footed shot. Bang! The ball rocketed toward the goal. A half-height shot that would prove tremendously difficult for the goalkeeper to parry. Although struck with his left foot, the power was not inferior to that of his right. What mattered most was that after bypassing Zanetti, Chen found himself in a near-open goal scenario. Who could have predicted that their most reliable defensive anchor would be so easily breached? Moreover, this shot from just outside the penalty area was executed with remarkable precision. Even as Lucio, mid-run, attempted to intervene, he could not alter its trajectory. Yet, no one anticipated why Chen did not continue into the penalty area after surpassing Zanetti. Is it not true that the closer one is to the goal, the greater the potential for impact? However, they could not fathom Chen's thoughts. After striking the ball, Chen gazed toward its trajectory, simultaneously reciting in his mind, long-range, shot 1-3. But the next moment, he was taken aback. As the ball flew forth, Caesar, the goalkeeper, swiftly moved, akin to a striking leopard. Yet, his explosive acceleration was slightly lacking. Those familiar with the game know that Caesar's peak performance was during the 2006 to 2010 season. Although only a year has passed, his form has significantly declined. Coupled with the psychological burden of consecutive defeats, he found it increasingly challenging to regain his former glory. Thus, as the ball brushed against his fingertips, it was not enough to alter its course. Whoosh! The ball obediently found its way into the net. Upon witnessing the goal, Chen momentarily stood frozen before reacting. Only heaven could comprehend Chen's feelings at that moment. He swore he merely aimed to take a shot, enhancing the odds of scoring from distance. Yet, who would have thought it would go in? After the goal, Chen paused briefly before sprinting toward the away fan section. He dashed forward like a man possessed, exuberantly shouting in exhilaration. After enduring 30 minutes of pressure, only to concede a goal, such a strike would irk any player. Especially for those on the offensive line, opportunities to touch the ball had been scarce. Furthermore, this was Chen's first shot of the match. Yet, this very first attempt found the back of the net. In the domestic arena, Zhongyang television station exclaimed, "Wow, wow, 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 what a goal." Chen's deft maneuver past Zanetti followed by a long-range shot has shattered the gates of Inter Milan. It is utterly unbelievable. Everything unfolded too rapidly. After Inter's grueling 30-minute siege against Dortmund, they managed to capitalize on a rare mistake from Van Dijk to breach Dortmund's defense and take the lead. Yet, just a minute later, Chen, through sheer individual brilliance, dismantled Inter's defense. If one were to liken Chen to a weapon, I would gladly dub him the king of all weapons. A gun that strikes like a dragon, piercing the heavens with a roar. Chapter 247, Real Madrid's imposing pressure. History's most formidable counterattack, though devoid of a colossal tifo, the supporters in the South Stand were chanting with unparalleled fervor. The atmosphere within the stadium was electric even before the commencement of the match. A fire was ignited within Chen's soul. He had indulged in countless Champions League matches in the player career modes of FIFA and PS, even hoisting the coveted trophy in the digital realm. Yet, reality had now intertwined with his aspirations, as he found himself on the hallowed grounds of the Champions League, facing none other than Real Madrid. An aura of surrealism enveloped him. During their time in the player tunnel, his gaze had lingered upon Cristiano Ronaldo for an extended duration. Truth be told, he had not anticipated encountering the living embodiment of CR7 so soon. It felt incredibly dreamlike. Moreover, he was now pitted against Ronaldo as a direct competitor. The sheer implausibility of it all was astounding. Of course, the formalities had to be observed. After the Champions League anthem concluded, the players posed for a group photograph, followed by the customary exchange of pennants and the coin toss conducted by the captains. Once everything was settled, Dortmund elected to defend the goal nearest to the South Stand, while Real Madrid opted to initiate the proceedings. Chen surveyed the opposing lineup, taking in the sight of Angel Di Maria, Karim Benzema, and Xabi Alonso. He felt as though he had transcended time itself. However, he swiftly regained his composure, ready to commence his duel with Ronaldo. As a time traveler, Chen refused to believe that he was inferior to anyone. In fact, he held the conviction that, at the same age, he could rival Messi, Ronaldo, or even Pele or Maradona. Of course, the current reality was that Chen was only 17 years old, and he was about to face Ronaldo at the zenith of his abilities. Or rather, Ronaldo was still ascending, much like Messi, who would reach their respective peaks in the years to come. Beep. With the resounding blow of the whistle, the match officially commenced. Benzema executed a textbook backward pass to Zil, who, in turn, distributed the ball laterally to Alonso. Simultaneously, Ronaldo and Di Maria surged forward. The moment the ball reached Alonso's feet, he detected Di Maria's run into space and promptly launched a long ball over the top. His instincts were sharp that day, and the ball landed perfectly on the right flank. Di Maria swiftly advanced, closely pursued by Schmelzer. Meanwhile, Chen kept a watchful eye on Arbeloa. Di Maria, unable to find an opening for a cross, had no choice but to pass the ball back to Arbeloa. However, Chen was slightly late in his reaction, and Arbeloa returned the ball to Di Maria, who promptly cut inside. Seeing the congested midfield, Di Maria unleashed a curling shot toward the far post. Weidenfeller, the Dortmund goalkeeper, reacted swiftly, tipping the ball over the crossbar and out for a corner. Whoosh! A collective sigh of relief swept through the home crowd. Was Real Madrid already this formidable? The Dortmund supporters were taken aback. Real Madrid was awarded a corner kick. Zil took charge, aiming for the center of the box. Amidst the sea of players, Ronaldo leaped majestically. Although Hummels was assigned to mark Ronaldo, the Portuguese superstar outjumped him by nearly half a head. Fortunately for Dortmund, Ronaldo's header lacked precision, and the ball sailed harmlessly over the goal line. In the opening minute alone, Real Madrid had already registered 2 shots on goal, sending a clear message of intent. Weidenfeller distributed the ball to Van Dijk. Van Dijk had a simple objective for the day: avoid mistakes. Therefore, he immediately passed the ball to Hummels upon receiving it. However, Ronaldo, Benzema, Di Maria, and even Zil, the attacking midfielder, were already pressing high up the pitch. The pressure was palpable. Hummels, left with no other option, passed the ball back to Weidenfeller, who launched a long ball forward. The clearance was slightly wayward, and although Chen managed to hold his ground, Khedira, who had sprinted from midfield, rose above him to head the ball back to Ramos in the Real Madrid defense. Chen was sent crashing to the ground. Khedira's actions served as a stark reminder of the uncompromising nature of German defending. Of course, everyone was focused on winning the ball, so there was no foul. Real Madrid continued their relentless assault. In the 4th minute, the ball was played out to the left flank. Ronaldo unleashed a series of mesmerizing stepovers, But Piszczek remained unfazed. Piszczek's primary mission for the day was to defend, with no need to venture forward and support the attack. Of course, he bore the brunt of the defensive responsibility, as he was tasked with marking Ronaldo. Seeing Piszczek's unwavering stance, Ronaldo opted to dribble toward the byline. Benzema, lurking near the penalty spot, was poised to pounce. However, Hummels managed to apply enough pressure to disrupt Benzema's shot, resulting in Real Madrid's second corner of the match. The opening 3 minutes were a microcosm of the first 20. Despite being the away side, Real Madrid seized the initiative. Their relentless pressure and intensity left Dortmund struggling to cope. Both Chen and Groß had already retreated to assist in defense. After just 20 minutes, Real Madrid had already unleashed 11 shots on goal. Although they had yet to find the net, Dortmund appeared to be a fragile vessel tossed about in a violent storm. Chen, in particular, was enduring a frustrating time. He had not managed a single shot on goal, or even a meaningful touch of the ball. Seeing the situation unfold, Klopp immediately summoned Shinji Kagawa. Dortmund would abandon their 4-2-3-1 formation and switch to a 4-4-2. In this setup, Lewandowski could drop deeper to provide an aerial presence, while Chen would act as the focal point of the attack. As players, they had to adhere to the coach's tactical adjustments. However, Real Madrid refused to grant Dortmund any respite, maintaining a firm grip on possession. In the 24th minute, Dortmund finally earned a corner kick. Chen's cross from the wing was deflected behind by Ramos, resulting in the set piece. However, as Dortmund delivered the corner, Pepe rose imperiously to head the ball clear to Alonso in midfield. Alonso instantly located Zil, the team's midfield orchestrator. Zil received the ball and surged forward, with Ronaldo and Benzema sprinting alongside him. Zil then delivered a pinpoint pass to Benzema. Benzema's ability to hold up the ball with his back to goal was exceptional. Even with Van Dijk harassing him from behind, he managed to maintain possession. Once Ronaldo had found space on the left flank, Benzema delicately laid the ball off to him. Meanwhile, Di Maria on the right and Zil in the center were also advancing. This was Real Madrid's most potent tactic this season, the defensive counterattack. Despite primarily relying on counterattacks, they had amassed an astonishing 121 league goals, shattering records and amassing 100 points, a feat that reverberated throughout Europe. This demonstrated the sheer potency of Mourinho's Real Madrid counterattacks. Ronaldo accelerated forward, with Benzema, Zil, and Di Maria providing support. A 4-on-3 situation in favor of Real Madrid. Apart from the retreating Sven Bender and the two central defenders, Dortmund's defense looked vulnerable. No, there was one more player tracking back, Chen. If Ronaldo's speed was akin to a rocket, then Chen's was a super rocket. After all, Ronaldo was dribbling the ball. Chen did not run towards Ronaldo, as the distance was too great. Instead, he sprinted directly towards the goal. Ultimately, the objective was always to score, so Chen was gambling. Ronaldo continued to drift infield, and Hummels was hesitant to close him down too quickly, fearing being easily beaten. Sure enough, spotting Hummels in the center, Ronaldo opted not to shoot, but instead played a diagonal pass to Di Maria on the right. Di Maria received the ball and drove towards the byline, before sweeping across into the center. Van Dijk lunged towards Di Maria, attempting to intercept the cross, but the ball slipped through his legs. In that fleeting moment, Van Dijk's heart sank. Behind him surged the swiftly advancing Benzema. Just as the ball traversed the narrow gap past Van Dijk, a flash of yellow surged into the penalty area. At the very instant the ball was about to slip past the goalkeeper, a foot intervened and halted its progress. Bang! In a moment of peril, the ball was cleared. Witnessing this spectacle, Weidenfeller erupted with excitement. Yes, splendid. Wow, it was ye. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This clearance was akin to a goal. No, it should be considered 2 goals. 4 away goals indeed carry double the weight. Benzema clasped his head in disbelief, while Di Maria crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. When did this fellow track back? How could he be so swift? This singular question raced through his mind. This guy is astonishingly fast.